Economy Week. Nós hoje temos o dia reservado a assuntos temáticos, daí que o nosso quórum também não é tanto no dia de hoje. Mas antes de darmos início aos trabalhos, eu vou convidar as senhoras e os senhores a estarem de pé para a entoação do hino da República de Angola, que no caso será interpretado pela artista Beth Mambo. Obrigada a todos. Tomem os vossos assentos. Senhoras e senhores, Beth Mambo para a interpretação de 2 números musicais. kachimama washala bosi bakwene bangelela gelela twende kakele kachimama washala bosi bakwene bangelela gelela twende kakele kachimama Chimama, washala, mati, vakwene vagelela, yelela twende, kakele kachimama, washala bosi, vakwene vagelela, yelela, yelela twende. Chimama, washala, ome, 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 kakele kachimama, Thank you. Muito obrigada. Thank you.
Enam tambes, enam komoti, enam tambes, enam komoti, enam tambes, enam komoti, enam tambes, enam komoti.
I work hard every day to make my beer.
Un komoti.
Wake up early every morning to please my people with African beer.
Enam komoti, enam tambes, enam komoti, enam tambes, enam komoti.
I make sure the fibers to make my beer.
Un komoti.
My special beer, un komoti, is African beer. African beer.
Enam tambes,
Everybody,
enam komoti.
come and drink my magical beer.
Enam tambes,
Everybody. Come and drink my magic beer. Everybody, come and drink my African beer. I'll make sure there's a party where they drink my special beer. Un komboti is magic beer. Un komboti is African beer. Everybody, come and drink my African beer. Everybody, come and drink my African beer. I wanna make you happy. I wanna make you smile. I wanna make you dance, dance. I wanna make you happy. I wanna make you smile. I wanna make you dance. Yes. Everybody, come and drink my African beer. Everybody, come and drink my African beer. Where my time where my time where my time Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Agora sim estamos à altura de dar início aos nossos trabalhos. Entretanto, deixa-me deixar uma nota importante para todos os Estados-membros. Ontem foi enviada a declaração de Luanda a cada Estado-membro. Quem não tiver recebido pode sempre contactar o secretariado que está a funcionar nesta sala, ao fundo da sala, e ter com o Sr. Vianney. Obrigada. Agora sim, vamos dar início à nossa sessão. A primeira vai abordar a validação do projeto da Comissão da União Africana sobre governança da Economia Azul e também a capacidade institucional, e será moderadora a doutora Price Nutakor.
Thank you so much. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives of our various heads of state. We would like to welcome you to this morning's section to validate an important project by the African Union Commission on promoting sustainable and inclusive blue economic transformation in Africa. Since yesterday, we have been discussing on how to move Africa's blue economy strategy.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and allow me to greet you all and, of course, recognize the presence of the State Secretary for Fisheries and Marine Resources, Director Dr. Matthias Nab, and, of course, all of you, all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen present here today. We'll start by appreciating the support that we have been receiving from UNDP in this project that is aimed at promoting sustainable and inclusive blue economy transformation in Africa. UNDP has been leading the process to get this approval through Jeff, and that is the support that we cannot take for granted. They've been there for us at all times. And this program is actually aimed at benefiting member states, as already indicated by the moderator. All the issues that we were raised yesterday. For example, we spoke about frameworks. We have got all the policies that are in place, but implementation remains a major challenge. And therefore, this project is aimed at making sure that we fast-track implementation of those projects. We also address some of the constraints that are related to coordination, knowledge management, of course, communication, and all these aspects that pertain to the challenges that we face today. One of the major issues that was also raised was the issue of access to finance or investments. And that also, we are hoping that it will be addressed through this project. Therefore, we would want to encourage all of you to support this project, to contribute, and ensure that your priorities are actually matching those of the project. And at the end of the day, we can have a project that we can all be proud of. So with those few remarks, I would want to declare this session officially opened. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyambe, for setting the tone for us. It is my pleasure to now invite the project coordinator, consultant, Mr. Ivika, to give us a presentation on the project. Welcome on stage, Mr. Ivika. Thank you.
Thank you, Praise. Good morning to everybody. I hope we'll have a successful session that will, can we start? Okay. A successful session that will end up with your support to this important project, as the director has said previously. The project in early stages was also presented last year at the African Blue Economy Week in Addis Ababa. And so those of you who have been present there, I'm sure will have some recollection, because in the meantime, you know, the basic structure of the project has not been changed, because it was supported also at the last meeting. Now, in the meantime, we have made progress in the sense that, sorry, so-called in GEF language, the project identification form, or PIF, was approved. So basically, the project is approved, but now we are working on developing the project document that is to be prepared according to the UNDP standards and templates, and because UNDP is the implementing partner of the project, and also the so-called CEO endorsement request, that is the template that is then submitted to the GEF for final approval by its chief executive officer, and we expect that to happen later this year, if everything goes according to the initial timeline. So these are the formalities. I will now, I apologize, I will now present the project and the major objectives and what a project is initially striving to do. It is a continent-wide project supported by Global Environment Facility, and its main aim is to assist African Union in implementing its Blue Economy strategy, which is now 6-7 years old, and its medium-term implementation program. As you know, the African Union is adopting every 5 years the implementation program that is more specific, and this project is aimed at assisting African Union in implementing its midterm implementation program, which ends in 2029. And essentially, the timeline of this project is commensurate with the implementation, 5-year implementation program of African Union. So as I said before, the GEF implementing agency is UNDP. The main executing partner will be African Union Commission. It is a regional medium-sized project because it's relatively short, it's 36 months. And when you have in mind that the project is of 3 years duration, then also it puts some limits at what it can do and also excludes the things that it cannot do. And it's relatively modest in its financing. It's $5 million, but it's not always about the money. It's all more important what the project will mean and what project will address what issues that are of extreme importance for the transformation of African blue economies will be addressed by the project itself. I'm not going into the current status of African blue economy because we have heard a lot yesterday. I will go straight into what the project is. In addition to African countries that are being coastal countries or landlocked countries that have large water bodies or river basin, which geographically all falls within the scope of the blue economy, and these are the areas where actually when we talk about blue economy, we have in mind the economic activities that are taking place in these countries, not only coastal but landlocked. We also have to keep in mind that Africa is surrounded by 7 large marine ecosystems, large water bodies. There's been a lot of mention of them yesterday. And these large marine ecosystems are on one of the main marine foci of the Global Environment Facility. And over the years, it has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in various large marine. There are more than 60 in the world, 7 of which are surrounding African continent, and hundreds of millions of dollars have also been invested by GEF in African large marine ecosystems. So these 7 marine ecosystems are also geographic focus of the project as well as of the blue economy as a whole. Another important thing to mention is that the project will directly or indirectly benefit, we calculated around 60,000 people. That are those that will have direct benefit, but also people that will use all the results of the project that will be created and developed by the project itself. And as I said before, it's $5 million. This is GEF Global Environment Facility grant, but according to GEF rules, we have to leverage 7 times more in co-financing by various organizations, and we are on the way of doing so. We are not yet there, but we hope to reach soon this amount. This, of course, this co-financing is not necessarily, and usually it's not in cash. We don't expect cash transfer, but it can be in kind, and that's something that Jeff is very much insisting on. And as I said, it's 36 months project, and it covers the entire continent, which is also important to keep in mind, because it also in a way limits what the project can do. We cannot do the detailed demonstration and pilot projects at the country level. That would be quite impossible with it having in mind the time and available for the project and the funding, but it will the demonstrations and pilots will be more issue-oriented and cover the entire continent. So the overall objective of the project is to achieve a coherent, sustainable blue economy frameworks that would then enable aligned planning policies and investment across the African continent through initiatives that are mainly led by African Union countries. And project has three major pathways, and you will hear about that in my presentation a couple of times. The three major pathways are first policy and governance harmonization and coordination. Second one is the capacity building, and the third one is knowledge management. You know, it's more or less, you know, usual for the project of this type, duration and funding, but of course, you know, the and the interesting things are in the detail, how the project will carry out these and implement these three pathways that will result in better frameworks that will enable better blue economy planning in the future. However, you know, in initial stages of the project, we identified 8 major barriers. Most of them have been mentioned yesterday, so I'm not going to go into details. You see here, we have regulatory and institutional frameworks as a barrier, the limited data and inadequate coordination, the limited skilled workforce that is involved in blue economic activities, the access to finance, innovation and technological gaps. There was a lot of talk about digital innovations used. The process has started, but there are still gaps that needs to be filled. Limited regional integration, unsatisfactory inclusivity and equity, limited infrastructure development, and limited market access and value addition. These 8 barriers or gaps are being addressed by, or will be addressed by the project activities. So, in early stages of the project preparation, you prepare a sort of the theory of change, which shows how the project is moving from the barriers to the final objective. So these are the major principles of the theory of change, but in the project itself, it looks like this. It's detailed, and you know, there's a lot of small letters. I'm not going to explain everything, but actually these, you can notice 3 pathways: blue, green, and red. These are the 3 pathways that I mentioned before: the coordination and policy harmonization, the capacity building and knowledge management, and all the outcomes and outputs for each of the other pathway are mentioned in this theory of change diagram. But you know, the whole process started with identifying these 8 barriers, and you can see how each pathway is addressing the barriers. So you see, for example, the pathway 1, which is coordination and policy harmonization, is addressing barriers 1, 2, and 5. I'm not going into detail what it is, but you know, that's how the theory of change is created and put this in put in the graphic form. So the pathways are actually transformed into 3 project components. Component 1 is, again, policy coordination. Component 2 is capacity building, and component 3 is knowledge management. The modest budget of the project is divided between these 3 components, and you can see the figures that relate to each, that are aimed at implementing activities within each of the components. Of course, if you take the total, is less than 5 million, because some of them, about 10% of the project budget is aimed at monitoring and evaluation and at project management, because you have to pay the staff. The project management unit will be created will be formed in African Union Commission. So the first component, policy and governance harmonization, has two outcomes. You know, first outcome is you know, to achieve the consistency between regional and national initiatives. it's already being achieved to a large extent, but we will try to identify gaps and try to harmonize. For example, just one example, I last year when I was in Addis, you know, when country representatives were commenting and discussing, you know, I noticed there is a even different understanding of what really blue economy is. Is it blue economy? Is it ocean economy? And as you know, it's not the same thing. The geographical scope was differing. So, you know, these things will have to be harmonized, and they are quite important. Where when you start transformation, you have to start from the same baseline, which is understandable and agreed upon by everybody. So, important thing to mention here is that it is necessary to prepare as the first thing the baseline assessment of the blue economy in Africa. There's been reports, everything, but you know, you have objectives for blue economy strategy and objectives for the for the Agenda 2063. We need, or you need to know where you are in this moment with implementation of these objectives. That's important. And that's an extensive exercise where you need quite a lot of information provided by the regional economic communities and countries. And in that respect, the current already established Africa as Sustainable Blue Economy dashboard, which is a very innovative thing on a world scale, will help you to be up to date on where you are actually in blue economy transformation in your country, in your region, and in the continent as a whole. The second objective, the second pathway, second component is the capacity building that will accelerate transformation. The project will aim at identifying the gaps and niche in incapacities at national and even local levels in African countries to see where it is needed, and particular focus will be on financing. You know, there's been a lot of mention here. What type of financing we need, what type of activities that will fall within the definition of blue economy need to be financed, how to facilitate access to financing by startups and investors. You know, these are all the things that are not yet fully developed at the continent, and the project will try to assist countries in improving this financing environment for the blue economy. Of course, there are a lot of positive experiences in the country, in the continent, and these will be exchanged and transferred to the countries that are aiming to improve their financing environment. And finally, the third component is knowledge management and communication and upscaling, where the idea is also to continue with African Blue Week and support in holding it every year or 2 years. It depends on your decision, but also the annual African Status and Outlook report should be prepared, and the project will assist in developing one or two versions of the report during the project implementation time, and then hopefully this will become a regular activity, hopefully also led by the African Union Commission. Something similar to what European Union has. The European Union now has for 15 years the annual report on the blue economy, but I think that my thinking is that the African Union can be even more blue economy specific and focused more on what really is the blue economy, and that has to be shown in these annual reports and outlooks. The project is aligned with a number of continental and global political frameworks. I'm not going to mention all of them, but one I would specifically mention, that's Sustainable Development Goals. If the blue economy is anchored only in Sustainable Goal 14, which is oceans, you are missing the point. Sustainable blue economy is much more than that. And if you have in mind the basic definition of blue economy, which is emanating from the definition of sustainable development, then you must be aware that blue economy is more than SDG 14. Speaking of governance and implementation, there are several aspects here. To mention, the implementing partner is UNDP, because it's the agency of designated as implementing one by GEF, but executing agency is the African Union Commission and is the partner for the blue economy, but we are going to discuss which other executing partners might join the main executing partner, the African Union Commission. There will be a steering committee. You cannot have the steering committee with all 55 countries, but there will be some principles that will be agreed on who will be the member of the probably on a rolling basis. You have, I think, seven regional economic commissions, and they can represent countries, and some of the countries by themselves can be also members, but on a rolling basis of the steering committee. And overall coordination will be carried out by the UNDP Africa Service Center. So this is the very basic diagram of the implementation structure. You have the project steering committee. You have the development partner as the implementing partner, UNDP. You have project executive agency, which is the African Union, and then there is the beneficiaries of the project, and they comprise the steering committee. And then you have at the second layer, you have on one side, you have the project implementation unit, which would have 3, 4, 5 permanent members, and then you have other executing partners that will be still have to be defined, and the overall assurance will be provided by UNDP. So who will contribute and who will benefit? You see, we have African Union Commission here, regional economic commissions. They will benefit national governments, private sector, local communities, NGOs and civil society, research and academia, and women and youth in particular. Not last but not the least, because they are the prime focus group of the project, and their participation has to be increased, which is, I think, the objective of all the initiatives in Africa, not only of this project. And speaking of that, gender equality and social inclusion is an important aspect of the project. The project will try to involve at least 50% of women and youth in all the activities, which initially was said 60,000 direct and indirect beneficiaries of the project, out of which at least 30,000 will hopefully be women. And important aspect is that there are 5 languages in the region, and reports will have, as much as possible, will be disseminated in all these regional languages. There are certain risks for the implementation of the project. Substantial ones are environmental and social. We know that the climate change is becoming more and more an issue. I don't have to elaborate on that. And the social situation is also, as was mentioned many times yesterday, the participation of women and youth is still at a lower level. So that this risk is still substantial. Political and governance, we know that there are a few political problems in the continent, but that's not only in Africa now, it's all over the world, but we have to keep in mind these issues when we talk about the risks to the project. The moderate risks are with the institutional and policy. For example, the reforms that will be proposed may not be approved in 3 years, which is relatively short time. So we will try to limit the use of the word adoption, because I'm sure you all know that the adoption process can be extended, and project will aim at least getting support for most of its reforms and proposals, and then adoption process will be left for the period after, beyond the project. Capacity existing is also the risk, but the whole activity, the whole project itself is aimed at raising the capacity. And as I said before, the long-term climate risk is an issue. So overall project risk is substantial, because according to rules, if one of the risks is substantial, that the whole project is then carrying substantial risk. Project is not coming out of the blue. There is a rich baseline, and we have heard yesterday, and there's a lot of organizations, countries that are having initiatives in Africa, and all of that has been taken in consideration. The GEF itself is currently involved in 3 important projects that are relevant for the blue economy. One is in Benguela Current, the other is Hesberga is in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, and there is African SIDS that is also being implemented. And we should not forget the Mediterranean. Big Mediterranean program, MED program, is being closing now, and will end by the end of the year. But there is a new project in preparation that will also deal with the blue economy issues, in particular with regard to financing, and the Northern African countries will benefit from that project in the future. So, to end my presentation, you know where we are now. We are now at the so-called PPG phase, that's the project preparation grant phase, which was financed by the Global Environment Facility. Then we will design the project document, and the endorsement request that will be then submitted to UNDP and to GEF for final approval. And during the implementation of the project, the sustainability is the main theme that we want to achieve by integrating project results into national and regional and continental strategies, wherever that will be needed. I don't want to say that they don't exist. There is a very rich policy environment here for the blue economy, but there are still, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivica, for this insightful presentation on the project to promote sustainable and inclusive blue economy transformation in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have all listened to the presentation, and it is now time to give you the floor to give us your questions, comments, and suggestions on how to strengthen this project for the final approval from the Global Environment Facility. So we have the microphones. You could just kindly, I could already see some hands up. And just to give you a reminder, there have been 3 main components of the project. We have the policy and the governance harmonization component. We have the capacity strengthening component, and we also have the knowledge management component. So kindly focus your interventions and contributions on how to strengthen the relevance of the project, the partnerships that is required. As presented, we are also looking for co-financing from various partners. So your suggestions on how we can unlock this co-financing and also the implementation approach will be very relevant. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. My name is Ishate Dejan. I'm from REC, IGAD, Intergovernmental Authority. We saw this document earlier. It's very interesting. I have some issues to raise. Number one, in terms of steering committee composition, RECs are not represented. RECs should be there. And the other issue that we want to focus, policy harmonization, awareness creation is more than enough than in the continent. Maybe monitoring and having standardized reporting system is crucial. What we are missing is to mobilize resource for the implementation of strategies. On that line, at least we need to emphasize on joint resource mobilization strategy as one intervention. And also, one of our loose issues we raised yesterday is coordination between continental and regional economic communities, large marine ecosystem. That is a missing link. It should be really included here so that we have a lot of things going on in the continent, in the region. So we need to focus on developing also finally bankable, some bankable projects that can be funded by the African Development Bank or World Bank. At least those are on the ground that will go to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those useful contributions. And please be assured that we are taking note of all the contributions that will help us in reviewing the project to strengthen it for submission. Yes, another question.
Voilà, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc, je remercie le conférencier des éléments d'éclairage qu'il vient de donner. Mais moi, je commencerai d'abord mes propos à reposer une question. Quelle est la nouveauté dans le cadre des financements que l'économie a apporté? Parce qu'aujourd'hui, si on regarde pratiquement la mobilisation des financements dans tous les secteurs qui touchent à l'économie a été toujours une routine pour l'Afrique. Mais il se pose aujourd'hui que les financements reviennent dans les secteurs sous des appellations différentes. Donc, le problème qui se pose pour moi, c'est de voir quelle est la finalité et comment continuer les projets et programmes. On mobilise des financements, on implique les populations, mais à la fin des projets, on se rend compte qu'il n'y a pas une prise en charge pour pouvoir garantir la continuité des résultats. Donc aujourd'hui, si on considère que l'économie bleue apporte une réponse à la fois économique dans le cadre de la durabilité, de l'exploitation et de la gestion des ressources, cela veut dire que nous allons aller à la même des activités qui touchent aux océans, qui touchent aux lacs et aux fleuves. Parce qu'il y a une certaine continuité dans l'interland. Et si les questions de sécurité ne sont pas réglées, si les questions d'enclavement ne sont pas restées, on peut concevoir des projets, mais qui sont des projets enclavés et qu'on a du mal à faire ressortir des terroirs. Donc d'abord, il y a l'implication des autorités locales, mais la tendance aujourd'hui, c'est de plus en plus écarter les gouvernements dans l'implantation de certains projets. On vient direct traiter avec les communautés de base, les autorités territoriales ne sont pas informées, quand il y a des problèmes de conflit de sécurité, on les interpelle et se repose la question comment le projet a été arrangé pour être implanté dans le territoire. Donc voilà un ensemble de questions qui susciteraient quand même les débats. On va continuer à apporter des compléments et des contributions. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much for that question. We will be addressing them shortly. We want to take 3 more questions before we give the word to Ivica. And please keep the questions short, 30 seconds question, and just kindly go straight to the point so that we can save more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Stella Mbabazi. I'm the Blue Economy expert from COMESA. I wish to applaud the AU for taking this initiative together with the UNDP to develop this particular project. I think it is one of a kind, but very importantly, we wish to be very intentional when we are talking about financing. You cannot strengthen, you cannot run a sustainable blue economy without proper financing. So just to re-echo what my colleague from IGAD has said, Dr. Eshete, we should be very intentional on this project to ensure that by the time it comes to an end, we have clear pipeline projects to finance the blue economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take one more question before we invite Evika to. Okay. I can see we don't have more questions. Evika, do you want to just share your thoughts on the few submissions?
It works. Yeah. Okay, let me answer the easy question first. That's the steering committee. Maybe you haven't seen, maybe this figure that I shown is not clearly, it's not readable clearly, but it is mentioned on top of the membership of the steering committee, the regional economic commissions. They will be members of the steering committee. So that is the response to your first question. The second question I want to answer is about the local communities and how the project will reach local communities. There are several channels. One, of course, is through knowledge management that we hope project will succeed in disseminating information to the lowest administrative level or community level of the population. But you cannot guarantee that they will be reached. Particularly by digital means, we all know and heard yesterday what are the problems. But of course, the project will aim at including local communities in its deliberations as much as possible. We have to keep in mind that this is a limited project in terms of time and in terms of funding. I don't want to stress this point too much because then someone will say, why the project? It will create change, I'm sure, I'm convinced. But, the project will strive to include all strata of the societies in African countries, at least at the level of representation. Not all of them can be involved. And final question, which was asked by many, is the financing. That's the thorniest issue. The project is not a grant project. It's not a grant mechanism. Project cannot provide grants so that's out of question. Financing of the blue economy, in my view, has to be purely economical. There must be interest of all the parties involved in financing initiative. Those that are seeking finance, they want to achieve profit. Otherwise, there's no interest in their initiative. They shouldn't have interest in the initiative. On the other hand, providers of financing have to also have interest. They have to make some profit, and they have to. The risk must be minimized. So, as I said before, the project cannot provide financing for blue economy initiatives, but it can create frameworks that will assist both finance those who are asking for finance and those who are providing finance to create clear rules that will help those asking finance to get it and to minimize risk of those who will provide, usually the banks. But of course, I've seen in other parts of the world, where when we talk about the financing for the blue economy, for example, small initiatives to provide to make cosmetics out of marine seaweed and resources. The finance we're talking there is few $100 or few $1,000s. We are not talking about big money per initiative, per financing request. But of course, there must be a clear mechanism how this could be done. And project will aim at assisting countries, providers, and those who ask for financing, how this could be done in the future. Speaking of bankable projects, it's the possibility. It's something that might be considered as a pilot initiative in the project, and in the project structure and the project outline, there is an output, an activity to first to scan the situation and see where the pilot initiatives can be implemented through the project itself to show how the bankable projects can be provided and how the financing can be achieved. This is, I would say, the maximum that the project can do, but will definitely show, and then definitely will show how it can be done, what are the benefits, and through other results of the project, the knowledge management and dissemination of results, this will be then disseminated throughout the continent and all the countries.
Thank you so much, Evika, for those thoughts. Yes, we also have some contribution from our technical experts. Madeleine, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Press. I want to compliment on what Evika has just shared, just to give you a little background of the project and why it is focusing more on what we may call soft activities or policy and institutional frameworks. So our donor, the Global Environment Facility, advised to focus this project on policy, coordination. Of course, when we talk about policy, they're more interested in harmonization of policies, as we have been discussing yesterday. And again, capacity building of being institutions at continental level or REX or at national level, and knowledge sharing and also awareness raising about the priorities under the Africa Blue Economy Strategy. So what we are really thinking that may happen afterwards, based on our experience with working with the Global Environment Facility, is that if we succeed to implement these projects according to the expectations from the GEF, mainly ensuring that the expected outcomes are achieved, and also the time frame of the project is really met. We may need extensions, but we shouldn't request for so many extensions. That's where we really need everyone's efforts to make sure that when the implementation starts, we can contribute as much as we can under the leadership of AUC, so that we can get a second phase. And the second phase would focus more on what speakers or people who intervened asking questions indicated, that we need more interventions on the ground. So initially, the project we submitted as a concept note was focusing on sustainable fisheries, marine protected areas, and we're like, no, let us start with addressing key issues on policy harmonization and institutional capacity. And then once we are confident that those are addressed, we go to on-ground activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madeleine, for that additional contribution. Yes, we are still at the Q&A section, and if you have some more contributions, recommendations, and questions, feel free to just raise your hand, and we will pass the microphone. Yes, Monsieur Sedi.
Yes, good morning once again. I'm Engineer Albert from Water and in Uganda. I know Uganda is not a beneficiary. We're an inland country. But in our perspective, maybe it's just food for thought. What is blue economy? For us, blue economy is old wine in a new bottle. It is not a new concept. This is something we have been doing, but we have not been coordinating and harmonizing. So if, for example, I went back home and Uganda were a beneficiary, they would tell me, what are we going to do? I would say, no, they have told us the project should be regional. Now within Uganda, we have a resource, Lake Victoria, that we share with about 5 countries. We have coordination platforms. We have policies, we have laws, but we have failed to exploit the blue resources. We have failed to exploit tourism, marine transport, fisheries, probably energy. So what my politicians would be interested in is, okay, what is it that we are going to do? Are you going to, for example, teach the women how to fish better? Are you going to protect gender rights within the lake? Are you going to improve on marine transport? Are you going to improve on ecosystem services that are causing pollution within the urban cities? So as we focus on the soft sides of these interventions, our politicians want hard infrastructure, hardware. They want to cut ribbons. They think conferences are becoming excessively exorbitant and are not adding value. So we appreciate that institutional strengthening is important, but there must be something to carry home. And that is where probably governments can co-fund development partners in some of the interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that useful contribution. Yes, Evika, go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting observation. First, Uganda is the beneficiary country of the project, even if it's landlocked, because it has a large water body, which is Lake Victoria, and you know, that lake is bigger than some of the small seas in the world. So, you know, it is beneficiary. But interesting observation say that blue economy is a new old wine in a new bottle. It is. Why? Because the old bottle is broken. So we need new bottle to put wine that will not break in the future. Why is old bottle broken? Because you mentioned exploitation of resources. And in many of these coastal and marine and lake activities, exploitation of resource was the only objective. And the result was deterioration of environment and impoverishment and poverty of the people. This new bottle is aiming at changing this paradigm. Whatever economic activity is taking place in certain coastal or marine area or river basin or lake area, of course, the economic growth is one of the objectives. Without it, there's no point in taking anything. But in addition to that, environments have to keep their integrity. In Lake Victoria case, the fisheries, it should be sustainable, because in many areas of the world, in many seas, fisheries is not sustainable. So that is not blue economy. It is ocean or marine economy, but not blue economy. Or it is lake economy when you don't care how much fish you're going to have tomorrow. Blue economy aims at keeping the integrity of ecosystem. That's the second objective. And the third objective, the local communities have to be benefactors of the blue economy. And very often they have been excluded in the old bottle economy. In the new bottle economy, which we call blue economy, you know, local communities have to benefit. I will give you one example also, tourism. Very often coastal tourism is considered as the blue economy in general. Even in European Union reports, when you read reports on blue economy, you see coastal tourism as the blue economic activity. But it's not true, because not all benefits, not all coastal tourism can be considered as the blue or sustainable tourism. I will tell you one example. In my country, I will not say which one, they made calculation, it's heavily tourism country, 52% of the tourism income is going abroad, is being repatriated to other countries. So is it blue economy? It's not, but it's coastal tourism. So this is the paradigm shift that this whole initiative to introduce and transform coastal and marine lake river basin economies into blue economies is about. That's the new bottle.
Thank you so much, Evika, for that insightful additional point. Do we still have more suggestions? Okay. Thank you. I think our Q&A section is over. Thank you very much, Evika, and to all of you participants. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for the valuable contributions that will help us to strengthen the project for submission for the JEF funding. At this moment, without taking much time, we would like to invite the director of the UNDP Regional Service Center, Dr. Matthias Knapp, to give us his reflection and appraisal of this project. Welcome, Director.
Thank you very much, Praise. I was listening to the comments, and I thought I was back in my graduate school class, because a lot of the comments we got from the floor were really very instructive. Let me recognize, of course, the director, my friend and brother Nyambe, from the AUC Commission, and of course, to all the distinguished colleagues, friends from different member states. I think this is an important project, and as my brother presented, I would like to know from all of you if you really think this project will mean well in support of our common objective of trying to design and get the right new bottle. And if you agree with everything that has been said here, can we show by a clap of hands, please? It's not loud enough. So am I right to conclude that you all are in favor of this project that was presented, and with your comments, that your comments will be taken into consideration to update the project document? Let me also commit that on behalf of UNDP, we will make sure that all your comments are reflected in the document, because I like the analogy of the old wine in a new bottle. And I think it is our collective responsibility to ensure that this new bottle is really well designed so that it doesn't break, as you were saying. And so the new bottle economy, which is our blue economy, is actually what this project seeks and aims to accomplish. My reflections are very few. First and foremost, I think that this project is going to open more doors in terms of financing I think that this project was also going to help us coordinate better, especially in terms of harmonizing policies. But I think the most part of the work is on us in our respective countries to ensure that beyond the project deadline, that we don't go back to the old bottle mentality, that together with our communities, from the policy domain, that is with our government, through the technical ministries, to our community leaders and community beneficiaries, that we also have some type of behavior change that can really sustain the benefits that this project would have introduced into our communities. So that is my personal reflection, and I think that the commitment that I am giving to all of you is that all the comments that were raised, from coordination to financing to ensuring that targeted beneficiaries and outcomes are actually accomplished through this project, we will make sure that these comments are reflected in the project document. And as my colleague also mentioned, there is a possibility of the next phase, and I think that should also be one of our collective objectives. So once again, let's hear you clap in support of the validation of this project. It's not loud enough, so thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nab, and thank you, Evika. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank ourselves. Thank you very much for your contributions and all the suggestions that you have made to make this project a very successful one. At this moment, I just want you to give yourself a round of applause to thank you all. So let's clap for ourselves for all the contributions, the attention, and everything that we have done to make this session a successful one. Thank you so much.
Seguimos agora então para a sessão 2, a domesticação de acordos ambientais multilaterais, e vai ser moderadora Ashet Dachin.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for the AUC and the UNDP team to present us the GF Baby project. And I hope the comments given will be taken seriously and will contribute also on the coming process. And now I want to call the panels, Dr. Madeline, Linda, and we have 3, isn't it? Yes. Please come to the stage, and since the program is a bit congested, we are going to focus on these are, we are sorry, the Jared from Nairobi Convention. I think there is a new shift, maybe. I don't know. Originally, it was Nairobi Convention, which was there, and I'm not surprised by new partner, Baraka. Anyway, we'll try to manage the new event. I'm going to focus on domestication of policies and strategies with multilateral environment. So I would like to see your reflection according to your organization, specifically focusing on ocean governance, climate, and aquatic biodiversity. How you, I will start with Dr. Madeleine, to tell us in a short, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Eshete. At UNDP, we do some work on implementation of multilateral environmental agreements. If I may maybe quickly go through the ones we are really active with. We do have, for instance, on climate, we have NDCs, nationally determined contributions to Paris Agreement. And I'm sure across Africa, each country is aware and is doing work on implementation of the Paris Agreement. We do have national NDCs, and UNDP has programs through our country offices where we have NDCs, national staff who are really supporting governments to accelerate the implementation of the agreement. And then when we come to biodiversity treaty, we have a CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, where actually we're working even with the African Union to make sure that we do more in terms of developing programs around transboundary biodiversity conservation. Well, with what is related to blue economy, I want to mention our work on BBNJ. We are currently supporting 30 countries across the world. 20 of them are from Africa to access financing from the Global Environment Facility to ratify and implement the BBNJ agreement. In Africa, we have countries like Angola, Uganda, Ghana, etc. In Africa, I think, as I said, we have about 18 countries under that program. In addition to that, we also support the implementation of the law of the sea, where we support different programs on large marine ecosystems. Yesterday, you heard from the Benguela Current Convention Secretariat. We have a project with them that brings together South Africa, Namibia, and Angola. And then when you look at African small island developing states, we also have a program there that brings all of them together to coordinate and do some on-ground work on a sustainable blue economy transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madeleine. My brother Ibukan from IOC UNESCO, could you tell us the experience and why the adoption process is slow with regard to member state adoption and regional level? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, and good morning again, colleagues. I will start with a very simple proposition. And as many speakers already alluded to yesterday and today, that as a continent, we are not bereaved of agreements or treaties. I think we just have a kind of what I can call a transition or translation or gap. That is the distance between these global commitments and the real implementation on the ground, like you've mentioned. And to our understanding, we believe that it's a discontinuity in governance chain. That is looking at the normative side of things, the alignment of national policies and law, including regulations, and then the institutions that are supposed to do the groundwork. And most importantly, the operational side of things, that is the budgeting, the people that should do the work, the data systems, that should lead to the change that we want. And as an institution, we are continuing to work with member states, particularly on the governance aspect of things. For example, if we look at the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, the IOC has been recognized as the international organization in charge of ocean science research under Part 13, and for technology transfer under Part 14 of the convention itself. And this frame is really important because we are not a treaty secretariat, and we do not work on compliance and enforcement, but we have a unique position within the implementation space where we work with member states to use ocean science, ocean policy, ocean observation to drive implementation on the ground. Again, when we look at the BBNJ agreements, this makes it even more urgent. Now that this has entered into force, it is no longer a distant reality for the continent, but actually something that the parties need to really accelerate on. So in terms of BBNJ, when we look at the 4 pillars from the transfer of marine technology to EIA, to the area-based management tools, we know that these are very science-intensive operations that needs, of course, support at national, at global and regional level for ocean science and policy. At the same time, we cannot really identify or design or build marine protected areas without knowing the underlying, the baseline to design such. And we cannot trace the genetic resources in the high sea, even when we don't have the basic data systems or monitoring system to do that. And that is why the work of IOC becomes indispensable in this area. At the same time, for the CBD and the Kumi-Montreal framework, we are contributing directly to the implementation of biodiversity smart spatial planning at national and regional level. I would also like to touch upon briefly on some of the security treaties declaration that we have on the continent, even though IOC is not a national navy or we don't enforce, but we understand that security also begins with knowledge. So that does not mean that, we have to recognize that ocean observation is also ocean safety. Ocean early warning system also relates to livelihood. So this scientific endeavor can also be likened to some sort of preventive maritime security infrastructure moving forward. But lastly, I think the implementation constraint actually is about the fragmentation. So multilateral environmental agreements are often implemented in silo at national level. We have different focal points for different multilateral environmental agreements. We have different reporting lines. We have different projects coming up and down. So that makes the implementation a bit vertical. That is from agreement to agreement. And if we are to implement or govern the ocean sustainably, it has to be on an horizontal implementation where we move across the environment to fisheries, to security, to culture, to science. And we are not seeing this happening. So we have to continue to work and encourage our member states to have this kind of holistic approach to the implementation of the agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda, my sister, there are multilateral environmental agreements in different departments of the African Union Commission, even different places, like forestry, climate, blue economy. I know you will be more specific to the blue economy, but also tell us what will be the best for AUC to manage coordinated multilateral environmental agreements, in spite you are doing also this one.
Thank you, my brother, Dr. Ishete, and good morning once again. Like you've rightly put it, there's a lot of fragmentation, and Dr. Bikun, my brother, has already addressed that. So at the African Union's commissions, we have different multilateral environment agreements, courts across different departments. Of course, there's the issue of limited coordination, not lack of coordination. So on that front, we are moving forward to ensure that we increase the coordination, not just within the commission level, but also across different international organizations. And on the blue economy front, already Director Hassan has alluded to that yesterday, where we've supported about 27 countries on the domestication of their blue economy strategies. Of course, we didn't do that in silo. We did that with support from AU-IBA. And also, as Madeleine has stated, with UNDP, we are developing a couple of projects to support member states to domesticate the implementation of the blue economy strategy. But beyond that, also on the African Charter on Maritime Security, the Lome Charter, it's the baby of the AUC, although ratification has been quite slow. We've had only 3 countries that have ratified the instruments, and this is spearheaded by our sister departments, Political Affairs, Peace and Security. And we are working in coordination with the departments to ensure that we get more member states to ratify the instrument so that it can enter into force. It's been a very long process, but we are also doing our best to get to where we want to. And we are also on the Convention of Biological Diversity and the Montreal Protocol. We have enhanced the capacity of the African Group of Negotiators on CBD and other related MEAs to advance the common African position and speaking in one voice. And we've had this done through the Multilateral Environment Agreements projects that has been spearheaded by AUC and UNEP and is funded by the European Commission. And we have also supported and enhanced the capacity of young negotiators, and also to ensure that Africa has a common position on the international forums. We've also operationalized the African Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, and we are also working on implementing of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in collaboration, of course, with the regional economic communities and also the scientific bodies and other international organizations. And on this note also, it's good to note that the Commission had its first ever biodiversity summit in 2025 that brought together member states and regs. And we are also very strong on advocacy and knowledge sharing, because we know most of these instruments are out there, but there's limited knowledge from member states and regs. We take, for instance, the new baby in town, the BBNJ, and it entered into force very quickly because there was an aggressive and intentional force to ensure that there's transfer of knowledge. Capacity building workshops were held, especially across the Eastern and Southern Africa, where we had collaboration with the Nairobi Convention and IUCN on building the capacity of member states and transferring knowledge on what the BBNJ instrument is and what it's going to be doing for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My sister Baraka from IUCN. I know you are doing some on BBNJ, but a little bit more you can tell us.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Ishete. And I'm not that new to this panel. You know, there's a bit of identity crisis going on. So with IUCN, we were extremely proud to support the Biodiversity Summit because nature and people are really the 2 biggest assets that Africa has to offer the world. I don't know if, maybe the IT can just kind of project some of the slides as I speak to give a bit of a visual background. I really want to already at the outset preface, for those who don't know, IUCN is the world's largest environmental membership union, consisting of both governments and NGOs and civil society. And as such, it is not an NGO, but lies kind of at the middle and can broker those very important conversations. And we have been offering a suite of different options and support to countries on the path to ratification of the BBNJ agreements. These include one dedicated project for the Eastern and Southern Africa region, which focuses on 4 main pillars. One is raising awareness. The second is on supporting institutional consolidation on demand, both at national level and at regional level, so countries can come to us and tell us what are their needs, whether it is to host a workshop that brings together all the different ministries, whether it is the need for a legal expert who can advise on rationalizing documents for submission to Parliament. The third pillar of that project is on consolidating regional cooperation, because we were given very strict instructions from the Africa Group of Negotiators in New York that we should not, in any circumstance, fall into the trap of breaking the unity of the Africa Group. And there is really a need to ensure that what's happening in New York is linked with what's happening on the ground, and all the different ministries and partners are well involved. And the fourth part of that project is on strengthening the science policy interface. Now, in addition to this, we have received the support of the European Commission to set up what's known as a technical assistance facility on BBNJ, so countries can apply for technical assistance, and with a turnaround time of 6 weeks, that technical assistance is offered. We also are the Secretariat for the High Ambition Coalition, which is being co-led by Palau, Seychelles, and the European Commission, to raise ambition and universalization of the BBNJ agreement. In addition to this, we're also providing negotiation support because it is not over yet. The first conference of parties of the BBNJ agreement will take place in January, and we need the Africa Group to arrive there present, not just on the process or on the form of the agreement, but also on the scientific substance of the agreement. And here, one of the things that is extremely important to highlight is that the Africa Group, together with the SIDS and Latin American countries, has been instrumental in making sure that the BBNJ agreement enshrines that most sacred of principles, which is the common heritage of humankind. And the final thing that we are also doing is really on the BBNJ Centers of Excellence. We have run a baseline exercise on what is the scientific readiness of Africa to implement the BBNJ agreement. Countries like South Africa and Morocco are outstanding, and Nigeria are outstanding as having advanced capabilities. But we found out that there are experts on marine biotechnology who are actually leading research in Africa, but affiliated to non-African organizations, so there's a need for partnerships. There are vessels, there's a need for different types of policy instruments. For instance, in Mauritius, one of the things that is being developed at the moment is a hydrography bill. So all of these things come together on the IUCN support. And if you can just go to the last slide, I just want to show the photos.
We have a limited time, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me just conclude very, very quickly, which is that what we need this assembly to do is really to start supporting the preparations for the first COP, but also to be mindful of the implementation, which includes the maritime security dimension. And here we're working with UNODC and AI2 on that dimension, but also the blue economy links to science. So if there's an opportunity to come back, Ibukun and I can talk more about this. Thank you.
Okay, there is only 2 minutes. I know UNDP has on Jeff. We need to conclude. 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. I want to let member states here present know that UNDP, UNEP, and FAO are encouraging countries to submit letters of request to access the financing from Global Environment Facility to support them to start the ratification process. And those who have ratified the treaty, we can support you to access financing to start the implementation of the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to give a hand because I'm pressed by the coordinators. The time is out. The message that we have here is avoid fragmentation, strengthen continental coordination for multilateral environment, have one voice for a continent, for Africa, in the global issue, show what value these multilateral environmental agreements give for member states. Why member states is not adopting? Because we don't, If they don't see any benefits, they will not adopt it. So let us show what the value of these agreements. Knowledge management and capacity building are the critical issue raised here. We thank you very much. Okay. Group family photo.
Daqui a pouco vamos abordar a terceira sessão, que terá como tema a promoção dos produtos azuis, com moderação de Obina Onisi. Entretanto, vamos fazer uma ligeira pausa, muito curta, e já estaremos de volta.
Venho falar, meu irmão, de um tempo sem guerra, de um tempo de paz, sem ódios nos olhos, sem armas na mão. O povo na rua, qualquer seja a cor, festeja, sorrir. A completa união, Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração.
Eu venho falar, meu irmão, das pedras dos rios, dos peixes do mar, da força da terra que faz renascer a nova certeza, Angola mudar, festeja, sorrir, a completa união.
Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração.
A completa
Eu venho falar, meu irmão, do tempo sem guerra, do tempo de paz, sem ódio nos olhos, sem armas na mão. O povo na rua, qualquer seja a cor, festeja sorrindo a completa união.
Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda ao Cunene, mãos dadas, Angola, Angola no coração. parar um carro de praça, ansioso em ver meu amor. Chofer de praça então reclamou quando lhe disse que meu bem morava no subúrbio. Ei, tempo chuvoso no subúrbio não vou, pois sou chofer de praça e não parqueio. Então implorei, peço ao senhor chofer, leve-me então por favor. Ela não tem culpa de morar no subúrbio. Enquanto a chuva é obra da natureza, enquanto a chuva é obra da natureza. Yeah. Então chofer, dominado por mim, da borracha puxou, atravessando lagoa. E quando eu olhei pro relógio e lhe pedi que colocasse o acelerador ao tapete, então chofer trombudo respondeu: se quer ver seu amor atravessar a lagoa a pé, não vou partir o meu popô só porque você quer dar show, dar show. Não vou partir o meu popô, não. Então chofer trombudo respondeu: se você quer ver seu amor atravessa a lagoa a pé, não vou partir, não vou o meu popô, não vou partir não, só porque você quer dar show.
Zaje, 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 salapinga. Zaje na mutula mwene, salapinga. Zaje kakina kayoke, salapinga. Zaje mukaji ya mala, salapinga. Yeah, oh, salapinga. Salapinga.
Se wangambe wanga wame ungibeke wa Santana. Se wangambe wanga wami ungibeke wa Santana. Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wa jebelani kasokawa Mushima Oh Mushima Oh Mushima Mushima, oh Mushima, oh Mushima, Se wangambe wanga wami, yeah, ungibeke wa Santana, Se wangambe wanga wami, yeah. Ungibeke wa Santana, oh. Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wajibilani kasoka Mushima, oh Mushima, oh Mushima, yeah, yeah, Mushima, oh Mushima, oh Mushima. Zero, zero. Se wangambe wanga wami, yeah, ungibeke wa Santana. Se wangambe wanga wami, yeah, yeah, ungibeke wa Santana, yeah. Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wajibilani kasoka Mushima, oh Mushima, oh Mushima. Yeah. onda subiu, é porque estou triste. Valeu, Cota, grande trabalho, que Deus o tenha. Vamos nessa. Mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandilanquesa quem das amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandilanquesa quem das amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém. Yeah. Assobio meu, assobio meu, assobio meu, é pra esquecer meus pensamentos. Assobio meu, assobio meu, assobio meu, assobio meu, é pra esquecer meus pensamentos. Isso agora é contigo. Nada de aliviar. Tá bom. Não alivia. Yeah. Mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandila que sequindos amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandila que sanguindos amém. Suja, marabu. So that's what I'm talking about. I just go fast.
Tienu Gandala kishika maboba nangita mioni soso Umweyo utopia Nungile lioswa mushima Endeleno maka makudia Zambi mukibela kietu watu jimbi kiangana moyo pale sanga kizua mwadi wanu oswadi muna mwene makamba ujimbe kunujipange jami jama Gandala mio kitaritienu Gandala kishika maboba nangita mio nisoso Omwenyo hii utopia Nungile lioso mshima Tendeleno makamakudia Zambi mukibela
Sejam todos bem-vindos de volta. Vamos, por favor, tomar os nossos assentos. Mesdames et messieurs, on va recommencer notre activité. Asseyez-vous, s'il te plaît. Antes de passarmos para a terceira sessão, que tínhamos prometido, sobre a promoção dos produtos azuis, que terá a moderação do Sr. Obima Onizi, nós vamos apresentar antes a visão geral de instrumentos ambientais voltados ao conhecimento e à preservação dos oceanos. Tema este que nos será apresentado por um especialista em políticas marítimas, políticas marinhas, o Dr. Maximiliano Bello, da Blue Marine Foundation.
Muito obrigado. Estou muito grato pela oportunidade de falar com todo você em Angola e por la oportunidade do Ministério das Pescas por o convite. I'm going to change to English now. I want to thank everyone, and in particular the Ministry of Fisheries. I'm Maximiliano Bello. I'm the specialist on marine protected areas of Blue Marine Foundation, an international organization working around the globe to help countries to get to the 30% of protection, which is the objective of the United Nations Convention for Biodiversity. I'm from Chile, so I'm from the other side of the world, but also I'm bringing you some stories that probably will resonate with Africa, with all of you. So I think I have the... Where should I point it? Do I need to point it somewhere specific? Okay. I'm going to start with something very basic, but it's important for us to remember. And I hear a lot of presentations, a lot of speeches about economy, about blue economy. But we need to remember we're in a universe that where we have not found another planet like this. This blue planet have all the conditions for us to thrive, to live here, thanks to the ocean. We have the capacity, we have the privilege to live with some of the biggest animals ever existed. in the world. This is a humpback whale. We also live in the same planet with the blue whales and many other animals, other life that we need to consider. And we have the opportunity, like never before had, to actually do better to the planet because we have the information, which we didn't have it before. We did not know that the ocean also can be in danger. We thought it was an infinite place to keep taking fish for maintaining an economy, for maintaining business for as long as we wanted, to keep throwing trash in it, but it's also affected, and we are affecting it. This is the Prime Minister of Tonga, by the way, a place that also received the whales from Antarctica, and I will talk more about it. We have the different issues. The pollution, as you know, plastic is the most known typical conversation about the pollution. We have the climate change, of course, that is creating or changing the conditions of this planet, as we know. The ocean is getting warmer because of it's basically taking the temperature out of the atmosphere. And we have the overfishing. This is a picture of the biggest fleet on Earth on tuna. It's the Equatorian fleet, which is fishing mainly in the Pacific, but it's affecting also all of us when we take so much from the ocean. And we have new ideas that we are hoping they will not move forward, like deep sea mining. We need to think better how we're treating this planet before we continue damaging the ocean. Most of us knows the tuna like this. You go to a supermarket, you get a can of tuna, but that tuna, to get there, needs the condition in the ocean for us to finally eat it. This is a tuna I had the opportunity to swim with, a bigger animal than myself that came to see me, to look at me. I was diving and came to see, like, what are you doing here? Who are you? These are very curious animals too, but we don't know much about them. This change of how we view things have to do with people like Sylvia Earle. Sylvia Earle is a very well-known scientist, oceanographer, which I used to work with and I still work with. She's about to become 90 years old and still diving. I would invite you to follow her and to see what she does too. This is wildlife. Most of you would not expect to be served in the plate with a leopard. No, I took this picture just a couple weeks ago in Kenya. But we are expecting to maybe be served with sharks or shark soup, fin soup, or tuna, or any other thing. We have a different view about the ocean. We see the ocean as only a place where we can take from. We used to, for example, hunt birds, you know, and we almost finished with a lot of species of birds. In Great Britain, in UK, for example, now it's a massive, business to see actually the birds, but used to be hunted just to eat them. We can change. We change things. Whales used to be a major commodity, and now have changed. There are more whales now than when when you born. We have changed our relation with the whales. Why not to change in many other ways with the ocean? Species like this have been in the ocean for millions of years, and we are still trying to understand who they are, what they're doing, and what they are important also for us. I took this picture in Galapagos, but there are also hammerheads in here, everywhere, in the current of Benguela, etc. Places like this is Fakarava in the French Polynesia, are the ocean as it was 50 years ago. It should be full of sharks. Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. What happened there? Who's taking the sharks? The European Union, by taking for a long time all the sharks that don't even pay for it? How do we change the dynamics of this remaining of colonizing sort of form of relation between us and other countries? We need to change that. And also the friends of Bob Sponge, you can find them in the ocean too. Of course, Patrick. And the ocean have an incredible capacity of also recover when we give a space to it. And we have the opportunity, we have the enabling conditions. This is the president of France and the president of, former president of Chile. Chile was the second country to ratify the BBNJ agreement. We have now an agreement that we've been working for years to get, which is covering almost 50% of the planet. Over 60% of the ocean is in the high seas. And now we finally have the opportunity to have a frame that would help us to protect. For years, for decades, few countries have been able to take from the ocean, from the high seas, as much as they wanted with few, if no, rules at all. We have also a WTO, agreement too, which is incredible to have. We have now the capacity to change the subsidies. Subsidies of rich countries have been making them able to take from the ocean. And we have now, and this have changed just recently, but we have now an agreement also of 30 by 30. 30% of the ocean should be protected. And this is very simple. If you go to the cash machine, don't expect to continue taking money if you are not putting money in the bank. We need to invest in the ocean. We can't just keep talking about blue economy as basically business as usual. If we don't change our relation, if we don't invest in conservation, there's no blue economy. We can't just keep the names on things and expecting that are gonna work like always have. Now, Chile have created a new expansion of marine protected areas that is allowing us to get to the 10%. A little bit later from that objective that it was the previous objective, but we have now 10% of the ocean of the planet protected. But it's important to remember the quality. Scientists have said it. We need to create highly and fully marine protected areas. It's not just about creating a line in the ocean and saying this is protected, but still industrial fishing can go in, or deep sea mining, or anything else. It needs to be well protected. We need to give space to nature so nature can thrive, so we can thrive too. This is a very simple idea. If in the past we had this, the present is going more like this. Remember, 90% of the fishing stocks are currently under pressure, overfish, or collapse. If you do a fully protected area, this is what you're gonna get. The only way that you can bring back nature is by giving a space, but the necessary space. This is in Africa. This is in Bamisi, Mozambique. It was one of the most incredible places I have ever dove in my life. And it's a very complex area where the people are in trouble. And even though some of the poorest communities I've ever seen are still protecting this place. Very poor communities who understood by protecting, by keeping these places, they will have fish for longer. And there are many other places like this in Africa, for sure. Not only Mozambique. Remember that whales, fish, and others don't know about anything related with frontiers. They don't, they might born in some places. They might born in Mozambique. They might born in Angola. But then they need to go to Antarctica. They need to go and feed in Antarctica. So I want you to see this. We put satellite tags. I worked on this for years. This is Chile. This is a blue whale being in Patagonia, going through Chile, going through Peru, going to Ecuador, and going to Galapagos. One whale crossing 3 countries. And then these countries did what? They actually got together and they start protecting a whole ecosystem together. This is exactly what Africa can also do. You have Galapagos, you have many other areas, and we have then, of course, other areas in Latin America. Latin America is currently the leader on marine protection, and I believe that Africa can do the same. These are areas Mexico, Brazil have created big marine protected areas, and they're working on new ones. Look at this area here. It's Revillagigedo in Mexico, and you see the area is protected and it's respected. And also it's respected because there are more fish, bigger tuna around this area. This area is creating bigger, better quality of tuna to then take it. So marine protected areas are not for no take. Yes, you can take them inside, but then they move out. And so marine protected areas can be extremely useful. This is the situation in Chile and now in Latin America, and in Chile we have now the expansion of some different areas. All the governments of the Pacific put together a declaration that they signed to create new marine protected areas in the Pacific side, from Canada down to Patagonia, or from Patagonia up to there. In Juan Fernandez, where there's these seals, endemic seals in Chile, we had the opportunity then to create this massive marine protected areas, which is almost 1 million kilometers square of protection. This is the second biggest no-take marine protected area on Earth. And this is Chile, a massive fishing country, a developing country, like many of your countries can do. This is the former president who created the area with the community. The area was proposed by the fishermen, and we were there to help, basically. I don't know if we're going to have enough
Se esconde una maravilla de
but this
aislamiento
is
y
about
evolución. Las
the
islas de Juan
creation of this
Fernández y
protected
Desventuradas,
area. It's a spectacular
donde
place,
más del
highest
60% de los
endemisms
peces
of
costeros
crustacean,
no existen
mollusks, and
en
fish
ningún
on
otro
Earth.
lugar del planeta. Bosques nubosos se alzan
A
sobre
community
las
of
costas
1,000 people
escarpadas.
who are fishermen,
Las ricas
basically,
corrientes de Humboldt
who push
nutren este
us
mosaico
to
único
help,
de
and we
coloridos
push
habitantes
on the
y abundante
government
vida
to
marina.
create this area.
Hoy celebramos un momento histórico. Bajo el liderazgo del presidente Gabriel
So
Boric,
this area is
acaba de
about
expandir el parque
500
marino Juan Fernández en más de 190.000 kilómetros cuadrados
miles
y
away
amplió
from
el parque
the
marino
islands are
Nazca
500
desde
miles
Doradas
away.
a la
It's where
impresionante
Robinson
isla de
Crusoe, the real Robinson
440.000
Crusoe, actually
kilómetros
lived.
cuadrados, con casi 1 millón de kilómetros cuadrados de océano.
We're going to keep
ahora
going
bajo
so I can finish
estricta
the
protección.
presentation. I think I
Esta
have
es una de
less
las redes de
time
santuarios
than
marinos
20.
más grandes del planeta. Desde
But I
vibrantes
had
jardines de
20,
esponjas y
so-
actinias y antiguos corales negros
And
que se extienden hacia las
now I've been
profundidades
taking,
azules,
let's keep
ballenas,
going the next,
vibriolas, tiburones, lobos finos y un sinfín de especies tienen ahora un refugio donde
can we
prosperar
move to
por
the next
generaciones.
slide, please? Yeah.
En el enorme océano Pacífico Sur se esconde
next
una
slide.
maravilla de aislamiento y evolución. Las islas de Juan Fernández y Desventuradas.
And then we need to remember we are connected. This country, Namibia, South Africa, and the world, it's connected with Antarctica. And what is happening, for example, in Antarctica, the lack of movement on protection of Antarctica, the increasing of the krill fishing in Antarctica is affecting and will affect Africa and will affect the world if we don't do anything. I had another video. We're going to pass it. I can show it another time for you. Next one. You can go the next slide if you want. This is currently Africa. This is 10 years of fishing. We have very little space for protection, but we can do it. It is important we think about the future, and the only way that you need to think about the future is that we also need to protect that future. These are animals that live, I took this actually in Africa too. They're incredible fauna, but they're incredible ecosystem where many people live from. By protecting the ocean, you are not just protecting these animals, you're protecting the communities that live out of it. And many big fishing interests from European Union and other places, they are taking on this. They are taking your livelihoods, they are taking also the possibility of you living for the future. So I invite you to think about how marine protected areas, as my kids, two of my kids, are now pretty much marine biologists, and they're working on that too. You can do it too, everyone can do it, because we need to think about this only future we have. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos então ao especialista em políticas marinhas da Blue Marine Foundation, o Dr. Maximiliano Belo. E agora sim, vamos para a terceira sessão. Convido agora o moderador Obima Onizi para nos apresentar a promoção dos produtos azuis.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, the moderator, the director, my brother and my good friend, Dr. Nyambe, the other participants, distinguished colleagues, speakers and partners. My name is Mr. Obina Anozie. I'm here to moderate the session 3 today. Permit me to invite my speakers, lovely speakers who have everything in that team. I want to commend the AUC who put this team. Please, can you come up, the speakers who have everything in that team? We have the baristas, we have Gen Zs, we have the Alpha, the Gen Alpha, international experts, and regional experts too. So can you please give them the loudest round of applause, please? So you can see what I mean. You see the way they are. Good. Who is missing? Okay, that's fine. So ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Without wasting much time, I think Ezekiel is missing. Ezekiel Allen, where are you? Yeah, and in so doing, we have sub-national representative, we have national representative, we have regional and global representatives in this group. So, but let me start by framing this session, which is on promoting blue products. You know, what we mean by blue products in this session is refers to goods and services that come from or are enabled by Africa's ocean, sea coasts, lakes, rivers, and inland water systems, as defined in the Africa Blue Economy strategy. And then in order not to waste time, to guide this session, our main objective is to get out the issues that surround these blue products. And in doing so, we have structured 6 questions that will be handled by each of the participants. And let me not go through the questions, but when I mention them and I'll call on the person who is going to address it, you will hear more about that. So I will start but before we go into the questions, if you are in accordance with the agenda, you will see that we have an interactive session where we are going to x-ray the institutional perspective. And then in doing so, like I mentioned before, we go through subnational, national, and global perspective in this area. So permit me in doing so to call on Barrister Barbara. Please introduce yourself and go straight. But before we start, I would like to let you know they've cut the timing for this session like 3 times. So instead of 4 or 5 minutes, I will give each of you 1 or 2 minutes. Just go to the key, to the key aspect of the question so that nobody will ring bell for us to leave the stage. So, Barrister Barbara, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Barbara Awor. I work with the Council of Governors in Kenya. And the Council of Governors is an intergovernmental institution within Kenya that supports the subnational governments. Right? Subnational governments, in our case, is the 47 county governments. And I believe all of us come from a subnational government. We either come from a state, a province, or counties in our case, for instance. So I bring the perspective of Kenya's 47 subnational governments because in our governance systems, the blue economy isn't necessarily decided in a ministry boardroom in Nairobi. It is decided on a beach, on a jetty, or at the fish market. That's where policy either becomes a reality or real income for the communities or stays a paragraph in a strategy document. In that case, Kenya's devolved system of governance gives coastal and lake counties direct constitutional mandate or authority over fisheries, lake markets, and economic planning. That authority has translated into something concrete, like a community-led mangrove conservation project that turned blue economy into direct income for local communities or local households on one of the first of its kind in the world. We refer to it as Mikoko Pamoja. That's what happens when subnational governments has both the mandate and proximity to make blue economy a value for real ordinary people. At the Council of Governors, our role has been to close the gap between the national framework and county reality. Through the Blue Economy and Fisheries Joint Sector Working Groups and the multi-sectoral technical committees on carbon markets, for instance, we have pushed to ensure counties aren't just implementers of national policy, but shape it both until it's finalized. The lessons from every one of these engagements is the same. Integration works when subnational government is at the table from the start and not consulted after the framework is already signed. So for us, and I am a subnational government and devolution and decentralization advocate, so in a nutshell, that's what I would like to say for now in terms of institutional frameworks and governance system in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So from subnational, let's also look at the national level, what obtains in terms of promoting blue products. And I will call Mr. Allen Ezekiel from Liberia to give us a kind of a peek into what happens at national level. Ellen,
thank you so much. So in Liberia, it's relatively new for us, and much attention is being given to aggressively expanding the fisheries and aquaculture sector in Liberia. So some of the things that we've initiated particularly under the Integrated Fisheries Sector Strengthening Project, which is being supported by OPEC. We are currently constructing or about to construct an industrial aquaculture farm. And that facility is going to serve as a hub through which aquaculture can be expanded. As you all may know or may not know, aquaculture has a very huge potential, and it is something that has the capacity to provide increasingly greater amount of jobs for young people, not just in Liberia, but across the region. Another thing we also trying to do with the World Bank support project, we are constructing a clay hatchery, a hatchery for production of fingerlings, broodstocks, among other things. One of the challenges we've seen in the expansion of the aquaculture sector in Liberia particularly is access to feed and fingerlings. So how can we be able to mitigate such challenge is by creating the enabling environment that will provide farmers or will-be farmers access to these opportunities. We also going to construct a fisheries processing center. How can we be able to transform some of the value addition products into what we get from fish? It's not just going to be about fish. How can we then produce fish oil and ingredients, fertilizer from the waste of the fish, and some of these other things into the sector? So these are some of the things we are doing in Liberia to see how best we can be able to aggressively expand the aquaculture sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fish production value chain in perspective at national level from Liberia. And then let's also escalate it, let's take it up, upscale it to a regional level. And I will call Dr. Stella Mbambazi. Stella, against all odds, you came. Thank you very much for the passion, determination, and the progress in this area.
Thank you, Obina.
So let's hear from you, please.
Thank you, Obina. Yeah, I think when we come to the regional level, we are looking at COMESA, which is the largest regional economic community in Africa, among the 7 regional economic communities of Africa. So COMESA has close to 21 member states, but out of these 21 member states, we have 8 of them that are landlocked, and I think one of them has been here and they've given their intervention in Uganda, but of course they have the biggest sea in the land. Then we have 9 coastal countries as well as 4 island states. So when you look at this diversity, of course, blue economy is not only something that we look at as an economic generator, but as a regional integration issue when it comes to blue economy. So looking at the different diverse goods and services offered by blue economy, we cannot understate its value to increase regional integration. Clearly understanding that much of the trade that takes place within Africa or within our region actually is being shipped on these blue, resources. So generally, looking at the COMESA perspective, we look at how best can we move with targeted investments in strategic regional blue value chains. We are not taking on everything, but we are moving strategically. And of course, these include blue value chains like fisheries and aquaculture. It's very fundamental looking at its benefits, right, ranging from, of course, the job creation, the inclusivity that it brings on board, including women and youth. And of course, we are also looking at the development of blended blue trade corridors. We are no longer looking at trade corridors that are basically, transit goods, but how best can we blend in the others and bring that inclusivity, bring in the different investments, cold chains along the value chains, and of course, expanding the trade opportunities, because when we talk COMESA, we are talking trade. So how can we use blue economy to promote trade? So of course, basically this is being undertaken by harmonizing our policies. Out of the 21 member states, I'm proud to mention that at least 18 of our member states have their blue economy strategies. And of course, we've moved ahead to come along and develop policies in the different, blue value chains like fisheries, the AU supported policy framework and reform strategy, which we clearly very understand, and of course investing in resilient regional infrastructure and innovations like the OSBPs, the one-stop border posts, as well as building and inclusive regional blue value chains, which of course we've created a number of pipeline projects on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stella. Regional approach to regional investment in blue economy. Thank you for letting us know that. Now, from regional perspective, let's look at continental perspective. And then I'll call on Dr. Victor. Dr. Victor, please introduce yourself and then take one minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Victor Siamudala. I'm the country representative for World Fish in Zambia. As an introduction, World Fish is an international organization that generates evidence, innovation, and technology, and supports partnerships that facilitate sustainable growth of the blue economy for shared prosperity, and our focus is basically on aquatic food systems. Specific to the Africa program for World Fish, we believe that to unlock the economic potential of the blue economy, there is need for African governments with their partners to invest in building resilient, competitive, and inclusive value chains that are anchored on good science and innovation, including sustainable financing, particularly on women-led financing, and also to be able to produce more of high-quality blue products that are able to meet the standards of the different markets, both domestic and export markets, and also to leverage on the existing facilities that have been created by different regional economic bodies, because they're already there and they were created to enable trade and inter-regional collaboration, and there is need to actually maximize the benefits that can be generated from these specific instruments. We believe that we need to enhance sustainable production of blue foods within planetary boundaries so that we don't harm the environment. And then we also believe that there is need to improve on food safety, quality standards, and also certification, the issue of digital traceability, but particularly with our focus on small and medium enterprises, there is need to improve their entrepreneurial competencies, particularly transforming their mindsets to start looking at blue products as products that can enhance their businesses and generate more income. And in conclusion, we'd like to say that basically for the blue economy to grow in Africa, there is need for the private sector to realize that they are the drivers of that growth. Governments, regional economic bodies, and donors are there to create an enabling environment and also to provide catalyzing support. But the onus is more on the private sector to do that by designing and deploying business models that have got potential for profit, growth, and scaling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Private sector involvement, perhaps through public-private partnership arrangement. Thank you, Dr. Victor. Usman.
Thank you very much.
Can we take it global now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Go ahead.
So let me first start off by saying that this has been the most fun panel I've been part of. I've really enjoyed the conversations. And secondly, following Maximiliano's presentation, I kind of feel compelled to confess that I'm an economist, but I'm hopefully on the right side of things. So what I like about this panel discussion is that it brings up a practical issue about development. It asks, who creates the value? Where is that value captured? And who ultimately benefits? About last year, I was at the African Forum for Sustainable Development in Kampala, where President Museveni of Uganda challenged us with a question. And he asked the question, how is it that a country like Germany can become the biggest exporter of coffee but does not produce one bean? And this profound question has stayed with me for a long time. And I've been trying to solve how this happens, because the question is not only about coffee, the question is about how do you structure your economy, and it applies to the blue economy as well. So Africa may harvest the fish, we may produce seafood, we may produce aquaculture, manage lakes and coastal assets, but who processes the product? Who certifies it? Who provides the cold chain? Who owns the technology and data? who finances the enterprises, who controls the brand, the distribution network, and the final market. But it is a more important question. How much of that value remains in Africa, and how much of it are we exporting it out from a point of view of growth, jobs, and revenue? This is why UNDP is looking at this from a broader systems approach, rather than more of a project or a siloed approach. And we're asking a few questions. I think we might be asking the right questions now. So are we asking, are we only interested in increasing production, or are we asking where value is lost across the value chain? Are we asking how we promote blue products, or how do we build sustainable, competitive enterprises and regional markets around them? Are we asking how only whether finance is available, or why enterprises remain unfinanceable, and why our institutions, financial institutions, remain reluctant to find them, right? And then we're asking about participation of women and young people, but are we asking what's really stopping them from moving into processing, ownership, technology, exporting, and other higher value segments? And are we treating AFTA merely as a trade agreement, or as an opportunity to redesign production, logistics, services, and investment systems? From this point of view, we look at 4 types of shifts. And the idea really is, how do you shift the system? And the way you shift the system is you move from products to value chains. Secondly, you move from fragmented national activity to regional market systems. There's been a lot of talk about coordination here, but we really need to think about how we can use AFTA to leverage a lot of this fragmented national activity into much powerful regional markets. How do we move from isolated project to investment-ready pipelines? Well, of course, we need better project preparation, market intelligence, risk-sharing instruments, and targeted investments in the missing infrastructure and services that make value chains work. And finally, let's move beyond inclusion as participation only, and look at inclusion as economic upgrading. How do you restructure your economy and include people that become the dynamic part of Africa? And with that, I end.
Thank you very much, Usman. I think we are making progress. We have x-rayed the institutional perspectives on how we promote blue products in the context of blue economy in Africa. That is our specific questions on perspective. Now, we are going to the next session, which will be a question and answer interactive session, where I will be asking questions, and then they will be taking the question. And I think I want to start with what are the challenges? Because it's when you know your challenges, you now look at issues or strategies to address them. I will come back to you, Usman, and I would like you to help us address this question. What are the main constraints that prevent African countries and enterprises from capturing greater value from blue economy products? Please, 1 minute.
I'm going to try 45 seconds.
Okay, that's good.
I think the issue, again, is not about blue products. The issue really is about how much activity remains concentrated at a very low level, subsistence level, and at the bottom of the value chain. I think many enterprises, there's a lot of informality in Africa. It's very invisible. We don't even really know what is being harvested and how much, but we know that a lot of it is informal. But we're not moving to processing, aggregation, branding, certification, so forth. I think the second aspect is the enabling infrastructure and market systems. The enabling infrastructure is what drives people to come in and invest in value chains, right? There's a road that's connecting me to the market all of a sudden. There's electricity, there's internet connectivity, there's mobile phone. I can now risk investing. Third is finance is not reaching the enterprise it really needs to. The African economy, the real African economy, is informal, actually. And if you don't focus in on that, you're missing a big chunk of what could be transformation in the blue economy. The fourth is, has been said quite a bit, including about the GEF project, which is about the market and regulatory systems remain fragmented. But let me get, and I think I'm coming to my 5 more seconds. I think we have to kind of like then strengthen our enterprises. And so not only in terms of access to finance, but the skills and the market intelligence and the market connectivity that's needed to really get connected into value chains. And then whether you're connecting into national markets or regional markets or global markets, that capacity needs to be built. But let me stop.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Usman. Mr. Timekeeper, I think we are doing well, eh? Great. So I can give them 5 minutes each now. Okay, let me take it down to 2 minutes. Now, the next question is, and Ellen, I would like you to take this question, especially, paint a picture for us at national level on which blue economy value chain offer the strongest opportunities for regional trade, industrial development, job creation, and then enterprise growth. Mr. Timekeeper says you should make it in 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm going to be short. Thank you, Dr. Obina. I think some of my colleagues have even talked about aquaculture, cold chains, development, certifications, and some of these other things. At our local level, what we see is that aquaculture, amongst all of them, has the biggest potential, because what it does is that it provides direct employment, especially for those within the sector. It improves food security, and it contributes to livelihood. So, for example, in Liberia, we import around 30 upward million of fish and fisheries-related products to be able to service our population with a demand of over 180,000 tons. What it shows is that, and especially for aquaculture, we are producing around 500 tons. It shows that there is a huge gap that needs to be filled out. So with the right investment, like I mentioned, that we are constructing a hatchery, we are building an industrial aquaculture farms, all of these are going to help close that gap of importation. At the regional level, in most countries, we import tilapia, especially from China and other places. In as much that we are producing these species at a local level, but it's just small, how can we then upscale our production that we can be able to trade with each other? Lastly, before I close, one of the important things I think we need to take into consideration is certification. Some of my colleagues mentioned trading with, for example, the European Union. There are cumbersome certification requirements. How then we can build our institutions, especially laboratories, to be able to be situated to strongly certify these products that we produce? Doing value chain is one thing, but having the capacity and the certification requirements to be able to trade with your partner is something that must be given key consideration. So thank you. I will end on that note.
Thank you very much. Value chain, production, processing, trade, marketing, and now he has mentioned certification, which is also very important to capture the international market. And then talking about certification, can we move to another area in terms of trade, international trade or continental trade, where AFTA plays an important role? Dr. Stella, you are the AFTA we are seeing here for now. So can you help us, tell us how the AFTA can help unlock regional markets for blue economic products in practical terms?
Yeah,
1 minute.
Thank you very much,
A
Obina.
reminder.
Thank you very much, Obina. I will do my level best to fit within the 1 minute. But then when we talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are talking about the biggest market on the continent. I think, so looking at the privilege that this market actually offers, and just like I've said, we have 7 regional economic communities. We can't start at the continental level. But going regionally, we have these different blocks lined up with different countries, whereby it's very easy to actually come up with harmonized standards and trade and procedures. So I would like to say that the AFCTA, together with the different regional economic community trading instruments like the Conferência Free Trade Area, provide an avenue to actually come up with harmonized standards and trade procedures that can easily allow our blue products to actually, be traded continentally and explore the AFCTA market. But then also, in addition, is that the AFCTA, together with the regional trade instruments, give an opportunity to invest in regional trade infrastructure that like the one-stop border posts. We've seen where we have the one-stop border posts, trade is eased. So with that, I think we need to blend the AFCTA together with the regional instruments. And then just to also talk about the simplification of customs procedures and digitalization of trade documents. The AFCTA protocols provide for this, as well as the regional trade instruments. So this is something that is very fundamental. We need to reduce the trading time to ensure that we avoid the delays, and of course our blue products can easily trade on the continent. But then also allow me to draw on the submission.
Stella, please, can we finish? I've been wondering, we have only 2 or 3 minutes.
Finally, just to draw from the demand that has been presented by Liberia, we have countries that are actually producing a lot of fish. So using the AFCTA and the harmonized standards, I think we can leverage this and then substitute importation of the fish from international markets and then, capture our AFCTA.
Trade substitution. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Barrister Barbara, can you just give us 1 second? Is that allowed? 1 second. 1 second, legal perspective on this after, so that we can tie after up, because after is really very relevant in this discussion. If we produce and we don't market, it becomes, a liability to us. So please give us a way forward.
All right, thank you very much, Obina. I don't know how many of us have really thought about the promotion of blue products in the perspective of protection. I don't know whether you've looked at it from a rights perspective, right? Because under the AFCFTA, we have the Protocol on Intellectual Property. We have women groups, youth, coming up with great innovations on promoting blue products and having very good, there was a lady from Kenya, Fatuma, who actually produces some very good products. But my question was, when I got this question was, the barrister in me woke up. I'm like, are these people protected? Are their IP rights protected? So the AFCFTA Protocol on Intellectual Properties was adopted by the AU Assembly in February of 2023. And 8 annexes of that protocol were adopted in February of this year. However, no member state has actually adopted this protocol. We only need 22 member states to adopt this protocol. So we need to protect the innovations and the products that are emanating from member states, so that when they go to a financial institution, they know they are protected, they know the value of the products that they are producing. So for me as we are promoting blue products, please let us also look at it from an intellectual property rights perspective. That's why we are protecting our communities, the youth and the women who are actually coming up with these innovations and these products within the blue space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having mentioned women and youth in your intervention, I will shift to our Gen Z speaker here, Ms. Shamim, who will also let us know the specific barriers that prevent women and youth entrepreneurs from participating in high-value segments of blue economy value chain, and how can this be addressed?
Thank you so much.
Because you have not spoken just 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. This is how you forget Gen Zs, and then when they shout, you're like, oh, we forgot.
No, I've not forgotten. I didn't forget.
Anyway, I'm Shamim. I work with Hatch Blue. Hatch Blue is a VC global accelerator company where we invest in seafood and aquaculture, and particularly working on women in ocean food Africa, where you support women-led businesses across sub-Saharan Africa. And one of the biggest concerns or trends working with these women-led businesses across the continent is it is not the whole aspect of capability. It is about access. Do they have access to the finance? Because majority of these women, let me give you an example of a woman in Sierra Leone somewhere who has no idea about the Africa Blue Economy Week or where decisions are made about finances for the blue economy. What happens to this person if they cannot access that finance? They cannot access rooms where these decisions are being made about the money that is going to support their businesses. Another thing is market. We might shout and have like better blue products and everything, but as long as there is no market connection to buyers, we are talking about certification. It is a problem for the African continent, and this is not only for the women and young people across the continent. And if we want to talk about the future of Africa's blue economy, and if we are really serious about this generation, we really need to step up in investing and financing these businesses and making sure that there is good market. I'm going to give you a quick example. When it comes to tuna negotiations, for those of us who have been to tuna negotiations, the European Union comes as the European Union. Africa, we go as Tanzania, as Uganda, as Kenya. We don't want to go as a united front of Africa to negotiate. So I think there is a whole huge problem of systemic change and barriers that we can really change to accommodate the young generation, to make the blue economy sexy for young people to get involved in. Thank you so much.
Give her a very round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Shamim. That's why we brought you here. I have earlier commended AUC for bringing together this team. Thank you very much. Yeah, talking about regional approach, I will have what we call minimum terms and conditions put in place by African Union, and also have a regional approach to what do you call it? FCC, FA, minimum, fisheries agreement, yeah, that's correct. So we are rounding up now, Mr. Timekeeper. The last person will speak, and then we'll finish. Victor, I want you to put two things together. There are investment and partnership. But let me read the questions for you. One is what partnership and commitments are needed to strengthen competitiveness in promoting blue products? And then secondly, what investments are urgently needed to improving processing culture? Quickly, you are the one delaying us for a lot.
Thank you very much. I'll answer by giving about 3 to 4 examples, basically to demonstrate from policy to action. We worked with COMESA in facilitating transboundary trade between Mozambique and Zambia, where we invested in infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses that the women traders were facing.
Good.
And by constructing that facility, we created other business opportunities for youths that brought in refrigerated support services. We went into also providing for the green pass because it used to take long for the traders to cross from one country to the other. That reduced their travel time, and they were able to move their goods from Mozambique into Zambia and also up to Kasumbalesa, which is the biggest fish market between Zambia and DRC. So we are basically demonstrating that the policies are working. The second example is that of Mr. Chongo, the owner of Unimos in Zambia. We worked with him from developing the product, having it tested and certified by the Zambia Bureau of Standards, improved the packaging and labeling, and this product is now selling in retail chain supermarkets such as Choppies, and yesterday he informed me that he has been given space in ShopRite to start selling his product. The third person is Mrs. Edna Kalala, who we supported with product development, packaging and labeling, but also through the Zambia Development Agency, she went on a trade mission in Democratic Republic of Congo. She has now started exporting her fish products to Congo, and she'll be signing an MOU in the next few weeks with one of the chain supermarkets in DRC. The fourth one is we worked with a group of SMEs in Tanzania to actually get them to trade events to showcase their products. And one of the SMEs won an award because of the marketing approach that we did. So the message here is that, one, we need to support these SMEs on a long-term basis. Good. It should not be a project-oriented. Good. Secondly, you need institutions such as World Fish that are able to translate the policies, the initiatives created by the regional and continental bodies into practical realities, working with the frontline SMEs. The third part of it is about helping these SMEs to understand the opportunities that are there, giving them the information, translating it into a language that they can easily understand. And basically, this is what has worked in these 4 examples that I've given. Improving market access, financing. We worked with 3 SMEs, helped them to develop business plans, make pitches for funding, and they were able to get funding from 3 different institutions. So I think the issue here is about capacity development, knowledge sharing, and long-term partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor. That is a very good one. Practical partnership and then investment demonstrated. Mr. Timekeeper, we are finished, but I have about 10-page summary and recommendation, but I'm not going to read them. I'll just say one thing about this team. You see, this team, I have commended the issue for putting them together. I'm not going to leave them after this. This is not the end of our assignment. As they are speaking, I have a line of thought in my head. Let's move this forward, promoting a blue economic product. No, let me tell you one thing. I have a friend, a professor, who always, when he makes presentation, he says, they call it resource blindness. You know, and how do we understand the value of our resources? Of course, what is in the ocean, on the river, on the sea, they are hidden. So how do we bring them to contribute to political economy? You know, and then, what do you call it? Governance and politics is all about game of numbers. So, and how do we bring out these numbers? It's through the products of the blue economy. So I would like us to move forward, if the AUC permits me, for us to move forward, apart from this, what we have spoken here and all these papers that we have written to be submitted, let's perhaps think of what we can do together. I've worked with you and I know you can do wonders. So I'm suggesting, if it's allowed, perhaps we move into maybe developing a knowledge product on promotion of a blue economy, blue products in Africa. You know, with that, perhaps, Mr. Director, with your permission, perhaps we can also fashion it in such a way, structure it in such a way that it can become STC document, and also maybe an activity or even a project, a standalone project in future. In that terms, we practicalize what we have just said in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Timekeeper, I think we have done our best in this session. Please, this wonderful team, I will not leave them because they have done a good job. The Gen Zs, the Gen Alpha, the baristas, the international experts, we have come to the end of our session. Can you please give them a very loud round of applause, please?
Your phone.
Thank you, Mr. Obina. Obrigada a todos. Vamos continuar agora com a 4ª sessão. Os caminhos para os oceanos prósperos, limpos e saudáveis. Será a moderadora a doutora Raissa Juliada Alogo, ela é economista. especializada em políticas de transporte e integração regional no continente africano e atua como oficial sénior de políticas de transporte da Comissão da União Africana. Senhoras e senhores, vamos receber a Madame Raissa.
Angola, bonjour, bon dia. How are you today? How are you feeling? I know that this is lunchtime, but please, I beg, we need to continue the conversation. It was a very dynamic session we had today, very interactive. First of all, allow me to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the African Union Commission, and especially Her Excellency Commissioner Lerato Mataboge, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy. So in that regard, I will be happy to call upon my distinguished panelists to come on the stage. Please, can you put their photos, name on the video? Then we can have a look at them. Madam Executive Secretary, Madam Sardinia, I don't know if she's around, if she can join the floor, please. Please. Thank you very much. Mr. Georges Mba Aseko, Tonton Georges, we need you on the stage, please. Mr. Terence Crea, are you there, from Seychelles? We also need you to appear. Fantastic. Please, round of applause. We have also an academia coming just this morning from London. Dr. Dola Olutaya, you are welcome. Please, can you join us? Mr. Serge Gandhi from Côte d'Ivoire, Technical Advisor to the Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, you are welcome, please. We also have Mr., I hope I will not, Ochesteng Sada, Acting Head of Blue Economy from Mauritius. Please, you are welcome. I think everybody is there, and I'm very happy to have all of you in this session. So before I'm giving the floor to my distinguished panelists, allow me to, how many women in maritime do we have in this meeting, please? Can you show up yourself? Women Africa, stand up. We need to promote women. This is what we want. This is the Africa we want. Those women are representing Africa. They are coming from everywhere. Nigeria, Angola, South Africa, Namibia, Côte d'Ivoire, maybe Gabon, Central Africa, wherever you are welcome. Thank you very much for celebrating you. So the session we're going to have today is bringing us hope, prosperous, health, oceans. How are we going to make it possible? I'm very glad to have this eminent panel. From regional organization to the national countries to the academia, how are we going to bring the reflection to make sure that we are implementing the Agenda 2063. Blue economy is just only blue because I am a maritime expert. I'm working on green. How can we make a difference between green, blue, sustainability? All this is coming together. So that's why I have this very important panelists who will make sure that they will deliver the best into the declaration and the call to action. I did not balance my panelists, I'm very sorry, but we have two important women at this stage. Madame Sardinia, that was my first time to hear about Bangala Convention. I'm fully apologize, but I know what you are doing. You are doing a very good job in Africa, and we have to appreciate your job. In that context, from your experience, leading the Bangala Current Convention Secretariat, what lessons can Africa draw from this model to strengthen regional cooperation for
for healthy oceans and a sustainable blue economy. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Raissa, for this introduction. Actually, I'm going to speak in Portuguese.
Fantastic.
This is my home language.
So,
Ontem eu fiz uma abordagem geral sobre o que é a Convenção da Corrente de Benguela, quais são as nossas perspectivas, e hoje vou falar um bocadinho só sobre como é que nós podemos fortalecer a cooperação regional para que tenhamos oceanos saudáveis e uma economia azul sustentável, especificamente falando sobre o modelo da Convenção da Corrente de Benguela. Não quero demais repetir que Angola, Namíbia e África do Sul partilham o grande ecossistema marinho da Corrente de Benguela, que é ricamente dotado de recursos marinhos vivos e não vivos, e que também fornece uma gama de serviços do ecossistema essenciais que suportam o desenvolvimento socioeconómico e o bem-estar do povo da região. Estes países formam a Convenção da Corrente de Benguela, que foi assinada em 18 de março de 2013. A visão a longo prazo da Convenção é de um ecossistema que sustenta o bem-estar humano e o ecossistema como um todo. Ontem abordou-se a questão do desenvolvimento sustentável e da gestão dos recursos de uma forma geral, mas em termos do ecossistema, em vez da concentração numa só espécie ou num só recurso. E neste caso aqui nós estamos a falar de um ecossistema grande, que é o ecossistema da Corrente de Benguela. Os principais setores econômicos que são considerados e que fazem parte dessa Constituição, e isso é importante também para o quesito da economia azul, inclui a pesca, os petróleos e gás, os minerais. Neste momento nós falamos mais especificamente na extração de diamantes ao longo da costa da Namíbia, e um pouco da África do Sul também, o transporte marinho e o turismo costeiro. De referir que na região de Benguela o turismo contribui grandemente para as divisas dos países, especialmente falando na África do Sul e da Namíbia, e com potencial de crescimento em Angola também. E todos sabem que o setor de petróleo e gás é uma área muito importante, é um setor muito importante a nível de Angola, e também é um setor que está a crescer a nível dos dois países. O modelo da Corrente de Benguela demonstra que os oceanos saudáveis e uma economia azul sustentável podem ser alcançados quando os países cooperam na gestão dos recursos partilhados. O Plano de Ação Estratégico da BCC promove uma abordagem integrada, promovendo o uso sustentável dos recursos oceânicos para o crescimento econômico, a melhoria dos meios de subsistência sustentáveis e a manutenção da saúde e produtividade do BCLME. Apela explicitamente à integração dos princípios da economia azul oceânica para solucionar as questões transfronteiriças que são prioritárias e que confrontam o BCLME. Além disso, a BCC apoia também atividades recreativas, educacionais, estéticas e espirituais para as populações da região e além. Deste modo, os bens e serviços ecossistêmicos múltiplos servem como objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável, portanto, os ODS, nos 3 países. Um dos aspectos importantes é colocar as comunidades no centro das políticas. Portanto, a BCC vê a economia azul não apenas como uma oportunidade de crescimento econômico, mas também como uma forma de melhorar a qualidade de vida das comunidades costeiras, promovendo a criação de postos de emprego, segurança alimentar, inclusão social e a conservação dos oceanos. a gestão sustentável dos recursos marinhos para assegurar que as comunidades continuem a beneficiar dos recursos pesqueiros e da biodiversidade a longo prazo. Portanto, a principal mensagem-chave que nós trazemos aqui é que a cooperação regional, a governação baseada na ciência, a gestão ecossistemática e, portanto, a partilha equitativa dos benefícios econômicos são fundamentais para garantir oceanos saudáveis e uma economia azul sustentável. Ao trabalhar em conjunto, os países africanos podem proteger melhor os seus recursos marinhos e, portanto, reforçar a segurança alimentar, aumentar a resiliência climática e desbloquear todo o potencial da economia azul para o desenvolvimento sustentável. Muito obrigada.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for those insightful and valuable, for demonstrating how regional cooperation can deliver tangible benefits and for sustainable oceans governance. I want to switch in French, if you allow me, because I'm also speaking French. Tonton Georges, I'm very happy to see you. How are you? You left the African Union Commission. This is our former head of division, Blue Economy. It's my uncle, by the way. Please, round of applause to him. We are very few in Gabon, so we know each other very well. He's my direct uncle. Maybe Dr. Nyambe, you were not aware. Mr. Georges is my uncle. Mr. Georges, you are currently the special advisor to the President of His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema. I want you to speak in French, just for also our counterpart from Central West African countries. You have an extensive experience in fisheries, diplomacy, and blue economic governance. Drawing from your experiences, what lessons can African countries learn from international fisheries partnerships to ensure they promote sustainable resource management, value addition, technology transfer, and long-term benefit for African economies? In the meantime, the issue between the EU and Gabon, can you also provide us what was the main discussion? You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Muito obrigado. Bom dia. Bonjour.
Répondez, bonjour.
Merci, Dr Ada Logo. Merci de me donner la parole à ce panel qui va nous donner quelques éléments sur comment nous pouvons tirer meilleur parti, j'allais dire, de la gouvernance des pêcheries, mais surtout de ces accords ou de ces arrangements que nous avons pour ce qui concerne l'exploitation des pêcheries. Alors, je voudrais commencer par dire que dans cette question d'arrangement pour les pêcheries, évidemment, hier, nous avons vu que l'Afrique dispose de ressources importantes et la collègue Maria du courant de Benguela vient de mentionner, par exemple, pour la zone du courant de Benguela ici, l'importance des richesses qu'il y a dans nos eaux, que ce soit des richesses minérales, mais aussi les richesses halieutiques. Donc, il y a pour l'Afrique un besoin d'une utilisation rationnelle ou d'une exploitation durable de ces ressources, parce que nous sommes convaincus que les ressources dont nous disposons peuvent nourrir le continent. Alors, il y a, à mon sens, une vision basée sur deux choses essentielles. Les pays, via les accords de pêche, vendent leurs ressources, ou, enfin, oui, ils les vendent, mais il y a aussi un cadre international qui est bâti sur des instruments internationaux ou régionaux et les organisations régionales. Je pense que là où nous devons tirer meilleur profit, c'est de voir comment on peut articuler la question de la négociation des accords avec ce cadre que je viens de rappeler, qui est bien sûr les instruments internationaux que nous devons domestiquer, parce que là aussi, il faut le dire, presque tous nos pays ratifient ces instruments. Je vais les citer quelques-uns. Le Port State Measure Agreement, BBNG, dont on parle depuis hier, l'agrément sur les stocks chevauchants de 1995, le code de conduite pour une pêche responsable, les directives pour la pêche artisanale. Donc, il y a tous ces instruments, mais souvent nous les ratifions, mais nous ne les domestiquons pas. Donc, il y a nécessité de traduire dans nos instruments nationaux les dispositions des instruments internationaux que nous ratifions. Ensuite, il y a besoin nécessairement d'articuler le rôle joué par les organisations régionales de pêche dans notamment la question de la négociation des accords de pêche. Et hier et ce matin encore, je pense qu'Obina venait de le rappeler, il y a la question, par exemple, de cet instrument qu'on appelle les conditions minimales d'accès aux ressources. Pourquoi nos pays ne font pas, en fait, le pas de mettre en application ces conventions qui sont déjà plus ou moins acceptées par nos pays pour que nous puissions tirer meilleur parti. Quelqu'un a rappelé tout à l'heure, et je pense que c'est la représentante de la jeunesse, a rappelé le fait que nous allons négocier. Bon, tout le monde parle de l'Union européenne. Je ne reviendrai pas sur le cas du Gabon parce que nous sommes dans une situation où nous allons reprendre les négociations et vous comprendrez bien qu'on ne peut pas dévoiler notre stratégie, mais il se trouve que nous allons négocier donc avec un partenaire, mais il n'y a pas que lui. On ne cite pas les autres pays. Il y a la Chine, il y a la Corée, c'est vrai qu'ils ne sont pas organisés, mais nous allons toujours de manière un peu dispersée et il est important que l'Afrique, d'une certaine manière, construise ou se construise un modèle d'accord, un modèle de négociation pour mieux mettre en valeur ces ressources. Nous en avons beaucoup, mais beaucoup ne veut pas dire qu'on doit les brader. Donc il y a quelque part la question de la valeur qui a été rappelée hier, donner une valeur à nos ressources, la rente, mais il y a aussi une question de faire une stratégie, développer une stratégie pour la négociation des accords. Ensuite, je pense aussi que je propose à l'Assemblée, en fait, que la réalité, c'est que les accords bilatéraux que nous avons pratiqués jusqu'à présent ont eu des impacts très, très, très limités. En termes de développement, il y a quelques pays qui s'en sortent plus ou moins bien. Les Seychelles, par exemple, ont développé une industrie autour de la pêche tonnière, mais très peu de pays peuvent compter, par exemple, sur le fait que les accords de pêche ont apporté vraiment de la valeur sur le pays en termes d'infrastructures ou en termes de ressources, de revenus. Donc, pour mieux tirer parti, je pense que nous devons tout justement avoir des modèles, mais aussi, dans le cas de la ZLECAf, par exemple, développer les standards. C'est quoi les standards ou c'est quoi les normes pour les produits halieutiques en Afrique? Est-ce que ces normes sont, je pense le représentant de la Zambie en parlait tout à l'heure, est-ce que ces normes sont connues des autres pays? Est-ce qu'il y a un système au niveau continental, par exemple à l'Union africaine, un système de normes sur les produits qui circulent sur le continent, mais sur les produits aussi qui vont à l'extérieur, qui sont vendus sur les marchés intérieurs? La dernière chose que je voulais dire en parlant de l'articulation entre les organisations régionales de pêche et les organisations régionales de pêche et les activités de négociation des accords, je pense qu'il faut aussi ajouter le fait que dans la plupart de nos pays, nous n'impliquons pas beaucoup le secteur privé. Alors qu'en fait, pour ce qui est des pêches, on est clairement dans une activité commerciale pour laquelle il faut que nous puissions écouter et nous puissions embarquer. Là, je parle en tant que fonctionnaire, donc les agents publics sachent que lorsque nous négocions, nous devons impliquer, souvent dans nos négociations, nous n'associons pas notre secteur privé local, alors que, je reviens malheureusement encore sur l'Union européenne, lorsque nous négocions avec eux, ils ont dans la salle des opérateurs, des armateurs de pêche qui sont là pour donner un certain nombre d'informations techniques. Donc nous devons faire la même chose pour que nous puissions être à un niveau de connaissance et à un niveau de connaissance pour mieux négocier nos accords de pêche. Donc voilà à peu près, je pense, ce que je peux dire sur comment valoriser, et le Gabon est dans cette perspective. Tout ce que je vous dis là, c'est en fait la vision que nous avons pour le Gabon, pour les prochaines négociations. Le marché des ressources halieutiques du Gabon est ouvert, mais nous sommes en train de bâtir une stratégie de négociation pour que nous puissions tirer meilleur parti des ressources halieutiques de notre pays. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbaseko. Thank you for also sharing Gabon's vision regarding equitable international partnership and on sustainable fisheries governance. You mentioned Seychelles. That's very good because it will be my next speaker. Mr. Kreya, Director of the Department of Blue Economy, Government of Seychelles. You are welcome. We know that Seychelles is well recognized as leading balancing marine conservation with sustainable economic development. My question will be, from your experience, what key policies and initiatives have enabled Seychelles to successfully balance marine conservation with sustainable economic development, and what lesson can offer African countries adapt? The floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Moderator, for the question. Firstly, from a personal perspective, there are many or various elements with regards to how we can enable this approach, but I will focus on three in view of time. Firstly, will be strong political leadership and long-term national vision, which I talked about yesterday. Second will be the integration of conservation with economic opportunity. And thirdly, partnership and knowledge. So for Seychelles, balancing marine conservation with economic development has never been about choosing one over the other. Rather, we have recognized that a healthy ocean, a productive ocean, is actually the foundation of our prosperous blue economy. With that said, the Seychelles government saw this need and saw the opportunities that were available, and this is where the creation of the Blue Economy Department came about. But further than that, the government also recognizes the need to ensure this strong leadership and, like I said as well, having this national vision, and therefore poised in terms of having the blue economy portfolio placed right at the head or at the top of government. That is sitting under the portfolio of the vice president. And actually, as we speak, there is work taking place to put together a Blue Economy Council for the assurance that the different agenda of the Seychelles Blue Economy is actually taking place. I will add as well, we also have a new Secretary of State for Blue Economy and Fisheries, which has taken position as well. So this whole government approach more or less ensures that the different sectors, different stakeholders are working together towards a common objective. In terms of integrating conservation with economic opportunity, when we talk about conservation, the conservation tools especially, which are investments, for example, in natural capital, we talk about healthy coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass meadows, which sustain the different coastlines and contribute also to climate resilience. But at the same time, Seychelles is diversifying its blue economy by promoting sustainable aquaculture, developing or starting to develop a marine biotechnology sector, circular economy, and so forth. Lastly, in terms of partnership and knowledge, Seychelles is always willing and able to work with development partners, international financial institutions, research organizations, and regional bodies. So these partnerships have strengthened scientific research, also built institutional capacity, and allowed us to mobilize the necessary resources to implement the various programs and projects within our blue economy sector. But perhaps the most and final important lesson from Seychelles is that the blue economy is not simply an environmental agenda or an economic agenda, but it is a governance agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for providing those long-term perspectives, innovative solutions you are bringing in Seychelles. I want to go close to you. Let's go to Mauritius before I'm going to Côte d'Ivoire, because you have similar pressure on the climate issues. Maybe can you share a bit regarding what is the lessons at the institutional level to implement the blue economy? Mr. Uchesting Sadasting, please, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. For Mauritius, the blue economy is not simply about developing ocean-based industries. It is also about establishing governance systems that enable economic development while safeguarding the marine ecosystems upon which that development depends. As a large ocean state with an EEZ of 2.2 million square kilometers, our ocean is our greatest national asset. And managing this vast maritime space requires strong institutions, sound policies, and effective partnerships. Recognizing this, the government of Mauritius has established a blue economy unit last year, and its role is to coordinate the national blue economy agenda. The unit serves as a catalyst for cross-sectoral collaboration, policy, coherence, and strategic planning, ensuring that the sustainable use of marine resources contribute to national growth. Our institutional approach is based on 4 key principles. Firstly, Mauritius has a comprehensive legal and institutional framework to support the sustainable management of ocean resources. Some of the key legislation are Environmental Protection Act, whereby we have the ICZM for the environmental management. We have the Fisheries Act, which governs the conservation and management and sustainable use of fisheries and marine resources. About that, we have other legislation, just to mention tourism, ports, and climate change. While these instruments provide strong sectoral governance, the blue economy requires a more integrated approach. Mauritius is therefore developing a blue economy bill, which is the first in Africa, and also we are reviewing our blue economy strategies so as to include conservation and restoration of marine ecosystem. Secondly, Mauritius has invested heavily in research institute, and lately we created a new institute called International Center of Ocean Studies, where students will be given the facility of doing new projects in the blue economy sector. So strong institutions rely on credible scientific evidence. So Mauritius continues to strengthen its research institute so as to enhance research in oceanography, long-term monitoring, and other sectors like ocean observation. Scientific information underpins our policies on marine conservation, fisheries management, coastal resilience, and climate adaptation. Thirdly, we recognize that environmental protection is not separate from economic development, as mentioned by my colleague from Seychelles. And restoration has been always an integrated component of our blue economy, not just as a remedial activity. Now, we are using the term of regenerative blue economy, but Mauritius has been investing a lot in coral reef rehabilitation, seagrass rehabilitation, mangrove rehabilitation, and monitoring program so as to have a healthy ocean. So we also adopting the reach to reef concept so as we know that it's not only the reef is being affected, but on land disturbance are affecting our reef. This ecosystem-based approach reflects our conviction that healthy ecosystems are the foundation of a prosperous, resilient, and sustainable blue economy. And fourthly, no single institute can work in silos. We work with a lot of international bodies, private sector, so as to get our technologies and investment in terms of healthy ocean. Allow me to conclude on a simple reflection. The blue economy is like a genie in the bottle. At the first glance, it seems small and insignificant, but when we open the bottle, the true score becomes apparent. It is vast, transformative, and touches every aspect of our lives. Our role is not merely to open the bottle, but to ensure that this immense power is guided wisely. Strong institutions, science-based policies, and effective governance are what transform the blue economy from untapped opportunity into pathways to prosperous, clean, and healthy ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing those positive words regarding the health of our oceans and from the experience in Mauritius. Allow me to go to French. Academia, you will come after because I want you to bring us on the deep debate. Dr. Ngandi, it's a pleasure to meet you physically for the very first time in Luanda. J'espère que vous avez bien voyagé et qu'on vous traite parfaitement. La Côte d'Ivoire a entrepris d'importantes réformes visant à promouvoir une économie bleue durable, à renforcer la gouvernance maritime et à protéger les écosystèmes côtiers, tout en soutenant le développement économique. Au regard de l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire, quelles sont les principales priorités, les bonnes pratiques qui pourraient être partagées avec les autres États africains afin de concilier croissance économique, protection des ressources marines et résilience face au changement climatique? Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, bon dia. La vision de la Côte d'Ivoire en matière donc, de promotion et de développement de l'économie bleue s'inscrit dans une politique claire portée au plus haut niveau de l'État, visant à bâtir une Côte d'Ivoire riche de ses écosystèmes aquatiques, continentaux et marins, utilisés de manière durable, concertée et résiliente au changement climatique. Cette orientation, il faut le dire, s'est progressivement consolidée au cours donc, de la dernière décennie. Et la Côte d'Ivoire promeut l'économie bleue depuis 2015 à la faveur donc de l'initiative Croissance Bleue. Et cette dynamique a connu une accélération notable à partir de 2023 avec une volonté affirmée d'en faire un levier stratégique de transformation structurelle, de sécurité alimentaire, de compétitivité économique et de préservation de nos écosystèmes. Cette ambition repose avant tout sur des atouts naturels considérables. Il faut dire qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons donc une façade maritime de plus de 550 km de côte. Nous avons également un vaste réseau lagunaire. Nous avons environ 200 000 km² de zones économiques exclusives. Mais nous savons aussi que ce potentiel à lui seul ne crée ni richesse, ni emploi, ni durabilité. C'est pourquoi notre approche consiste à passer d'une logique d'exploitation fragmentée à une logique de gouvernance intégrée fondée sur la planification, la durabilité et également sur la science et l'investissement et bien sûr la coopération. Il faut dire que le premier enseignement que nous tirons de notre expérience est précisément que le leadership politique et l'ancrage institutionnel sont des conditions premières de réussite. La transformation de l'économie bleue, il faut le dire, exige une vision claire, mais surtout des instruments de planification capables de traduire cette vision en programmes concrets. Et c'est dans cet esprit que la Côte d'Ivoire a élaboré un plan national d'investissement en faveur de l'économie bleue. Et ce plan national d'investissement en faveur de l'économie bleue a été estimé à hauteur donc de 848,6 milliards de nos francs, entendez autour donc de 1,5 milliard de dollars. Et ce plan est arrimé à notre plan national de développement qui s'étend donc sur la période 2026-2030. Et à partir donc de ce plan, il y a un ensemble de projets concrets que nous sommes donc en train de mettre en œuvre progressivement. Et le premier projet, c'est le programme Côte d'Ivoire Bleue de développement de l'économie littorale et maritime, qui est financé donc par le programme national, le programme de développement des Nations Unies pour le développement durable, le PNUD, à hauteur donc de 378 millions de dollars. Et l'autre projet, c'est le projet de développement des chaînes de valeur compétitives de l'aquaculture et de la pêche durable, qui est donc financé par la Banque africaine de développement à hauteur de 19 milliards de francs CFA. Tous ces instruments, il faut le dire que l'objectif est de pouvoir ancrer donc toutes ces réflexions au niveau donc gouvernemental à un niveau local. Et c'est dans cette perspective-là que la logique de territorialisation a été pensée dans cette politique. Et il faut reconnaître que récemment, avec donc une vision claire du ministre des Ressources animales et halieutiques, nous avons découpé, si vous voulez, la Côte d'Ivoire en 14 zones de développement de l'économie animale et de l'économie bleue, entendez, ZODECAB. Et cette approche est importante car elle permet de rapprocher les politiques publiques des réalités locales, de tenir compte des spécificités des bassins de production, de mieux articuler les infrastructures, d'organiser plus efficacement les chaînes de valeur, de renforcer la recherche appliquée et les opportunités de développement. Il faut dire également qu'au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, la coopération et le partenariat sont également des leviers sur lesquels nous nous appuyons. Et bien sûr, pas mal de partenaires techniques comme le PNUD, la BAD nous accompagnent, mais il y a aussi World Fish et la FAO. D'ailleurs, récemment, nous avons sollicité la Commission économique pour l'Afrique des Nations Unies à l'effet donc de nous appuyer techniquement et financièrement pour la mise en œuvre donc, de la politique nationale de développement de l'économie bleue. Et l'objectif de cet appui est donc d'évaluer le potentiel de l'économie bleue en Côte d'Ivoire et de mesurer donc sa contribution à l'économie nationale au moyen donc de la boîte à outils d'évaluation de l'économie bleue. Et cette boîte à outils, c'est le Blue Economy Valuation Toolkit de la CEA, un outil donc d'évaluation qui va permettre à notre pays, à l'instar donc d'un certain nombre de pays qui l'ont déjà, on va dire, expérimenté, notamment le Rwanda, la Tanzanie et d'autres pays. Et donc, à l'instar donc de ces pays, cet outil nous permettra de quantifier la contribution économique, sociale et environnementale de l'économie bleue pour donc aider à guider la politique de développement durable au niveau donc de la Côte d'Ivoire. Enfin, si je devais résumer l'expérience ivoirienne en quelques convictions fortes, je dirais ceci. Premièrement, le leadership politique est indispensable. Deuxièmement, la planification doit précéder la mobilisation des financements. Troisièmement, la prospérité de l'économie bleue ne peut être durable sans protection des écosystèmes et sans santé des océans. Quatrièmement, les projets doivent être territorialisés, bancables et inclusifs. Cinquièmement, la coopération africaine et internationale demeure la condition sine qua non d'un changement d'échelle durable. C'est donc à cette condition que nous pourrons véritablement transformer nos ressources aquatiques en richesse nationale, en emploi décent, en sécurité alimentaire et en stabilité sociale. Enfin, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais dire que l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire est encore en construction, mais cette expérience montre qu'il est possible d'avancer lorsque la vision politique, la gouvernance, les territoires, les partenaires et les communautés convergent vers un même objectif. Aller donc vers des océans prospères, propres et sains, c'est d'abord bâtir des institutions capables de concilier croissance, durabilité et inclusion.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Effectivement, la gouvernance est importante, nous l'avons comprise, mais aussi le leadership. Parce que sans leadership, sans volonté politique, on ne peut pas y arriver. La planification avant la mobilisation, c'est aussi important. Et je pense bien évidemment que je vais arriver à mon dernier speaker, Dr. Dola from Academia. She just arrived this morning. She wants to make it physically because she realized that the topic is very important. You have been very, very, very active within the maritime decarbonization. She was my consultant working on the continental strategy on maritime decarbonization for Africa. I want to hear from your own experience regarding the fact that you are lead researcher of the African Maritime Decarbonization Program at the UCL, International College London. As global shipping enters the area of maritime decarbonization, what opportunities and challenges do you see for African countries in ensuring that this transition support trade, economic growth, and sustainable development? You have the floor, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raisa, and good afternoon to the distinguished excellencies. I stand on existing protocols. Thank you for having me here. So this is Africa Blue Economy Week. And one of the things that I thought to just highlight is no matter how much we have in the market, fish, and whatever thing that the ocean is producing, without shipping, without ports, those goods will remain where they are produced. At best, maybe land transportation. And so that brings me to the importance of decarbonization, because as we know, the world is talking about climate action. And climate action is actually embedded in the entire view of blue economy, when you were opening us up, you mentioned blue, green, etc. Blue is often used when we're thinking about innovation. And we have come to a point in the world where innovation is beginning to move goods. Innovation is beginning to transform how we look at the ocean. And I'm very delighted actually to see that Africa actually has a blue economy strategy. And gradually, maybe we want it to be faster than we would like, or how it is at the moment. The fact that there is a blue economy strategy means that Africa is beginning to understand and recognize that aspiration alone will not deliver what will prosper this continent. So I'm going to move to just highlight a few things based on the work that I've done to connect trade, economic growth, and sustainable development. The work that I have been doing for the past 2-3 years have been on how do we ensure that decarbonizing international shipping at the International Maritime Organization centers Africa, recognizes Africa's role, and also recognizes Africa's voice in policy architecture. So some of you might not know, because I understand I'm speaking to a blue economy crowd. However, it is critical to everything that I've heard on this panel today. Why? Because number one, Africa and all our goods in this continent relies on the sea. It relies on the ocean to a tune of 90%. So that is trade. However, we don't have enough ships to move our own goods. Our contribution to the global fleet is around 1%. And Africa is a continental island. What that means is, surrounding Africa, almost 40 countries are relying on ships that belong to other regions and other countries. But there is good news. So as I'm delivering my presentation, I'm weighing the opportunities and the challenges, and I will submit to you in the end. So I've talked about ships. However, you cannot have ships operating without ports. And this is a competitive advantage for Africa if we utilize it well. So around the whole of Africa, there are ports. And we have over 50 important ports on this continent that receive goods. The connection of ports to economic activity is that ports is where exchange of goods happen. And so if I was a government, and this happens all around the world, if we're to measure your productivity and your trade and how your GDP is, we will be looking at port data. So, and finally, so I've talked about ships, I've talked about ports, and then I will finalize it with the fact that in terms of the goods that are coming in and out, from some of the data that we have, we see that Africa's biggest trading partner is Europe. Whether we like it or not, we are supposed to be their friends. That's on the one hand. However, if I now bring all the three into the decarbonizing of shipping, this is where the challenges and the opportunities become stark. Please, show of hands, how many people have heard of the International Maritime Organization? Oh, wow. This is like half of the room, not a lot of people. Okay. So the International Maritime Organization is the United Nations specialized agency that regulates the safety and security of ships. And since the Paris Agreement, they have been negotiating on how to reduce emissions as their own contribution to the Paris Agreement. So this has been going on for about 10 years. And we have come to a juncture, I would say this year, where it's a make or break decision. The strategy has been revised in 2023. What they call the net zero framework has been developed. The intention is to have an economic and a technical element for reducing emissions. That is key to a blue economy, because if emissions are going into our waters, we will have ocean acidification. Our fish, which we rely on in Africa, they will die or they will go extinct. And so climate action connected to this decarbonization cannot be overemphasized. Where we are at right now is understanding what works for Africa to decarbonize shipping. And I offer you 3 things that I would say we should consider in the decarbonization. A model I developed to help express this is my 3 E's. Number 1, environmental stewardship. Number 2, energy transition. And number 3, economic development. When you hear climate action, especially when we are talking in blue economy, please let's hear it as energy transition. And energy transition, and it's interesting, we're in Angola, we're moving from fossil fuel, that's what the transition is, to new fuels that do not emit a lot, or some are practically zero. Now, of course, countries are concerned, especially countries that produce fuels. I am from Nigeria. That's where I came from, even though I live in the UK. There are concerns, and those concerns are legitimate. However, I wasn't being flippant when I said Europe is Africa's biggest trading partner. As it stands today, Europe has a climate agenda. Please, do some people know what I'm talking about, so I'm not talking over my head? Right. So Europe has a climate agenda, and they have what they call the emissions trading scheme, currently operational. And for those that are aware, within the maritime space, within the shipping space, Africa has already started paying for Europe's climate action. And some of the goods that you're buying today probably have increased in cost because the European emissions trading scheme places financial burden on us in Africa so that they can decarbonize Europe. The question I have is, under that energy transition umbrella, where is Africa? There are 2 things I'll propose under the energy transition. That's my first E. 1, the IMO wants to organize the way to decarbonize shipping where it will benefit everyone globally. Europe is focusing on Europe, and I won't blame them. They have an agenda. Secondly, one is unilateral, one is multilateral. For the IMO, currently, the net zero framework that we have on the table creates an opportunity to decarbonize shipping, but on the other hand, it generates money. And we're talking about $13 billion. That creates an incentive for Africa, if we want to go in that direction, to flow money back into this continent to begin to do our own climate action. And this is where ports are the center. I can see that the time is out. I'll just wrap this up. Economic empowerment and environmental stewardship. Blue economy integrates ecological responsibility with economic activity. That means we signed up to decarbonize, to reduce emissions, to be more responsible to our environment. And so my ask today, I actually came with an ask, is would we want to join hands with the rest of the world, be at the table, not to receive rules, but to shape a policy that helps us to develop our blue economy sustainably? And that 13 billion US dollars per annum is the highest type of climate finance you can ever achieve if we go down that route. GCF is one of the biggest funders. It pales in significance. That is one. Also, this continent generates significant amount of solar potential energy. I put it that way so that I'm saying it from a positive perspective. Studies say that we can generate as much as, we hold as much as 60% of solar irradiance in the entire world. The equivalent of that is 480,000 gigawatts of electricity if we harness it. Currently, we're not even close to it. Africa's electricity production rate is 240 gigawatts. The country I live in, they produce approximately 70, nearly 100 gigawatts, and they have 67 million people. We are about 1.5 billion people, and 600,000 Africans do not even have access to electricity. But how can we make this work? If a policy trigger that allows Africa to begin to invest in energy, we can then begin to do what I call economic empowerment, because we can flow investment into this continent and begin to move in the direction of green. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for demonstrating how just an equitable transition can be for Africa. How can we benefit? Definitely, the IMO Net Zero framework is very fundamental. I've been engaged on the negotiation at the IMO to make sure that our African countries will be well represented. In that regard, allow me just 50 seconds each perspective. Just 50 seconds, all of you. I will start by men, because we start by women. Please, you have the floor. We go straight forward. What perspective? How do you want to see the declaration to be? 50 seconds, and then we close. I will not do a wrap-up, okay? Just 50 seconds. 50 seconds, please.
Thank you. In terms of declaration, I will suggest that we include the conservation concept in there, so as we are aware, fully aware that the ecosystem approach for the marine is dependent on the land disturbance and other anthropologic activities which are ongoing on the land. On that note, I'll let our moderator the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madame Sardinia, you have the floor. Just what can be the kind of recommendation you want to give to the African Union Commission? I hope we are treating you very well. We are well connected to see how best we can converge, we can merge, because we want to avoid fragmentation. Just a few seconds to provide your key recommendation to the AUC and all the regional organizations here in this meeting room. Thank you. You have the floor. Yes. Just quickly. Your perspective, very simple.
My recommendation is that we should work together to implement the blue economy, and we should also try to protect the marine resources. And when I'm talking about marine resources, I'm talking about all living and non-living marine resources in using an ecosystem approach that we were talking about all those days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Executive Secretary. Tonton Georges, just quick one. How can we avoid a gap You are from Gabon. I don't know how we are working around the region. Can you share a bit what can be the key recommendation regarding the blue economy and the implementation of the strategy?
Thank you. Just two things I want to share with you. The first one is that I think we need to connect the territory and trade corridor through the AFCFTA because the continent should be linked with seeds, and also coastal countries should be linked to land-linked country. That's one. The second one is, je pense que on peut proposer peut-être à cette assemblée qu'il y ait aussi que l'Union africaine pense à développer un groupe de négociateurs régionaux pour, par exemple, les ressources halieutiques et même pour la connexion des aires marines protégées entre elles. Donc, c'est les deux propositions que j'ai. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Du Gabon, nous allons directement aux Seychelles. What can be your key recommendation for that particular session? You have the floor, Mr. Correa.
Thank you very much. I think I will simply repeat what I said yesterday when we were talking with regards to the inserts for the declaration. My recommendation yesterday was actually that we need to establish a common platform for African countries and states, especially with regards to having a common pathway or common voice when it comes to high-level negotiations, especially, so that we have a clear pathway in terms of going forward together as African countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Gandhi, you have the floor. Can you share your perspective to the African Union Commission? How can we make sure that this implementation will also benefit, for example, you have landlocked countries close to you. How can we measure the opportunities we have with the blue economy strategy you are developing currently? You have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you.
Au niveau donc de la Côte d'Ivoire, je pense que ce que nous pouvons adresser comme recommandation à l'Union africaine, c'est que les communautés, les femmes et les jeunes doivent être placés au cœur de la transition bleue. Et aussi que ces stratégies aujourd'hui qui sont conçues, que ces stratégies-là soient davantage financées. Et donc l'Union africaine doit penser à des mécanismes qui puissent accompagner le financement des différentes stratégies, que ce soit les stratégies au niveau local ou alors des stratégies au niveau régional ou même au niveau continental. C'est un peu cet appel que je voulais lancer à l'Union africaine, à l'effet que l'économie bleue ne soit pas seulement, on va dire, un lieu de discours, mais que ce soit quelque chose de beaucoup plus concret en termes de développement des communautés, en termes de financement des activités au niveau local et faire en sorte que les populations qui sont au niveau donc de nos côtes puissent vivre décemment de leurs activités et que ces activités-là soient davantage résilientes. Merci.
Je vous remercie donc de l'adoption à la mise en œuvre, de la mise en œuvre à l'action, et le leadership de la Commission de l'Union africaine est essentiel. Dr. Dola, very short and very brief, from your academic perspective, how can we link whatever, because Africa is needing more evidence. Evidence are very important, like data. And sometimes there is a lack of evidence in Africa. How can we make sure that the next step from the Luanda Declaration, academia will be strongly involved and support the continent? You have the floor. Very, very short, please.
A prosperous blue economy relies on finance and very strong institutions. Now, the institutions are finance, of course, academia, but I would move away from academia and say technical institutions. Now, for us to have a prosperous African blue economy, we need to know where we are and where we want to go to. To know where we are, we need data. And I would suggest investing in data, in evidence-based blue economy, which I mean innovation, that leads us to having policy interventions, policy architecture that truly demonstrates to investors that Africa is ready. Because without finance, we cannot move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my distinguished panelists. Allow me on behalf of the African Union Commission to thank you for your expertise, your insights are valuable. We believe that those key recommendations will enrich the conversation we have today. I'm very glad to be in Angola. This is my second time. I was there for the Luanda Financing Summit, and today is the African Blue Economy. Definitely, I agree with you. There is a connection between blue, port, and shipping. Sometimes blue is working isolated. I'm from the maritime sector, sitting at the African Union Commission, but we need to find out, and I'm calling upon my colleagues from the blue economy, there is a direct link to see how far we can work together to make sure that nos océans sont sains et sécures. La prospérité, nous sommes capables de l'avoir. Les bonnes décisions, nous sommes capables de le faire. La volonté politique est importante. C'est pourquoi je tiens encore à remercier le gouvernement angolais d'avoir abrité cet événement. La semaine de l'économie bleue ne fait que commencer, mais elle ne doit pas s'achever aujourd'hui, car l'Afrique doit parler d'une seule voix. A strong and united voice is necessary to make sure that we as Africans, we can influence, and I call upon the countries here. The net zero framework will be commenced very soon, and we need to sit together to make sure that we are influencing those decisions. The technical element Dr. Dola was referring, the revenue distribution she was talking about are very important, and especially for vulnerable countries such as Mauritius, such as Seychelles. It is very, very important. So I call upon the countries here also to inform you that we have what we call the revised African Maritime Transport Charter, which entered into force recently, last year. So this is the time for Africa to implement sustainability. Thank you very much. Je vous remercie, s'il vous plaît. Mon panel, applaudissez.
Merci, Madame Raissa. Estivemos assim a acompanhar a terceira sessão. Senhoras e senhores, nós vamos daqui a pouco observar uma pausa para o almoço. Entretanto, gostava de chamar a atenção da sala para a figura de duas pessoas muito importantes e proeminentes, pelo menos para a realidade angolana. Gostava de que aplaudissem a presença que nos honra nesta sessão, neste segundo dia, da antiga Comissária da União Africana para a Agricultura, Desenvolvimento Rural, Economia Azul e Desenvolvimento Sustentável, a Madame Josefa Leonel Correia Sacco. Igualmente, nos honra neste dia a antiga Provedora de Justiça da República de Angola, a jurista doutora Flor Bela Araújo. Senhoras e senhores, vamos observar a nossa pausa. Obrigada a todos os intervenientes até esta sessão. Voltaremos depois do almoço com um intervalo de 1h30 para mais discussões. Obrigada.
Venho falar, meu irmão, de um tempo sem guerra, de um tempo de paz, sem ódios nos olhos, sem armas na mão. O povo na rua, qualquer seja a cor, festeja, sorrir. a completa união. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração.
Eu venho falar, meu irmão, das pedras dos rios, dos peixes do mar, da força da terra que faz renascer a nova certeza, Angola mudar, festeja a sorrir, a completa união.
Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração.
A completa união. Eu venho falar, meu irmão, do tempo sem guerra, do tempo de paz, sem ódio nos olhos, sem armas na mão. O povo na rua, qualquer seja a cor, festeja sorrindo a completa união.
Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Cabinda o Cunene, mãos dadas Angola, Angola no coração. Mandei parar um carro de praça, ansioso em ver meu amor. Chofer de praça então reclamou quando lhe disse que meu bem morava no subúrbio. Ei, tempo chuvoso no subúrbio não vou, pois sou chofer de praça e não parqueio. Então implorei, peço ao senhor chofer, leve-me então por favor. Ela não tem culpa de morar no subúrbio. Enquanto a chuva é obra da natureza, enquanto a chuva é obra da natureza. Yeah. Então chofer dominado por mim, dá a borracha puxou, atravessando lagoa. E quando eu olhei pro relógio, ele pedi que colocasse o acelerador ao tapete.
Então, chofer trombudo respondeu: se quer ver seu amor atravessar a lagoa a pé, não vou partir o meu popô só porque você quer dar show, dar show. Não vou partir o meu popô, não.
Então, chofer trombudo respondeu: se você quer ver seu amor atravessar a lagoa a pé, não vou partir, não vou. O meu popô não vou partir, não, só porque você quer dar show.
Zaje, zaje, zaje,
Salapinga,
zaje, ngamutula mwene,
Salapinga,
zaje, kakina kayoke,
Salapinga,
zaje, mukaji amala,
Salapinga,
yeah, oh, oh, oh,
Salapinga, Salapinga,
zaje, zaje, zaje,
Salapinga,
zaje, ngamutula mwene,
Salapinga,
zaje, kakina kayoke,
Salapinga,
zaje, mukaji amala,
Salapinga, 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 Salapinga,
Se wangambe wanga wame ungibeke wa Santana. Se wangambe wanga wami yeah. Ungibeke wa Santana. Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wa jebelani kasokawa Mushima oh Mushima oh Mushima Se wangambe wanga wami yeah. Ungibeke wa Santana Se wangambe wanga wami yeah, yeah. Ungibeke wa Santana oh. Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wajibilani kasoka oh, yeah. Mushima oh Mushima oh Mushima yeah Se wangambe wanga wami yeah. Ungibeke wa Santana Se wangambe wanga wami yeah, yeah. Ungibeke wa Santana yeah. Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wato de la jumujibe Wajibilani kasoka oh, 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 oh. Mushima onda subiu, é porque estou triste. Valeu, Cota, grande trabalho, que Deus o tenha. Vamos nessa. Mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandilanquesa quem das amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandilanquesa quem das amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém. Yeah. Assobio meu, assobio meu, assobio meu, é pra esquecer meus pensamentos. Assobio meu, assobio meu, assobio meu, assobio meu, é pra esquecer meus pensamentos. Assobio meu é pra esquecer tristezas. Vai, Nino Jazz, isso agora é contigo. Nada de aliviar. Tá bom. Não alivia. Yeah. Mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandilanquesa quindos amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, mumpioso amém, monandilanquesa quindos amém, quindos amém, quindos amém. Suja marabu. So that's what I'm talking about. Let's go fight.
Tienu Kandala kishika maboba nangitamyo ni soso Umweyo utopia Nungile lioswa mushima Endeleno makamakudia Zambi mukibela kietu watu jimbi kiangana Ujimbego, nujipanga, jame, jama. Gandala mio kitaritienu, gandala kishika maboba nangita mio nisoso, omwenyo hii utopia, nungile liosu mshima, tendeleno makamakudia, zambi mukibela kietu watu jimbi kiangana. Futeno makongo kwanu pale, sanga kizua mwadi wanu, oswadi muna mwene makamba, ujimbe kunujipange jami jama.
Essa mulher é a garina de meus olhos café, é a preta de meus olhos café, é a garina de meus olhos café. Jamaicana, dominicana, americana, portuguesa, só pode ser então aquela angolana, preta alta, beleza africana. Eu não aguento mais com essa mulher, é a garina de meus olhos café, é a preta de meus olhos café, é a garina de meus olhos café. É jamaicana, dominicana, americana, portuguesa, só pode ser então aquela angolana, preta alta, beleza africana. Quando ela vai à praia, morenão, você é aí que começa a senão. Todo mundo olhando para a preta, ela toma tanga, com os seus seios de mangas, faça-te ciúmes por ela. Faço ciúmes na areia onde se deita, porque quem vai à água vê o corpo dela, essa miúda que me funciona. Eu não aguento mais com essa mulher, é a garina de meus olhos café, é a preta de meus olhos café, é a garina de meus olhos café. É jamaicana, dominicana, americana, portuguesa, só pode ser então aquela angolana, preta alta, beleza africana. Eu não aguento mais com essa mulher, é a garina de meus olhos café, é a preta de meus olhos café, é a garina de meus olhos café. É jamaicana, dominicana, americana, portuguesa, só pode ser então aquela angolana, preta alta, beleza africana. Quando ela vai à praia, morena, fico todo cheio de ciúme, fico todo cheio de ciúme. A pergunta Essa miúda é muito tarada. Ei, au, 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 au. Ela tem um andar impressionante e o rico raco, yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Eu não aguento mais com essa mulher. É a garina dos olhos café, é a preta dos meus olhos café, é a garina dos meus olhos café. Jamaicana, dominicana, americana, portuguesa. Só pode ser então que ela angolana, preta alta, beleza africana. Eu não aguento mais com essa mulher. É a garina dos meus olhos café, é a preta dos meus olhos café, é a garina dos meus olhos café. É jamaicana, dominicana, americana, portuguesa. Só pode ser então que ela angolana, preta alta, beleza africana.
Manhã de domingo, sol abate forte no telhado, levanta uma nuvem de pó. Perguntam os mais velhos o que é isso. Alguém responde, é o povo a descer a marginal, a transbordar de alegria por causa do sol bem forte que os leva até a ilha. Sabor. Os menditos também vão, quem agarra quero nem feliz, mas para onde vão é que ninguém diz. Todos maltrajados, todos despenteados, todos cacimbados, todos bem cansados, todos maltrajados, todos despenteados, todos cacimbados, mas com ar feliz e o mesmo não diz. Do calcanhar escaldado, do calção cansado, suor de todos os dias. Tudo bem, eu deu sei também. Sabe a estamos no domingo, dia de alegria, dia de paz e de fim de nostalgia, dia de areia, que não é bicha, dia de sol, que não é esquema, dia de mar, que não é processo para nos levar para lá do retrocesso, já bem entonados, bem aldrabados, bem desgraçados. Até próximo domingo, já bem tonados, bem cacimbados, bem descansados. Até o próximo domingo. Ai, 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 sa
kitushi kinyabange talenungo makamami majingongwe gishilikia Gibanza kiebie ngashalangowe Gibanza kiebie ngashalangowe kitushi kinyabange talenungo makamami majingongwe gibanza Gibanza kiebie gidilangowe gindilangowe gibanzangowe Step down, step down, step Manefatita ngibane yanami Manefatita ngibane yanami Emengi kwena kaswaswa nibeka wamingo Emengi kwena kaswaswa nibeka wamingo Emengi banze anami Emengi banza nami Emengi banza nami Emengi banza nami Tunde kitwena tukala mingwitanu Tunde kitwena tukala mingwitanu mama Emengi banza nami Emengi banza nami Emengi banza nami Emengi Fatita, fatite, eyo fatita, eyo ngongo jamais. Fatita, fatita, fatite, banza fatita, eyo ngongo jamais. Mengi kwena kaswaswa ni beka wa mingo. Mengi kwena kaswaswa ni beka wa mingo. Mengi banza na mi. Mengi banza na mi. Mengi banza na mi. Mengi banza na mi. Fatita, fatita, fatite, banza fatita, eyo ngongo jamais. Fatita, fatita, fatite, eyo fatita, eyo ngongo jamais. Fatita, fatita, fatite, banza fatita, eyo ngongo jamais. Fatita, fatita, fatite, banza fatita, eyo ngongo jamais.
Quem são vocês para me calar? Vocês andavam a duvidar, agora vão acreditar. Com o Simão fico mais forte, sente o pedal e acredita. O Coriondo pode dizer, essa dupla no som é tudo. Deixo todo o people confuso, e se eu cantar vou causar dano. DJ, evite problemas, stop, stop, para tudo. Que bolo, bolo, tipo um dombolo, a dança que colou. Mas como o mambo é bom, e o people já gostou. Que bolo, bolo, tipo um dombolo, a dança que colou. Mas como o mambo é bom, e o people já gostou. Olha já, vai morrer gente, olha já. Vai morrer gente, olha já. Vai morrer gente, olha já. Vai morrer gente. Essa dança que cuia male, tipo Natal e Carnaval. Essa dança que cuia male, tipo Natal e Carnaval. Quem não dançar aqui não vale. Quem não dançar aqui não vale. Ai, felicidade, todos nós queremos. Ai, felicidade, todos nós sentimos. Ai, felicidade, todos nós queremos. Ai, felicidade, todos nós sentimos. Porque estamos sempre a subir, sempre, sempre a subir. Estamos sempre a subir, sempre, sempre a subir. People, Pessoal que tenta não me convence, pensam que são reis e rainhas. Coriondo vos admira, se tá a colher batam palminhas. Não se achem de muito finos, vocês caíram na armadilha. Para fazer balão como uma pastilha, faço tirar as sapatilhas. Coriondo no mic brilha, duvidam, dou corrida. Quem são vocês para me calar? Vocês andavam a duvidar, agora vão acreditar. Com o Simão fico mais forte, sente o pedal e acredita. O Coriondo pode dizer, essa dupla no som é tudo. Ai, felicidade, todos nós queremos. Ai, felicidade, todos nós sentimos. Ai, felicidade, todos nós queremos. Ai, felicidade, todos nós sentimos. Felicidade, ai, felicidade, todos nós sentimos. Porque estamos sempre a subir, porque estamos sempre a subir, porque estamos sempre a subir, porque estamos sempre a subir. Ai, felicidade.
Antigamente, velha Chica vendia cola e gengibre. Lá pela tarde, ela lavava roupa do patrão importante.
Nossos lá da escola perguntávamos a vovó Chica qual era a razão daquela pobreza, daquele sofrimento, daquele sofrimento.
Che menino, não fala política,
não falar política,
não falar política, yeah.
Che menino, não falar política,
não falar política, não falar política. Mas a velha Chica, mergulhada em seus pensamentos, ela sabia, mas ela não dizia qual era a razão. Che menino, não
falar política,
não falar política,
yeah. Che menino, não falar política,
não falar política, não falar política.
O tempo passou e a velha Chica só mais velha ficou. Ela somente fez uma cubata com teto de zinco.
Che menino, não falar política,
não fala política,
já posso morrer. Já vi Angola independente. Já posso morrer. Já vi Angola, já vi independente. Já posso morrer. Já vi Angola independente.
É isso aí, pá. Bonitinho lá com no Brasil. Já foi. Já está. Vamos embora, vai lá. Foi.
Mulemba Xangola, Mulembera me diz, ai ué, Mulemba Xangola, Mulemba Xangola, foi ai ué, Mulemba Xangola, Kassanje wa Bishila, Benekeno Mukwenu, Kubanza kwa Mushime, Menekeno Kubata. Povo da Bahia e a nossa marginal. Temos os dois sempre o mesmo carnaval e eu disse que vai ser no Haiti. Mulemba Xangola, yeah, 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 yeah. Mulemba Xangola, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mulemba Xangola, yeah, Mulemba Xangola, Mulembeira milena da magia Galundu, Angola ritual, povo africano, oh Lord, povo do Brasil, da Angola, povo irmão, todos sempre num só coração, yeah, yeah, Mulemba Xangola, yeah, 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 ayo, Xangola, vai ser no bairro, Mulemba Xangola, Mulemba Xangola, ayo, Mulemba Xangola, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 do. Mulemba Xangola, Mulembera me leva. Ai, Mulemba Xangola, Mulemba Xangola, Xangola, Xangola. Ai, Mulemba Xangola, ai, Mulemba Xangola, yeah. Aiué Luanda, aiué Angolê, aiué Bahia, eto mulheto, salvador da tradição Mulemba Xangola. Unidas nações, saudai-vos agora, Mulemba Xangola. Foi, disse que vai no Mulemba Xangola, povo que samba que se na marginal. Mulemba Xangola, Mulemba Xangola, aí, bonito. Tá bonito e eu disse que vai o Mulher Xangola, Mulher Xangola, Mulher Xangola, Mulher Xangola, oh, oh,
Minha terra, nossa terra, meu eu entre a multidão. Minha pátria, escola, céu e mar sem fim. Verde Cabinda, meu chão, Angola. Minha terra, minha raiz, livre-se de cultura e cor. Chama-te país, dá-te quero a nação de grandeza e elevação. Creio em ti, de norte a sul, creio na gente de mãos dadas. Creio em vós todos, filhos da terra. Creio que seja desta vez, oh Sana Santana, seja desta vez, oh Sana Santana, oh Sana, seja desta vez, desta vez, oh Sana Santana, desta vez, how can how minha terra, meu país, a guerra ficou para trás. Que haja gente para o tempo novo, cantar canções de paz. Minha terra, nossa terra, liberdade e união, justiça, trabalho, paz e Angola no coração. Crente de norte a sul, creio na gente de mãos dadas, creio em vós todos, filhos da terra. Creio que a cura é de vez, seja desta vez, Sana Santana, seja desta vez, oh não, seja desta vez, oh Sana, seja desta vez,
sote, jingongo jangitonil. Sukuni mwayangi jungangi jungondende. Sukuni mwayangi jungangi jungondela. Kambaja mushimaze kalunga wa mwambata. Kambaja mushimaze kalunga wa mwambata. Yeah. Bartolomeo, Bartolomeo. Genge musote, shingongo jangitondila. Bartolomeo, Bartolomeo. Genge musote, shingongo jangitondila. Bartolomeo, Bartolomeo, genge musote, shingongo jangitondila. Bartolomeo, Bartolomeo, genge musote, shingongo jangitondila. Kamba jamu shimangi bingangi musota. Kamba jamu shimangi bingangi musota. Musukudiano kiaze kalunga wa mwambata.
Quando ele me quer na cama, até sabula que me ama. Quando ele me quer na cama, até sabula que me ama. Depois de sacar todas as camas, arrasto o meu nome na lama. Depois de sacar todas as camas, arrasto o meu nome na lama. Seja daqui ou Pacheco, não suporto o chuleco. Seja daqui ou Pacheco, não suporto o chuleco. Ai, já está na porta sua trouxa. Agora vais tomar sopa na concha. Já está na porta sua trouxa. Agora vais tomar sopa na concha. Mamã, não se meta só lá. Esse homem tá cheio de astúcia. Mamã, não se meta só lá. Esse homem tá cheio de astúcia. Ele não procura emprego depois que somar um bom posto. Ele não procura emprego depois que somar um bom posto. Mas ele só quer que me veja. Está a pensar que a mulher é empresa. Pacheco só quer que me veja. Está a pensar que a mulher é empresa. Sai, ai, 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 sai Pacheco. Sai, ai, 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 sai Pacheco. Pacheco, tudinadinho, biteteira. Turubiri, bububupi, paralali, papepe. Yeah, 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 yeah. Turui, nada de teu. Quando ele me quer na cama, até sabula que me ama. Quando ele me quer na cama, até sabula que me ama. Depois de sacar todas as camas, arrasto o meu nome na lama. Depois de sacar todas as camas, arrasto o meu nome na lama. Seja daqui ou Pacheco, não suporto o chuleco. Seja daqui ou Pacheco, não suporto o chuleco. Ai, já está na porta sua trouxa. Agora vais tomar sopa na porta sua trouxa.
Agora vais tomar uma na buncha.
Mamã não se meta solar. Esse homem tá cheio de astúcia. Mamã não se meta solar. Esse homem tá cheio de astúcia. Ele não procura emprego depois que somar um bom posto. Ele não procura emprego depois que somar um bom posto. Mas ele só quer caminhar.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Pacheco só quer caminhar.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Sai, ai, 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 sai Pacheco.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Sai, ai, 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 sai Pacheco.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Pacheco.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Só quer caminhar.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Só quer caminhar.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Só quer caminhar.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Ai, 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 sai Pacheco.
Tá pensar que a mulher é empresa.
Pacheco, só quer caminhar. Terei, terei, terei. Só quer caminhar. 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 Só quer caminhar.
Pala meu angitele kia kumushima. Pala meu angitele kia kumushima. Diambulo mama golobela. Diambulo mama golobela. Pala meu angitele kia kumushima. Pala meu angitele kia kumushima. Diambulo mama golobela. Diambulo mama golobela. Hemengi fwa. Ai wele mbona kyo. Kingi kalabwe. Ai wele mbona kyo. Mbona diapa mala wangi sina. Mushwe.
Seats, please. We have the fourth session of this Africa Blue Economy Week, now turning the focus on the African Union theme for the year 2026, which is focusing on water and sanitation. And we also have in this session a presentation of the Africa Water Vision 2063 and the policy. My name is Nelson Gamonda. I work at the Africa Ministers' Council on Water, and I would like to thank the Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy at the African Union for making arrangements that we can have this session. Would like also to thank our colleagues from the UNDP for all the support that they're giving us at the African Ministers' Council on Water, but also at the AU. I can see we are energized and coming from lunch, and most of us, of course, also have not yet settled down, but if you can just give us our attention, please, if you can, we'll appreciate quite a lot. So I'll take you through the presentation on the AU theme for the year 2026. And then I have my colleague who is going to make a presentation focusing on the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy. Now, just focusing on the theme for the year, you might be asking, why water and sanitation in 2026? There are a few reasons. Number one is that as we can see and as we know it, we have climate change, which is increasing the episodes of floods, but also episodes of droughts. And that requires us to act. Secondly, we have had rapid urbanization and population growth, which we know very well, which is stressing the services level, especially in the urban setting. And of course, as we live in the urban settings with increase in the population, but also in our rural areas, we still have some gaps when it comes to the services related to sanitation. And in both rural areas and the urban settings, we have a huge service gap. We don't have the necessary infrastructure to help us have the necessary water and sanitation. And apart from that, we also have challenges to meet the goals of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal, especially number 6, which focuses on issues of water and sanitation. This is what triggered the desire for us to dedicate this year to water and sanitation for the African Union. We continue as we know it, and I don't think all of us, we can say we don't have the information related to what we see on the slides. Africa continues to face a lot of challenges. As we know, most of our people lack safe water and sanitation services, as I just mentioned. We have financing gaps when it comes to the infrastructure, but also sanitation, which is quite key, especially for health communities. That remains critically role on the continent. And the African Development Bank and the other players would tell us that an annual investment of up to 30 billion is what we need. Of course, other institutions give this figure to a higher amount. In addition to that, of course, as I mentioned earlier on, we have the challenges of climate variability, which is quite a huge challenge. When we look at the theme for the year 2026 for the African Union, it aligns and contributes to aspirational one of Agenda 2063, and this is talking about prosperous Africa. We know water and sanitation underpins economic transformation. It cuts across all the key sustainable development goals, actually. And it cuts across all the livelihoods. And number 2, it enables food security and energy production, especially on a continent like ours, where energy is quite key, but also food is quite important. Water strengthens also climate resilience, and it's an interface between us experiencing the climate variability and changes. We can experience that through water, having no water at all, or indeed having a lot of water in terms of floods. But again, as I said earlier on, water promotes health and productive communities as we contribute to the prosperous Africa under the Agenda 2063. For this year, as we commemorate the theme for water and sanitation, we have a couple of outcomes that are expected. Number one, we'd like to launch, or we use the moment of this year to launch the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy. And shortly, my colleague will take us through the Africa Water Vision and policy, just for us to have an understanding of what it says. Number two, the idea is for us to have strengthened political commitment for water security on the continent. Number three, of course, is to improve governance frameworks when it comes to water cooperation on our continent. And again, we have to work towards enhancing cross-sectoral collaboration, and we're glad that we are here on discussing blue economy, but again, water is at the heart of this conversation. Then we are using the year as well to strengthen knowledge and capacity, which is quite key, as well as unlocking sanitation economic opportunities. Just to summarize what is planned for the year, we have quite a couple of areas that we're looking at, but more importantly is to use the year to mobilize political commitment and prioritization of water and sanitation. And of course, also cast a little bit more focus on issues to do with governance and finance, and here looking at strengthening sector governance to facilitate financing and investment on the continent that we need for water and sanitation. And then, of course, also preparing investment programs, project pipelines, as well as strategies. We are also using the year to strengthen collaboration at different levels and partnerships. And for example, the African Commission convenes jointly with AMCO the Partners Coordination Platform, and we're engaging with the Partners Coordination Platform in developing the first implementation plan, which my colleague, I think, will detail out in his presentation. We are also working towards strengthening collaboration between water and other sectors, and this is quite critical for us. Then we are also working towards strengthening capacity, knowledge, and information, and as we do this, we are engaging different players, especially the research institutions and academics, different universities, to work towards strengthening capacity, but also strengthening knowledge generation and sharing, which is quite important. And I think we'll hear more when we unpack the Africa Water Vision 2060 and policy. Just to highlight a little bit about the activities that we are carrying out on more or less like a monthly basis, and we have tried to just categorize them into, let's say, a quarter. So at the beginning of the year up to March, we've been working so much, especially in January, preparing for the launch of the theme for the year, which was what was helping us to prepare for the ordinary session of the African Union. We had also a side event to launch the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy. We also used the time to think through how we are going to deliver the implementation of the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy. In February, that's when we had the launch of the theme for the year, 2026. Then we also organized the events to launch the Africa Water Vision and policy. And we had a couple of other opportunities, including conversation with the transboundary bodies under the Africa Network of Basin Organization on issues to do with the water management and, of course, investments, where we also involved the Partners Coordination Platform. We organized meetings with partners, especially looking at what role can they play in implementing the theme for the year 2026. In March, we commemorated the World Water Day for 2026, focusing on the theme for the year. But of course, the theme for the World Water Day was on water and gender equality. And as we know it, gender and water are inseparable. We also used the opportunity to identify program ideas, and of course, we had also some regional consultations with member states on how we can implement the new vision and policy as we began the process of developing the first implementation plan. That was the first quarter. In the second quarter, the focus was also on the different events that were happening. I would say that in the month of April, the focus was on water security and climate resilience. In the month of May, we were looking at water financing and investments as the focus. There was a reason why we had May focusing on financing. It was because the African Development Bank was convening an annual general meeting in Congo, Brazzaville. And at that particular meeting, we had a side event focusing on international financing issues of water. We also had regional training on climate resilience, and then a number of other activities, as we can see on the screen, in the month of May. In June, we also continued with a number of activities, including training on climate resilience, training on transboundary basin investments, but also online events on promoting digitization. In this particular quarter where we are, from July to September, the focus, of course, is also looking at issues of water for food and security. And as we are in July, we are also here as part of commemorating the theme for the year 2026, focusing on water and sanitation. In August, there are a number of other activities that are being planned, including side events between water and other sectors. And the focus would be water leadership, governance, and transboundary cooperation. This is the focus in the month of August because the African Union, together with AMCAO, are co-convening the Africa Water and Sanitation Systems Leadership Symposium in Kigali in Rwanda. And this will be from 17th to 21st of August, so you may have to plan to be part of that particular conference. And then in September, we are also looking at a number of activities, including organizing hybrid events on promoting gender-responsive watch systems and also facilitating regional learning platforms on lessons on meeting Development Goal 6 targets. My apologies, I think I went to the wrong side of this particular device. Then the last quarter for the year, we are focusing on, in October, focusing on water infrastructure, because I think that time we'll be also convening the 9th PIDA week, which should be focusing on aspects of the infrastructure that we talked about. In November, we are looking at water-related ecosystems and the groundwater as the focus, as we also prepare for the COP17, COP31. And of course, in December, we have the UN Water Conference in 2026, where we will be looking at promoting Africa's common position and priorities when it comes to the global space. And of course, also working towards consolidating national, regional, and continental reports at that particular time, as we also prepare for the AU summit coming up early next year in 2027. We also hope to use the opportunity to capture lessons and prepare indeed for the transitional plan into 2027. This is what I can summarize as the focus for the theme for the year 2026, focusing on water and sanitation. And allow me to really thank you for your attention, and we can say obrigado and merci beaucoup. Now, the second part of the presentation is coming up, and I'd like to invite my colleague, Engineer Jonathan Campata. Let's give him an appreciation as he takes us through the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nelson, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we all had a very nice lunch and we're now energized for this session. So just distinguished guests, I'll write down the protocols that were already established. As introduced, my name is Jonathan Kampata. I'm an advisor with AMCAL. So I'll be presenting to you the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy. As you can see there, the vision is a water secure, resilient Africa with self-sanitation for all. So we might be wondering, what has water and sanitation got to do with the blue economy? So I put it to us that even by coining the word blue in that economy, I think it's something to think about. Why didn't they say yellow economy, or gray economy, or red economy? So I'm sure you all agree that blue is something that symbolizes to do with water. So which means that this economy we're talking about is hinged on water itself. So without water, there can be no blue economy. And even if we've got the water, but the water is not sustainably utilized, is not sustainably managed, it means it's a major risk to that economy which actually relies on the same water we are talking about. So just trying to recap, I think from the blue economy strategy which was put in place, it's clear that when we talk about blue economy, we're talking about sustainable use, management, protection of our oceans, seas, but more importantly, let's not forget the rivers, the lakes, the wetlands, all these that generate this economic growth to create jobs, improve livelihoods, and strengthen resilience, while safeguarding the future generation. So as was indicated by Dr. Nyambe in the opening remarks, in terms in Africa, we share a lot of freshwater resources as well. These are transboundary in nature. Let's not forget also the groundwater resources, like in North Africa. A lot of these resources are used for livelihood and economic development. So all these are blue resources. So this is where the Africa Water Vision and Policy comes in. You can see there, you've got some QR codes. You can give you time just to try and download the vision statement itself. You can also go to the African Union website. You'll find it there. We're still working on editing the Portuguese version as well, so it will also be out soon. So you'll be able to have that as well. So I would really encourage all of us to familiarize ourselves with this Africa Water Vision and Policy 2063, and which was actually endorsed at the AU Summit by the heads of states and governments in February this year. Now, why do we need Africa Water Vision and Policy? I think as previous presenters have also included, Africa faces a lot of challenges in terms of the management and utilization of our precious water resources. This to do with climate change. We've seen the impacts of climate change, whether it's droughts or floods. These are impacted and manifested themselves through the water cycle. And this climate change causes heavy losses, economic losses, infrastructure losses included, and socially up to 10% of the GDP. We are seeing the demand increasing. When we look at the population in Africa, by 2070, we'll move from about 1.5 billion people we are now today to 3.2 billion people. And that means that we need water for food, we need water for energy, which will increase in the order of 5 times. When we look at the urban areas, we talk about sanitation. Only about 45% of the population have actually sanitation. And if we don't manage the sanitation well, it end up in the rivers. In some areas, you find that the raw and treated waste is discharged direct into the oceans. So obviously that's going to affect the water quality, and even the same marine resources we rely upon are going to be affected. So having sanitation is also a key issue of the blue economy. So those are just some of the key issues why we need the policy. Now, in terms of the vision itself, the vision is a water secure and resilient Africa with self-sanitation for all. This is primarily hinged on also achieving our Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And the vision and policy has got 4 pillars, as you can see there. I want to really go through if you've got the document, you'll see them in detail. But we've got the economy and society, which has got 3 vision statements. We've got the diplomacy, peace, and security, which has got 2 vision statements. We've got sustainability and resilience pillar that has got 1 vision statement. And we have innovation, capacity, and information, which has got 2 vision statements. I can draw your attention to vision statement 3, which is under the economy and society. So this vision statement is specifically dealing with having a sustainable blue economy in place. So that vision statement specifically deals with the issues of the blue economy. We're also going through a paradigm shift. As we've been talked to before, it's no longer business as usual. So what is the difference between previous visions and policies on water that have been developed? In terms of a paradigm shift, we're now putting water as a strategic resource. The value of water as an asset. Water is not only a social good for the social sector, but also an economic asset. Once we deal with it an economic asset, even issues of investment come into play. We expect now more investments into this economic asset. We're moving away from a fragmented approach to integrated water resources management approach. We're embracing circularity as well. I think these are some of the issues which even like the Bangwelo current convention is working under. We heard about empowering the youth, the children, the women, including the children as well. Issues to do with deploying digital innovation, some of the key issues. Now, in terms of value of water as an economy, we're looking at unlocking water's economic power in all the subsectors, be it energy, agriculture, linked to the blue economy revolution as well. So basically, the impact we want is cooperation through these shared economic gains, using the shared economic resources, and accelerating integration through the interdependent water, energy, food, and environment nexus. Obviously, not forgetting issues to do with climate adaptation and the change. So basically, those are the key outcomes we want: universal wash access, climate resilient infrastructure, groundwater, non-conventional water resources, circular economy, and more importantly, also issues to do with regional cooperation and basin governance. That is the vision as I indicated. In terms of implementation, we've got 3 implementation pathways. 2063 to 2033, this is investment-led. 2033 to 2043, this is a systematic transformation phase. and 2043 to 2063, where we consolidate our sustainability. So at the moment, we are developing that first implementation plan, which Nelson talked about, which is the 2026 to 2033. And the mandate was given to a task team. This was by the AMCO Governing Council and the STC, which met, that it should be led by task team to develop this first implementation plan. And we have the partners also involved through our partner coordination platform, who are steering the process. So this first implementation plan is targeted at achieving the 2033 milestones, which are in the Africa Water Vision Policies 2063. So once you look at the document, you'll be able to get those. In terms of priorities in the first implementation plan, we're looking at what are the transformational drivers. As I said, it's not business as usual, but we want to focus on key drivers of value in water, the digital revolution, sanitation, and the circular economy as well. The integrated approaches, water diplomacy, blue-green infrastructure, and continent-wide solidarity. So these are the transformational drivers that are looked at. Then also in terms of initiatives, we want to have flagship initiatives, those that are going to make impact. In terms of partnerships, we're also looking at including partners, stakeholder-driven. Some of the key partners are mentioned there, but also, more importantly, to avoid duplication and have specific contributions and roles in implementing the plan. The plan will also define the coordination arrangements, as well as provide indicative cost estimates for coordination monitoring of the plan itself. So I thank you and encourage you to read the documents and really appreciate aspects of blue economy which are reflected in the African water policy and vision. I thank you. Obrigado.
Just to say that there are some few copies of the vision in French, as my colleague has mentioned, as well as English for those of us that would like to follow. And just also say that we agreed with the organizers that this is more of an information sort of sharing session. And there may not necessarily be some specific questions. If you have some questions, which I think is unexpected, then feel free to contact myself and also my colleague using the healthy breaks as well. I see my sister from the other mother in Mozambique, very keen to say something, but I urge you, the organizers will give you some kind of a gift to just take it easy and bring the question to us, please, if you don't mind. Otherwise, let's give my brother a big appreciation for the presentation. Organizers, please see my sister from Mozambique. She's accepted not to take the questions at this moment because at least, yeah, thank you so much. Again, thanks so much and best wishes to all of us. If there's anything else, please approach my colleague as well as myself. And we have some few copies as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite you to our next session, which is on women. How do we continue transforming this industry with women and young people across the continent? And before I go into details, I would like to invite my panelists to join me here on the stage. If you know you are my panelist, you know yourself, please join me on stage. Yes, as they come, as it has been highlighted throughout this conference, Africa possesses one of the world's richest blue economy, and there is no doubt to that. But the theme of this Africa's Blue Economy Week, we are talking about from strategy to action, political leadership for Africa's economic transformation or blue economy transformation, reminds us that Africa already has strong structural transformation, but then the strategy calls for a key driver of Africa's women and youth as entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, because women and young people can be investors as well, and decision makers across the sector. Today's session contributes directly to that vision by focusing on 3 key objectives. First, to showcase the important role that women and young people are already playing in transforming the Africa's blue economy. Second, we want to explore the opportunities that do exist across the continent, but also to look at how do we talk about the recommendations that can come out of this session for the Luanda Declaration. Today's discussion is therefore not simply about identifying challenges, it is about highlighting solutions, sharing practical experiences, and identifying partnerships, investments needed to ensure that women and youth move from participation, because that is where we are always placed, to leadership in Africa's blue economy transformation. And it is my honor to invite these wonderful panelists with me on stage, and I have one online who will be joining us online. And allow me to share. Okay, thank you. Allow me to quickly, and time management is very important. Time is money. So if I tell you 1 minute, it's 1 minute, please. I would like to quickly start with all of you to just quickly introduce yourself and to just tell us what is one of that greatest opportunity that you think do exist for women and young people in transforming Africa's blue economy. In 1 minute, I would like to start with Stella. Quickly, if you could take us through.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure again to be here today on this floor. My name is Stella Mbabazi. I'm the Blue Economy expert from COMESA. I think that one particular opportunity that can bring women to really participate better in this Blue Economy platform is bring them to the table. Once you have the women on the table, they participate in decision making. That is the most important thing that can, the most important opportunity that presents itself for the women to participate better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sasethu, quickly introduce yourself, your organization, and why do you think it's important?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sasethu Chilwana from Ocean Hub Africa. When we speak about what is the opportunity for youth and women, I think I need to first start by highlighting that women and youth are already in the blue economy. They're already doing the work. They're already creating solutions. I think for me, the biggest opportunity is to move them up that value chain, because right now they are trapped in what we call the informality trap, where their businesses are not formalized. And so we need to do the work to move them into higher positions and higher value chains. So that's where the opportunity exists, and it's going to need all of us in the room to do our job. Thank you.
Thank you. Fatuma?
Good afternoon, everyone, and habari zenu. My name is Engineer Fatuma, and I'm a petroleum and natural gas engineer, turned entrepreneur and the founder of Sulha Africa. We are an ethical and sustainable leather brand developing biomaterials from mangrove barks to use in leather production. So the opportunities for women and youth to join this space is, like Sasetu and Stella said, the women and youth are already in the space, and to bring the women into the table, but also to create a platform for women to thrive within that table. So you do not expect us as women and young girls to come into platforms expecting us to carry ourselves like men because of the societal pressure. Do you have caretakers to take care of the babies that we come with to the sessions? Do you have the enabling environment for us to actually not be beaten when we go back home? Because some women come to these sessions, but they actually go through domestic violence for coming, or they are the money that they get, the stipend, is taken by their spouses. So are we actively bringing the entire family on board on this thing? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatuma. Eddie?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being able to speak here today. So I'm the founder of an enterprise back in Madagascar called Makwa, Madagascar Aquaculture. And our mission is really to develop the aquaculture industry in Madagascar and in Africa, because we believe that aquaculture is one of the key solutions today to face a lot of problems that we have in Africa, like poverty, food security, job security, inequality of gender. And to answer your question, what's the greatest opportunity? I think this is the greatest opportunity for us, young and women and youth, being able to speak and being able to be listened by decision makers. Because often we are on the ground and the decisions are taken away from us. So yes, today is one of the biggest opportunities for us to be able to speak.
Thank you so much. And I think, as they said, it is an opportunity for us to listen to young people, give them the platform, open our arms for them. But most of the times I tell young people, if they cannot give you the table, come with your table, because you will get the seat. So you can always bring your table. And to just kick off now our panel, I would like to invite Tiana, who has joined us online. Tiana, can you hear us? Tech. Tech. We have somebody online. Okay. Who can translate? I don't know. Okay, then we can just continue, and then when the tech is okay, we'll get back to Tiana. So I would like to start with you, Sesethu, and one of the things, I've known Ocean Hub for quite a bit, and the work that you guys are doing in terms of ocean innovation and ocean climate in Africa, supporting young entrepreneurs. From your experience, what are the biggest barriers that are facing women and young entrepreneurs today? And what kind of support that has proven most effective in helping them? Could you briefly just take us through that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I think I also want to make a distinction between the types of entrepreneurs that we have in Africa. So with the work that we do, we work with two types of entrepreneurs. We work with startups, and these are normally entrepreneurs that are creating solutions and products that they want to commercialize and scale. And then we also work with coastal communities, where we work with coastal groups, whether it's cooperatives, and there's a lot of women involved in that, and they use the marine resources to actually better their livelihoods. And we both support these type of entrepreneurs to make sure that their businesses are more sustainable within the blue economy. And so it's also, the reason why I made that distinction is because I want you to understand that every type of entrepreneur requires different type of skill and support. So it's important that the programs that we design take that into consideration. And then when it comes to the barriers, because of time, there's so many. Because of time, I'm going to focus on maybe 3 of them. What we've seen with the entrepreneurs that we support is that the biggest, obviously, we've said this before, that it's access to finance. But for me, it's not necessarily the finance that's the problem. I think finance exists. The problem is the type of finance that they need to actually acquire. Right now, there's a lot of finance for early stage businesses and also coastal community enterprises, and this is grants and that sort of type of finance. And our entrepreneurs are able to get this finance, but once they've acquired this finance, now they need a different type of finance to move their business towards scale. And this is where we find the missing middle, where there isn't finance available for them. And if we're speaking about youth and women, they can't go to the bank and get loans because they don't have the collateral that the loans actually want. And so that is one, access to finance. Another one I'm going to speak on is access to markets. We always say to entrepreneurs that when you're building a product, try to think about the customer first. And I think we work with entrepreneurs to try to make them to understand that they need to understand who's their customers in the blue economy. But I also think we are also failing our entrepreneurs because we're not uptaking the solutions that our entrepreneurs are creating. Corporates are not taking up and creating pilots and testing African-made solutions. I think that's the biggest one, and I think government also has a role to play in that, in creating that engagement between corporates to make them see that we do have the solutions. And lastly, a huge one is around creating an enabling environment. And this has to come with acquiring permits, certifications. A lot of entrepreneurs struggle a lot with this, and this has to do with something Fatima mentioned yesterday, that there's a lot of policies that's being created high level policy, and it has a top-down way of thinking it, because you create the policy, but you're not thinking about what's actually happening on the ground. When Fatima has to go acquire a certification, there's so many that she has to go to just get a certification, and so much funding she has to do. And so I think we need to rethink the way that our regulations, and are we making it accessible for entrepreneurs, really? I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I mentioned previously, it's enabling environment. The grants or the finances that we are designing, are they really meant for young people, or do they really accommodate the needs of young people and young entrepreneurs? And talking about that, I would like to come to you, Stella, because I know COMESA plays a very critical role, or it's at the forefront of advancing regional integration, but also looking at the whole aspect of sustainable and economic development. From your perspective, what policy or regional intervention is most critical to unlock the greater leadership and entrepreneurship opportunities for women and youth in Africa's blue economy? I know it's a long question, but short answers only. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shamim. And when we talk COMESA, we talk trade. And when we have been discussing women, how do we get the women to trade what they are doing? So in my perspective, and of course as COMESA, there are a number of different programs that we are introducing. Of course, the one specifically on blue economy, there are a number. Under blue economy, we look at a different sector and we say yes. For example, women in fisheries, we know they play a very fundamental role in the processing. So we go further to really study in the processing value chain of fish and fisheries and aquaculture products. What can we do to unlock their potential in there? So I know tomorrow we shall be launching one of that reports that we have undertaken to critically understand what are these avenues where COMESA can come in, where development partners can come in, where member states can prioritize and strategize and put their monies to, to support women. But importantly, I think we've gone ahead to develop the rightful and relevant policies and strategy to support that. Our COMESA policy framework and reform strategy that is aligned to the African Union policy framework and reform strategy for fisheries and aquaculture, specifically policy area 9, addresses issues to do with women and youth inclusion in the fisheries and aquaculture. And the inclusion we are talking about is not participation alone, but how do we get them to economically benefit in there? And then 2, we are looking at skilling and of course supporting women in advancing technology. You had the example given by Dr. Siamdala from the wild fish. That is a particular area that we are really paying attention to, introducing instruments that can support women to access markets. For example, the Green Pass. This is one of the schemes that COMESA has actually brought on board, and this has been advanced into actually COMESA Border Fish Inspectors Manual together with the e-fish certificate that we actually just launched last week. So there are different mechanisms that we are really looking at. And then we are also championing women under the ALFISHNet, the African Women Fisheries Network. We are working very closely with the African Union as well as its other bodies to ensure that we develop regional, women bodies that can be very supportive and can help women to participate better in the different value chains. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I've been speaking a lot to women, and I would like to come to you, Eddie. I know innovation is very critical. It's very essential. If we really want to unlock Africa's blue economy, technology is needed. And I would like, based on your entrepreneurship journey, what support or whether finance, mentorship policy or partnership has been the most valuable in really helping and supporting your business, and of course, additionally, you know, supporting other young people in the industry to scale their solutions as well?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't think there is one most important help that we can get. I think as an entrepreneur, we navigate through the waves to see where we can grab something and hold on it to actually go forward. And we often talk about finance, but there's a lot of programs that actually finance. But the question is, do those programs actually fit what we need at the stage where we are? Because we often talk about blue economy, but it's a massive industry, and in blue economy there is a lot of things like aquaculture, there is conservation. Do those programs are actually well fitted for the industry we want to push forward? Because the help we need to get in aquaculture will be very different from the help they need, for example, in conservation. Just to talk about capital, aquaculture, we want to farm, we need a lot of capital to start. As in conservation, they might not need a lot of capital to start. So I think it's really finding a way to fit the support to what's happening on the ground. And I come back to what I said in the beginning. The way to do that is to really open the door for us young people. And I will be a bit harsher, but we need to stop feeding us with a spoon. We need to be seated on the same table and exchange ideas so we can communicate what we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I mentioned from the beginning, young people can be investors, young people can be innovators. We need to stop spoon-feeding them and bring them on the table where we make decisions about their future, about the technologies that they are building, and redesigning programs that really align with the needs of young Africans. Fatma, getting back to you, I would like to, you have built a business that creates both environmental and social impact within the blue economy. And looking back in your journey, what has been the biggest turning point in your business?
Okay, I love this question because with my background in engineering, and I didn't have any business experience before. I didn't even attend business classes. So I did learn quite a bit from the capacity building, but the biggest turning point was the funding. The minute I actually got my first grant, shout out to African Development Bank, the minute I got my first funding, it was such a big relief because first of all, I had graduated university. I started a business with $300 from my own savings in university. I don't have a phone. I don't have a laptop because my laptop I've been using it from high school. I literally used to go to a public library to have access to a computer because of passion. Because honestly, I could have gone to traditional employment. It was passion that was pushing me there. But there's a lot of enablers giving us capacity. But at the end of the day, all that capacity, all it's training us is to work in the business. When as startup founders, you have to work on the business. I cannot become my own accountant, my own lawyer. I cannot become the designer. I cannot become the biomaterials innovator. I need a lot of support, which can only be afforded with funding. I almost got arrested because I accidentally filed taxes wrongly. So I have been done capacity building. I did some sessions on taxes. I learned about it, and I filed my returns for 2 years into the business. And then randomly, I get an email from the Kenya Revenue Authority calling me for a special audit, only to find out that I had sent an invoice of $100, which is 13,000 Kenyan shillings. And I accidentally filed it by mistake because I'm not an expert, like I mentioned. And then the government was doing a special audit. I had to find a tax consultant, which I had to pay 10,000 shillings. So I made 3,000 shillings. So as much as capacity building is really instrumental, I didn't know about profit, direct profit, indirect profit. It really helped me a lot. But the minute the first grant came in, it was such a huge relief. I bought my first laptop. I bought this phone, actually, to use For an online business that doesn't have a good quality phone with a camera that I could keep posting was really holding me back. And then the other thing that I really want to mention is that there's a huge problem with the language. So if we keep talking as you're helping us, let's help the youth, let's help the women. It keeps us feeling like we are being spoon-fed. Like he mentioned, we are supposed to be equals because we are helping each other make the blue economy thrive. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. And I would like to quickly conclude 30 seconds with all of you. I would like to conclude by asking each one of you in 1 minute, in 30 seconds, to share one priority action that you think the African governments and politicians and, of course, development partners, investors in the room, what could they take in order to accelerate women and youth leadership in Africa's blue economy? Maybe quickly start with Stella and then we keep moving.
Support policy harmonization. Thank you.
I'll try to keep it within 30 seconds. But first and foremost, I think I want to echo what Fatima just said is that stop treating youth and women as beneficiaries of your blue economy programs. They're already building their own businesses and they're already making decisions. So that's very important. And also, entrepreneurs are already doing so much creating the solutions. But I think the biggest thing that they're also struggling is the lack of infrastructure. I think this was mentioned yesterday in the digital transformation conversation that we are lacking the infrastructure to accelerate the solutions that we're seeing on the ground. And I think I also want to highlight that there's also a big loss of translations between different stakeholders. I think I've seen from the conversations from the past few days that everyone is doing their work, the policies are there, entrepreneurs are creating the solutions, but I also think that we just keep missing each other. We're not coming to really understand what Fatima on the ground is actually doing, what that means for your policy. And so I think for me, it's going to need us to move towards being more flexible. If you see that a policy that you created does not fit the local context, then be flexible to change that. And yeah, it's very also important that whatever programs, whether it's programs from the government or support programs, they need to really take into consideration the local context. I think it's very important, whether it's language or the cultural differences.
Okay, so what I would like to say is that do not claim to embrace innovation and technology when your systems are rigid. If you hear of something that is new to you, don't shut it down, don't get scared of it, because innovation is when something is new or something is being revolutionized. So for me, because we're developing a chemical that is it's from mangroves, we're not cutting down trees, we're developing a harvest protocol with the right partners. We are literally having to work with the Kenya Bureau of Standards because they don't have such a category in their licensing and their permits. We have to also be open to that as development partners. You do not sit and say, yes, you have to be innovative, we are very innovative, we are very technology driven, but when innovative solutions are put into the room, they're brought onto the table, you are very rigid, then you do not have the right to say that you are innovative. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I had one recommendation, it wouldn't be helping us with finance again. I think it will be investing into the ecosystem. The way I see it is we have a common goal. So to use the resource sustainably so the people can benefit from it. So I see that an enterprise where the government, the entrepreneurs, and other entities have specific roles but need to work together. So what I will emphasize is, again, communication. An enterprise that doesn't communicate between them is an enterprise that doesn't work because the idea doesn't go through. And we can't reflect on the ideas, so we go one way and we become stubborn in the ideas that we think is good without listening to the other ones. So I think we really need to invest into this communication and putting a platform, as we said again, so we can actually exchange our ideas and come through something that actually makes sense and that is logical toward the common goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to invite all of you to applause for my panelists, because I see everybody is busy looking down, which is good. One of the key takeaways before my panelists stand up for a photo is that speaking now not as a young person but as an investor is investors are looking for investor-ready businesses. And we as Africans, if we cannot create and support young women businesses that are investable, then it will be very difficult for us to move from here to there within the African blue economy. Thank you so much, my panelists, and I would like to invite you for a quick photo. Photographers, please, we don't have time. I have like 30 seconds for this picture. Thank you. And as we do that, I would like Immaculée to prepare yourself. Yes. You need me the photo?
Okay, guys, now that I'm on stage, please go on Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn. Follow Sulha Africa. You like something, you can definitely buy. Thank you.
Boa tarde. I'm waiting for support unit to show the presentation. Please display the Africa Blue Economy Accelerator Program for youth and women. Great. Actually, it's very, very helpful for me for having this panelists before me, because I'm not going to repeat what they have said as challenges they have. I'm just going to go straight to what is this program going to do to solve the problem raised by youth and women. In partnership with UNDP, Africa Union Commission have developed Africa Blue Economy Accelerator Program to support as I said, there are some slides I'm going to skip because they have already said their challenges which are here. So I'm going to focus on the expected results, the logical framework of the program and what is expected as results. So the theory of change of this program is that from the challenges, this program will support youth and women to develop enterprise, then to access market, bring investment from different partners, invest, build ecosystem, then create jobs. The program has 3 outcomes. Under the outcome 1, which is the capacity and the resilience, there are some key interventions I have mentioned, such as tailored enterprise acceleration and business support to youth and women, mentoring and peer learning network, Under the output 1, 2, there will be a promotion of innovative, digital, and climate resilience practice. Some of key interventions I can mention is to strengthen digital literacy and use of business tools, promote climate smart sustainable practice. Outcome 2 will focus on market access and investment. Some of key interventions, because there are many, there is to connect enterprises with buyers and value chain actors across Africa, youth and women, support participation in trade fair and network platform. Under still outcome 2, there will be improved finance and investment access. Here, key intervention will include strengthening financial management and investment readiness, facilitate investors and matchmaking and financing solutions. And last outcome, we focus on ecosystem and enabling environment with key interventions building institutional and technical capacity of support organization, promote collaboration among incubators, accelerators, and service providers, etc. And also the partnership policy for inclusive growth with some of intervention such as facilitate public-private dialogue and on barrier for youth and women, develop strategic partnership with the government, investors, and research institutions. So the delivery model of this accelerator program, we have 2 phases. There is a pilot phase, which is planned with the availability of resources to be 1 year, 2027, 2028, and the scale-up phase, which will go up to 2021. So the pilot phase would cover 6 countries, while the full scale will reach up to 30 countries and also support to 40 ecosystem support organizations. These are some targets. The targets, so by 2021, we are expecting to reach enterprise supported up to 3,000, job created for youth and women, 12,000, enterprise access market, 1,000, investment mobilized between 30 and 50 million. This is on top of that, the initial investment. Then ecosystem support organization, 40, participating countries, 30. The investment case, what does it require? What's the budget required to have this pilot phase and full-scale implementation? I can see enterprise development is estimated at 80 million, market and investment component around 11 million, enterprise ecosystem 6.2, and program management. The total investment required for this 2-phase accelerator program is estimated at 28.4 million USD. So we are sure that this program will succeed if we come together, because there is continental ownership, local implementation of some innovation. We already have integrated enterprises support, regional market opportunity, long-term ecosystem strengthening. These are pillars, a success factor we have that will help us. I want to end up with a call to action. This program needs our partnership. We need to invest, we need to support acceleration of youth and women innovations so that we can get these 28 million that if we have them, we would mobilize between 30 and 50 million as money catalyzed from the implementation of this program. That's it. And during the preparation of this accelerator program, there was a training phase that has allowed the designer to test if this program is feasible. So from that test, pilot training test, we got some 16 youth and women companies that were trained, and there are some motivation from selected the best selected companies. I want to invite next presenter to continue, but bearing in mind that the next session is very linked to this program, and we are waiting for you for the real piloting and the full-scale implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Keep clapping, because that is what you're going to do. That is going to be your next full-time job for the next few minutes, to just keep clapping. I just gave you an employment. You need to be excited. So as Immaculée said, we are going to our next part of the session, where it's quite interesting to see it's not just talking about investing in young people and women, but also enabling them, giving them something that can enable them to go from one step to another. And with that, we are going to have awards, so we will be celebrating. That is why I said, be ready. Your full-time job now until I leave this stage is to keep clapping and clapping. Allow me to invite Madeline. Please join me on stage. Keep clapping, your full-time job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. As she had just indicated, this time I want to recognize and award exemplary young entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs in the blue economy sector. Before we call them forward, I would like to invite the Director of UNDP Regional Service Center for Africa, Dr. Matthias Nab, to come and give us an opening.
I was about to complain that you are not clapping, but I'm very happy that you clapped at least. This time I am told that I have to be very official, so I will try to read a very small statement, because the issue of young people really is at the core of everything that we do today on our continent. We are told that Africa is the youngest continent, but still we don't see a lot of action by our young people, and I think that is an indictment on all of us. I am 57 years old, and I still feel very young. So clap for me because I am a very young man. Excellencies, colleagues, and most importantly, our visionary young men and women innovators. It is an inspiring privilege to stand with you today to honor the bright minds shaping the future of Africa's aquatic frontier. I was told a while ago in February when we had, no, in April, when we had a big meeting in Addis, and everybody was talking about young people and talking about domestic resource mobilization because funding cuts are being experienced everywhere, and the funding constraints for many organizations and many developing countries, OECD, I'm going to call it development foreign assistance is dwindling. And then somebody said something that really touched me, that if Africa needs to mobilize domestic resources, it's not only about the gold, the water resources, it's not about the diamonds, it's not about all the mineral resources that we have. The biggest domestic resource that Africa has is our young people. And that really sunk in. So our young friends, our young colleagues here, you are the biggest domestic resource for our continent. So when we examine the numbers, the reality is stark. Women account for nearly 60% of fish processing and marketing across Africa. Our youth represent the largest creative generation in human history, yet for too long, youth and women-led blue enterprises have been confined to low-value, informal, and vulnerable segments of the value chain. They face what we call the missing middle, which is basically the finance bottleneck. And when a young innovator or a woman's cooperative develops a scalable solution, be it a solar-powered cold storage, AI-driven aquaculture monitoring, or a circular waste recycling, they usually need between 50,000 to 500,000 to move from pilot to market scale. To address this barrier, UNDP and the African Union Commission, and here again, I would like to recognize the able leadership of my brother Nyambe, who has been a very strong pillar in terms of our partnership with the AUC Commission. And I want to really, if you can really give him a round of applause on my behalf, that would really also be nice. So to address this, UNDP and the African Union Commission developed the Africa Blue Economy Youth and Women Accelerator Program. This is not just a training initiative, it is a federated continental movement. Earlier this year, we tested this model through 4 outstanding ecosystem support organizations: the Sote Hub in Kenya, Lisandre in Madagascar, and Impact Tank in Namibia, and Smart Exchange in South Africa. Working with 16 pioneering ventures, over 56 of them women-led, we proved that when local innovators receive structured technical validation, business coaching, and seed support, they transform fast into investable, high-impact businesses. Today, as we recognize our top finalists alongside our hosts from Angola, we are sending a clear signal. Africa's blue transformation will be built by our youth, our women, and our local entrepreneurs. Over the next 5 years, from 2027 to 2031, our joint AUC-UNDP program will scale this network to 40 hubs across 30 African countries, directly accelerating 3,000 ventures, sustaining 12,000 decent jobs, and unlocking up to 50 million in growth capital. For UNDP, this is something that we take very seriously, and it's similar to another global or continental initiative that we call the Timbuktu Initiative. And I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to also share some of the innovation we are pioneering using the Timbuktu Initiative. Donc, to our awardees today, you are not just receiving an award. You are taking up the mantle of leadership for Africa's Blue Renaissance. And I want to assure you that UNDP stands firmly behind you. I would like to stop here and to say muito obrigado pela vossa atenção. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director. Allow me to invite Director Nyambe Hassan, the head of African Union Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy Department, to come forward. And thank you so much, Director. Now, the ceremony of awarding our entrepreneurs is going to start. Allow me to invite Fatuma Al-Bakari, who is representing Sula Africa, to come forward. Sula Africa is a great initiative in Kenya that focuses on coastal ecosystem, restoration, and sustainable value addition. And the enterprise actively drives the economic participation of local women and youth in sustainable environment protection. Yes. So the next awardee is Maka from Madagascar, represented by Thibaut Eddy. Eddy, please come forward. So Maka is an enterprise designed to overcome critical growth barriers in blue economy sector by supporting sustainable fisheries in the country. So the third awardee is Aquaplast Ox from South Africa, represented by Riona Ender. The initiative of Aquaplast is a science-led environmental technology innovation tackling microplastic pollution in marine systems. The next awardee is from Angola. We have a wonderful woman who has been doing great work in the Nível region of Angola, Madame Ernestina Antonio, representing the Bianfer Artisanal Fisheries Cooperative. Please come forward. So I think we need a group photo of UNDP, African Union, and our awardees, and they want to join it.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, for your time, and of course for clapping for the entrepreneurs. Could we please have a photo of just the 4 entrepreneurs, please? Just the 4 of them. Fatma, Eddie, and the other 2 ladies, could we just have a photo of the 4 of you kindly? Photographers, quick, we don't have time. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for giving us your time and for listening to us. And one of the things that I would like is, could you please pay attention for just 1 second? I would like to remind us that if the blue economy was an economy, it would be among the G7, contributing more than $2.5 trillion to the global GDP and more than $300 billion to the African economy. And that tells us we have a lot of work to do. And thank you so much for being part of this session for young people and women. And I invite you to continue working with us. We personally also have a program called Women in Ocean Food Africa, where we invest and support women-led businesses across the African continent. So if you are interested and excited to work with women-led businesses, please reach out to me, and let's talk about supporting young entrepreneurs and women in Africa. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erika Nelumba. It is a great pleasure to be here. So the song I'm about to sing is Filha de Deus. It's like a good child. I hope you appreciate it. Na vida há momentos para parar e desabafar. Quantas vezes mais eu vou cair e levantar? Só quero ser feliz, mamá. Que pecado foi que eu cometi? O que foi que fiz para sofrer assim? Tantas noites que eu não dormi, só de pensar por onde caminhar. Mas eu não vou desistir, porque nada pode me derrubar. Eu também sou filha de Deus, Ele sempre vai me ajudar. Porque eu não vou desistir, nada pode me derrubar. Eu também sou filha de Deus, Ele sempre vai me ajudar. Olhando meu sofrimento, eu sinto vontade de chorar. Todos os maus momentos, eu não sei como ultrapassei. Quando penso no que eu já sofri, onde passei pra chegar aqui, foi difícil não entristecer, não perder a fé e poder dizer não, eu também, Ele sempre vai me ajudar, porque eu não vou desistir, nada pode me derrubar. Eu também sou filha de Deus, Ele sempre vai me ajudar, Eu sou filha de Deus. You may clap. Eu também, please. Nada pode. I'm saying, I'm your child. He will always come from me, for me, to help me.
Ela sempre vai me
ajudar, ajudar.
Eu também sou filha de Deus. Ela sempre vai me ajudar.
Eu sou filha de Deus. Eu também. Nada pode. Eu sou filha de
Deus. Eu também sou filha de Deus.
E Ele sempre vai me ajudar. Eu sou filha de Deus. Thank you so much.
Obrigada, Érica. Érica Nelumba, para os vossos aplausos. E depois de termos acompanhado todas as sessões, é um período um pouco mais delicado e sensível, é momento para a análise ao projeto da Declaração de Luanda. Mas este é um trabalho que não será feito com todos os presentes. Por isso eu vou convidar o diretor de Sustentabilidade Ambiental e Economia Azul da Comissão da União Africana, o diretor Harsan Nyambe, para juntar-se a mim agora e vai explicar quem pode ou não pode participar deste momento de análise. Dr. Nyambe.
Good afternoon. We are going to now consider the draft declaration. And as most of you were socialized into that yesterday, so at this stage, we will humbly request that everybody else leaves except member states, regional economic communities, and of course, UNDP. Please, my hands are tied, so it's not because I want you to be outside. I would comfortably want you to be inside, but the instruction is clear. We would want to only have representatives of member states, representatives of regional economic communities, African Union Commission, of course, and UNDP. The Angolan government has been very generous, so there's coffee and tea outside to keep those who are leaving entertained. But member states should not leave, please. The IT colleagues, can you kindly project the declaration? And in the meantime, if we can close the door, the main door. So the rule is that if you make an intervention, you need to indicate the country that you are representing or the regional economic community, whatever applies. Please, can we project the declaration? So yesterday we received comments from Ethiopia, and then later we received from Egypt, and today we received from Eritrea. And those were the additional comments, unless I forgot other comments. So as such, we'll go para by para quickly, and then also ensure that we agree on the text. And if it comes to a push, we may have to consider other provisions that AU applies in terms of decision making. But we would prefer that we agree and we go by consensus. So can you scroll a bit up? So for paragraph number 1, I think there are no issues there. And, okay, Angola.
Good afternoon, Director. We already submitted to the Secretariat. We had a proposal for the first paragraph. We want to split in 2 and include the name of the President of the Republic of Angola, the Minister of the Fisheries, and the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development. We already shared the 2 paragraphs with the Secretariat, and we asked them to include. And yes, and we also want to propose to delete, so to do the 3rd African Economy Week, and then delete High-Level Africa Sustainable Blue Economy Conference. Thank you. This is our proposals for this first paragraph. Thank you. My name is Yema Silva from Angola Embassy in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Is there anybody objecting to mentioning the host president's name? I see none, so we proceed. Nigeria.
Thank you, Director. Mapwe is my name, from Nigeria Embassy in Ethiopia. I recognize that last 2 years, last year, 2025, when you had the last segment of Blue Economy, it was just the African Blue Economy Week. So we would not want a reference to high-level African Sustainable Blue Economy Conference. Is not necessary at this point. We should maintain the Blue Economy Week. And Mr. Director, if they can be crossing it off now so that we can know whatever we discuss is done and dusted, that would be fine. So the first paragraph cancel off a reference to high-level Africa Sustainable Blue Economy Conference. It was not there when we met in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, can you go to para 1, split it, and then we need to insert the names. You can Google the names if you don't know them. But Angola has provided text. Can you kindly give it to Vian? Para 1. So for para 1, we'll delete the bold part, which is a high-level Africa Sustainable Blue Economy Conference. And then we stop at, we put a comma at Economy Week. Our IT people are very slow that side. I'm sorry to say that, but we need to move. Not IT, but our colleagues who are capturing. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Director, to take the floor again. We propose 2 paragraphs. So one mentioned the president, and the second one referring to the Minister of the Fisheries and the Commissioner. We already sent, just copy paste.
So you split where it says at the invitation of Her Excellency the Minister.
No, we stop in President of the Republic of Angola, and then we start a new paragraph. The conference was held at the invitation of Her Excellency Carmen do Sacramento Neto dos Santos. Yeah, we already sent. No. Charlotte, vai só lá e leva só. And just delete high-level African.
Thank you. Igad. The mic.
Thank you, Director. We are saying
it's better to have track change. And also we need to be consistent with the invitation and the concept note. We need to keep that this is what we want to appeal. Thank you.
Yes, track changes are needed because of this document has been translated before. So for the translators not to do everything, it's important that we show where we have made changes. Thank you for that. And then can you add His Excellency Moses Vilakati, Commissioner for Agriculture and so forth? Yeah, at this rate, we need blankets because we'll sleep here. Okay, we'll polish the text, but I think we all understand what insertions were needed, except that we need to delete the high level part, the bold part. We stop at the week. We only maintain a third Africa Blue Economy Week. That's what has been agreed. Comesa.
Thank you very much, Director. There is a reason as to why we are referring to this as high level. When we had the first African Blue Economy Week in 2024, it was Abu. The second African Blue Economy Week, we have reasons as to why we called for this particular high level engagement, because we need political commitment. And when you look at the theme, it is specifically high level from whatever to commitment. So if we still maintain the Africa Blue Economy Week, we lose the essence as to why one of the recommendations is, if you go to the communique of 2025, we called for this high level meeting. And go back to the concept note that brought us here today. It is high level. So I propose, Director, that we leave it at high level to ensure that we capture the reason as to why we called for this high-level engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we live with that, Nigeria?
Thanks to my sister from Comesa. I know she's from Comesa, others may not have known. But I'm wondering, Blue Economy is at the level of the minister. It's ministerial level meeting, so that would be repeating it as it were. Or is it not at the level of minister?
Okay, thank you very much. So please, with your permission as a moderator, I'll rule that we delete for the sake of progress. Let's delete the high level. We just put Africa Blue Economy Week third, and then we move. I don't think it's such a substantive issue, that one. Can we progress, please? Thank you very much. So, para 2, we are to split. Para 2, there's no issue there. It's the theme of the year that is already adopted by member states, so we can proceed. I think we need to move down until where we have got track changes. Thank you. There's this issue here on guiding principles. And there, that's where we have some challenges. Can you open the comments or the authors of the comments? Yes, so there we have got Ethiopia. Who had suggested that we delete sovereignty. I think that's the major change there. as well as a reference splitting by stating all types of blue environments. I think that was the only change that is in that sentence. And then Eritrea has actually countered that. So how do we progress? Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the original drafting was good, and that we have no need incorporating some of these requests with due respect to our colleague from Ethiopia. And it is about sovereignty. It is the bedrock of all we do in the African Union. Sovereignty. Sovereign right over the good, the bad, the ugly within a territory controlled by any member state. So if there were to be tsunami, are we going to share the risk? So what is in your place, you have a right over it. Otherwise, one day, Jamaica will come to Nigeria waterfront and fish and go. We don't have sovereignty over it. And so I think that we should maintain what was originally there, and maybe this is not one area to show flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, which country? Angola? Egypt.
Thank you so much. The representative of Egypt, I think I would like to echo what my colleague from Nigeria just mentioned. And I'm actually surprised to be in a technical level meeting and using language that is not supported by the international law and the UNCLOS, because the UNCLOS differentiates between, number one, it is established on sovereignty, and it distinguishes between the countries according to its location to the sea. It gives coastal states, they enjoy sovereign rights. Island states have other rights. Riparian states have different rights. So I'm really surprised that we would like to talk about all states and introduce the and remove sovereignty from the text because this will be contrary to the very well-established UNCLOS provisions. And I believe that the second paragraph in this part that would like to give the rights to all states, we cannot talk about all states. International law differentiates, as I mentioned, between the different states, and it does not give unhindered access. I think we'll be creating language that is not legal and it's not agreed upon. So I echo my colleague from Nigeria to maintain the original text. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia.
Thank you, Chair. My comment is that we are talking about solidarity of all member states. We are member of the African Union. Just to what we stated is, it is fact that states are either coastal or maybe they might not have direct access to the sea, there might be islands or whatsoever. But without compromising that fact, we just state that states have the right to do what? Cooperate on the resources. You know, we didn't negate the right, inherent right that they have, their islands, that is fact. So now, if we want to state the principle, we want to emphasize what unifies us. That is solidarity. Solidarity, maybe it is on transboundary water courses, maybe it is on lakes. So I think there is no need to fragment countries to different levels. So to cooperate on shared waters. We said on shared waters, we didn't say it is ocean, it is lake, or it is river. We said on shared resource, that is why we added that one. So I hope my colleagues will consider this positively, and we shouldn't fragment in the divide. It doesn't entail anything because we are stating some principle, just one principle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I hear that some countries want sovereignty and Ethiopia wants solidarity. So can we put both words together, the way it was, sovereignty and solidarity? Does that make any harm to any member state? If we maintain both sovereignty and solidarity. Yes, sir.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Tafsir Diallo, la Guinée. Je pense que c'est peut-être pas une perte de temps, mais c'est des discussions qui ne sont pas, en fait, qui ne permettent pas d'avancer. Ça, il n'y a aucun obstacle au maintien de ces deux éléments. Souveraineté, ça, c'est déjà des éléments qui sont inscrits déjà dans les actes fondateurs de l'OUA, ensuite de l'Union africaine, et le principe de l'intangibilité des frontières. Souveraineté, ça signifie que les États sont souverains. Ils contrôlent librement les ressources et leur territoire. Solidarité, c'est de dire, c'est de penser aux autres. Ça, c'est tout à fait normal. Il n'y a aucun problème. Je pense qu'il y a des mots qui ne nécessitent pas un long débat, et ça, c'est bien écrit. Merci beaucoup. C'est mon avis.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Voilà, merci, Président. C'est Dr Diagne du Sénégal. Moi, je pense que je m'alignerai sur vraiment l'esprit de dire que mon ami de la Guinée vient de dire. De toutes les façons, on peut maintenir ces termes. Mais moi, je proposerai, après la déclaration...
There was no interpretation. Kindly restart, sir.
Je vais aller. Il n'y avait pas d'interprète. OK, d'accord. Non, je disais que je m'aligne sur l'esprit que mon frère guinéen vient de dire. Les mots, souvent, on peut les comprendre, mais le sens de leur utilisation va dépendre, par exemple, de ce que nous en faisons. Aujourd'hui, moi, je propose, au lieu de s'arrêter sur la qualification de certains termes, mais de retenir, après la déclaration, de sortir un document cadre technique qui va nous permettre maintenant de mieux spécifier certains éléments. Moi, je propose, c'est ce que je propose. Voilà, merci.
Thank you very much. So basically, then we agree to maintain, that's the only compromise we have. Solidarity as well as, sovereignty as well as solidarity, for us to be able to make progress.
Yes, Chairman.
But I see a hand, yes, sir.
Just a quick one. These are two different concepts. Solidarity is sacrosanct, an inalienable right. That is solidarity. I mean sovereignty. You cannot compromise over it. Solidarity is willingness. So the two cannot be merged. One, they are different concepts completely, and also. One asserts your inalienable right towards a certain resource within your jurisdiction. The other one is, are you willing to participate and cooperate? So these are two different concepts that cannot even hang around one sentence. Thank you.
Okay, that is a tricky one now. The point is that we're trying to compromise is why we wanted to bring in sovereignty and solidarity together. But if we have to drop solidarity altogether, I don't know, Nigeria.
I think we shouldn't drop sovereignty or solidarity altogether. We should read the entire sentence. That is just the heading. Where we have problem in the whole of that sentence is where you have right for the sovereign, the respect of the sovereign rights. That is where the problem is, not the heading. The heading is good as sovereignty and solidarity. We agree that we have independent rights, but we also agree that where the situation is conducive, we are willing to help our brothers. So that is solidarity and sovereignty, and that is fine. But where the problem lies is respect the sovereign right of all states. That is where we have problem. And we say that that sovereign right, where you cancel sovereign, should be returned, because all states have the sovereign right over their territory and whatever thing that happens within their territory. We can talk about any other thing, but you see the word sovereignty, it has to be there. It's fundamental to everything that we do in the AU. Everything. We agree at the time that we are creating the AU that whatever colonial boundary that was inherited, we are going to remain with it. And so that is about sovereignty. The good, the bad, like I said, and whatever bad that is happening within your territory, you manage it. Okay. And so it's not when there are good things there, we will be talking about sovereignty. The two can be there, but the word, and I want your people to bring it, the sovereign rights, respect for the sovereign right of all member states. Please, it's important that you return it. Please.
Thank you very much for that. Ethiopia?
Yes, thank you very much. So sovereignty, we know that when we come under one umbrella at the African Union, we are to integrate the continent. It is not to maintain, or overemphasize the sovereignty issue. That is what continues to divide us. That is what continues to weaken us. We know that sovereignty is good and it should not be overrated. So when we come as a continent for the purpose of unity of the African Union, then that is when we show solidarity. That does not mean that we don't respect the sovereignty of member states. That is why we need to maintain the golden word of solidarity. Solidarity means cooperation. It means integration. It means supporting each other and understanding each other and understanding the challenges of member states who have no access to the sea. That is why we didn't want to, the colonial legacy divided us along language, along some issues, differences. But we shouldn't really re-emphasize this, and that is why we said all the member states should cooperate and show solidarity for continental unity, and we shouldn't really fragment our continent along, coastal area or island, all that. We support each other and we develop together. That is why we said, let us keep solidarities. Above all, this is principle. It is not binding. It is not actually decision. Thank you. I appeal to you so that we maintain solidarity in the move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With your permission, we'll start the sentence by sovereignty and solidarity. And then as we proceed, we'll undo whatever was striked. That's the sense that I'm getting. So basically, we return the sentence the way it was originally. Is there anybody objecting to that?
No, Director, let's move. Let's put solidarity and let's move and keep the sentence as it is. If we are all agreed, let's move. Please.
Thank you. So the sentence should be returned to its original form.
Yes.
That's the impression that we are getting. But I'm seeing another hand again. Is it Guinea? Okay. No, the hand here. Sadek.
Thank you very much, Director. I want to propose that, of course, on number one, we can retain the text, but maybe we change the heading. Instead of sovereignty and the solidarity, we can adopt the shared commitment. And then the text will remain the same, because it will be addressing those sovereignty and solidarity. If we don't want those words to appear there.
Thank you. But I think the understanding is that, or the majority are saying we revert back to the original text. That's the impression that I'm getting. Ethiopia.
Actually, the original text, I think you are favoring that. And I'm sorry that you are also chairing, and some members, Rex, are also speaking. I don't like this. I'm sorry to say, because we are member states. Let only member states make comments in the first place. And also, if need be, I don't know. I feel that, AUC is chairing actually, and you are also taking side. So I'm concerned because you are rushing to say, let us revert to original text. So maintain your balance and then actually be neutral in your position, because we are also proposing some good things and the member states are not rejecting. Thank you so much. So, which means, if we, at least if we maintain sovereignty in some ways, and then also not to really fragment the sentences, the remaining we will keep. So we don't rush to the original one. If we compromise on maybe on the sovereignty, we can maintain in the first place, then we can keep as it is as a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I'm not defending myself, but I'm listening to everybody, basically. So, Nigeria.
Thank you, Director. I should say from the word go that you are unbiased, you are neutral, and we appreciate what you are doing so far. And so continue with what you are doing. It looks like you are on the positive side of things. See, we are happy that the last, but this comment by Ethiopia said that this is non-binding. So it's not a deal breaker. Let's continue with what was originally there. It serves the purpose of the AU, of what all of us have committed to. Sovereignty cannot be reduced to solidarity. That is not the AU that I know. Sovereignty is sovereignty. Solidarity is based on mutually agreed terms. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So let us retain what was originally there. And please, time is of the essence. I'm looking at my time here, especially for some of us who also have other things to do this evening. And I think that we should move ahead. And when you come to 2, I have some comments on 2, because the way it's currently couched doesn't also serve my purpose as a delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur. Je représente l'ambassade de la République du Congo à Addis Abeba. Je voudrais dire que le fait d'appuyer sur le principe de solidarité n'enlève pas aux États membres leur souveraineté. Donc moi, je voudrais qu'on parle de la souveraineté et de la solidarité. Parce que le principe de solidarité entre les États membres de l'Union africaine n'enlève en aucun cas la souveraineté de ces États membres. Donc il y a la souveraineté, comme les autres l'ont dit, il y a la souveraineté, chaque État est souverain, et il y a aussi le côté solidarité. On ne peut pas enlever un pour garder l'autre. Donc je voudrais proposer qu'on parte sur le principe, tel que c'est écrit, souveraineté et solidarité, et que nous avançons. Nous n'allons pas bloquer notre réunion sur ces deux mots, solidarité et souveraineté, alors que nous le savons bien. C'est des mots que nous avons l'habitude tout le temps de manipuler, d'écrire, d'adopter dans nos textes. Il faudrait que nous avançons. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Ethiopia.
The last part of the sentence also, instead of saying shared waters, we can say international waters. International waters that. Because now, when we say shared, we are just referring to some international waters. Not actually, so that we can modify. And then we can find the middle ground, so we can bracket it now and move on, so that we will come revisit this, because I have some doubts now, as some of the colleagues might also have some other views. Let us move on, and let's exhaust later when we come back. International waters, at the end of the para. International waters. Shared, repressed, shared by international.
So Ethiopia is proposing that in that same sentence, we said we are reverting to the original text. But then, in addition to that, towards the end, Ethiopia is suggesting that the last 2 words, shared waters, should be international waters. Is that acceptable to everybody? I recognize, I don't know which country. Yes, sir. Burundi, followed by Egypt.
Je suis Adolphe Sabinello, représentant de l'ambassade du Burundi à Addis Abeba. Je viens pour un peu dire ce que mon frère dit de l'Éthiopie. Je crois que si on dit les eaux internationales, on va se bloquer davantage. On va se bloquer davantage parce que il y a d'abord, quand on va dans le droit maritime, la partie de l'eau qui est au bord d'un pays, à une certaine distance, ça appartient à ce pays. On va arriver aux eaux internationales un peu plus tard. Ce qui va être un problème, si on va avoir accès à la mer, il faut qu'on ait accès on ait des accords de négociation avec le pays qui est souverain sur son territoire et sa partie d'eau, et on arrive aux eaux internationales. Donc il faut que le texte, l'article reste ouvert pour permettre les pays qui n'ont pas accès à la mer de pouvoir accéder en traversant parfois le territoire de ces pays et aussi utiliser une partie des eaux qui relèvent de la souveraineté de cet État avant d'arriver aux eaux internationales. Donc je crois que la version qui est là est plus large. Excusez-moi mon confrère.
Thank you very much. Egypt. Egypt.
Thank you. I would like to echo what my colleague from Burundi just mentioned, and for the sake of time, I think we should stick to the original language, because if we don't want to limit the cooperation to international water, and so I think the original text is more consistent with international law, and I think the rest of the declaration allows enough space for cooperation between the African countries. So I think we can proceed to the following paragraph, and I think we can maintain the original language. Thank you.
Thank you. Angola.
Merci beaucoup pour m'accorder la parole, monsieur le directeur. Écoutez, moi je pense que nous tous, nous avons la liberté de demander la parole en tant que des États membres. Mais nous n'avons pas resté dans un paragraphe pendant 1 heure. Ça, c'est inacceptable quand même. Je pense que nous devons avoir une méthodologie de travail. Les États membres ne vont pas demander la parole 2, 4, 5 fois pour la même chose. Je pense que nous sommes arrivés déjà dans un consensus de garantir les paragraphes antérieurs et en incluant la solidarité. Je pense que nous devons surmonter ces paragraphes et passer dans d'autres paragraphes. Et puis, lorsque nous sommes en train de proposer, ce n'est pas nous à imposer ce qui doit être écrit, c'est une proposition. Nous avons quelqu'un qui est en train de diriger les travaux et quitte à lui maintenant d'indiquer les secrétariats sur les chemins à suivre. Donc, je pense qu'il est très important que nous soyons flexibles et surtout garantir que nous sommes en train d'approuver, nous sommes en train de proposer une déclaration qui est de l'Union africaine, de tous les États membres. Donc, ne pensons pas de venir surtout imposer des perspectives nationales dans une déclaration qui doit être équilibrée pour garantir que nous tous les États membres de l'Union africaine, puissent se revoir dans cette déclaration. Donc voilà ce que j'aimerais demander à tous les États membres qui sont présents. Donc soyons surtout flexibles et garantir que vraiment l'esprit de la solidarité africaine dans cette déclaration soit là. Ne pensons pas que c'est ici que nous allons épuiser tous les intérêts nationaux que nous voulons inclure dans une déclaration. Donc c'est une déclaration de l'Union africaine, multilatérale, donc nous devons être clairs sur ce que nous voulons. Donc moi je pense que la plupart des États membres ont défendu qu'on puisse maintenir ces paragraphes tels qu'ils étaient et en incluant seulement la question de solidarité et on passe. Donc je demande le directeur de bien faire le travail comme vous nous avez déjà habitués, mais soyez fermes et surtout le nombre de temps que nous devons demander la parole, parce qu'on ne va pas rester ici seulement sur un paragraphe pendant tout le temps. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much. So can we agree on the methodology? If we bring a text, maybe each member state can intervene only twice. It will help us to make progress. It's just an appeal. Ethiopia.
I think the first, we didn't reach consensus because I said international waters. Because shared water, instead of shared, I said international. Because ultimately, if two countries are to cooperate, they cooperate on international waters, not domestically water, actually. So that is why I said instead of shared we better say international. And you are not capturing. And you are not writing, so I don't know.
Thank you. No, the challenge we are facing is that other member states, they are all opposing. So how do we write? That's where the challenge is at the end. If we agree, then they will change at the back.
No, member states, actually, they said, of course, this is new proposal. I said, let us add that. And so let us keep the bracket this and come back to it at the end. If we can make progress, then we can move on. But at this stage, I maintain my objection to the paragraph deleting all, reverting to original sentence. So keep it for me, bracket it for me, on by on. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues at the back, I hope you heard. Madam, I recognize you.
Thank you.
Which country?
Mozambique. Okay. Yes, I think I'm just going to concentrate on this last part, agreeing with, remaining with the text as it was. It's a problem in the sense that, for instance, in SADC, we have a protocol on shared water courses. It's not written the international waters, but it is international waters. You go to the UN Convention on shared water courses. It refers to international waters. So we have to be aligned with what our heads of states, our states as a whole have agreed. So it's shared water courses, and the test is correct. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alors, moi, excusez-moi de repréciser un peu mon intervention. Parce que là, nous avons des observations de fond ou bien des observations de forme. Maintenant, ce qu'il y a à faire, parce que par la suite, nous allons nous retrouver avec d'autres contributions. Moi, je dis c'est le principe de retenir un cadre de mise en œuvre qui va être un document technique qui va accompagner la déclaration pour que demain, cela va nous permettre maintenant de régler certains problèmes après réflexion et échange. Moi, c'est ça que je propose.
Thank you very much. I think we can move on after Nigeria. We'll move on with the international water and bracketed.
No, what you will do is to indicate Ethiopia's reservation. It is within their rights. The rest of us have agreed that we should continue with what was originally there. Shared waters is there in all our documents. If you bring international, then we'll have to redefine what it really means within the African context. But we have shared water, which we already know what it means within our context. So if Ethiopia is not comfortable with that, they can express their reservation. It's part of our protocol. Thank you, Chair. And please, let us move ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm from Mauritius, and the shared waters, it's not under UNCLOS. It's not a word we use under UNCLOS. We use the high seas. When you say share waters, in my opinion, it's like sharing your EZ also. So we have to be careful. I agree with Ethiopia in there. We have to use another word instead of shared waters. Either high seas, which is in UNCLOS, or some different word, in different words. Thank you.
Thank you. When it comes to the marine environment, that's where we use high seas. But for the rivers, normally, it's shared water courses. There are no high seas in the rivers. So for marine environment or for oceans, from where you end, it becomes international waters because it's high seas, but not for rivers or lakes.
Okay. Yes,
Then Nigeria.
Yes, this is Uganda. Chair, when this document was circulated yesterday, actually before we came, and they had, just for guidance, when they said the ministers should come, my first concern was, since my minister has not come, can I make a commitment on his behalf? Then I scanned through the document and I realized that we are not going to sign. This is deliberations that have occurred. For God's sake, they're not binding. The language that is used, or whatever omissions, etc., I think the guiding principles are looking at internationally best practices that have happened. No one is going to court or to be sued that why hasn't X refused. In any case, X is even not going to append a signature, if that is my understanding. So, Chair, I hope you can give some guidance for participants so that nerves are calmed. And we appreciate that a declaration is not a binding obligation. They are just telling us that for us to enjoy these resources, these are the principles that we should adopt. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. There's a hand behind. But remember that there was a proposal to say we move forward, and countries which are not comfortable can register reservation. Yes. We were reminded about that principle in AU. But you can.
And that is the point that I want to re-emphasize. Because I think if we continue to go back and forth, trying to seek consensus, we may not leave from here today. Because those issues will still exist. We have to find a way as to how we can move forward if it is not a basis of consensus to be able to move forward. We can note those disagreements and we'll be able to move forward with reviewing the documents instead of going back and forth on this one issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we revert to the previous text and then we move forward. There's a hand at the far back there. Sorry.
Oui, c'est Emmanuel Sabouni, représentant de la CAC. Je pense que pour cette question de eaux internationales ou eaux partagées, il y a question de définir qu'est-ce qu'on attend par eau internationale. Et généralement, au niveau de notre communauté, on utilise eau partagée puisque nous sommes dans une zone où nous avons des fleuves que nous partageons. Maintenant, je crois qu'il faut laisser cette partie en suspens, en attendant que nous ayons une meilleure définition de ce qu'on appelle eau internationale. Moi, je sais qu'entre la République démocratique du Congo et la République du Congo, la partie du fleuve qui est partagée entre les deux pays, on appelle ça eau internationale. Est-ce que nous avons la même compréhension ici? Je crois qu'il faudrait mettre ça en suspens en attendant. Nous ne sommes pas obligés de tout terminer maintenant. Demain, on peut avoir une réponse à ça.
Thank you. I recognize the last hand here, and then, oh, okay. After that, then we proceed.
Merci.
Ethiopia, please. There's somebody behind.
Je crois que je vais aller dans le même sens que mon prédécesseur. Moi, je suis Nicolas Tchadé du Bénin. En fait, ce qu'il dit est très important parce qu'il faut savoir qu'est-ce qu'on appelle eau internationale et qu'est-ce qu'on appelle eau partagée. Je crois que les eaux internationales s'appliquent aux eaux maritimes, à la mer et autres. Maintenant, lorsqu'on parle d'eau partagée, ça s'applique au niveau des continents. On prend les fleuves, les lacs. Lorsque c'est entre deux pays, on peut parler d'eau partagée. Mais lorsque nous sommes au niveau de la mer, on a les eaux internationales. Donc, à mon sens, si on s'accorde sur la définition de ces deux thèmes-là, c'est qu'on peut utiliser les deux ici sans problème. Voilà, merci.
Thank you. There's a hand there at the back, then we'll come to Nigeria.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Je représente la République centrafricaine. Je suis à l'ambassade de la République centrafricaine à Addis Abeba. Et je pense qu'on ne peut pas tergiverser sur cette question de signification de ces deux mots. Il suffit seulement de définir ces deux mots et de les appliquer au cas d'espèces qui nous intéressent en ce moment. Quand on parle d'eau internationale, il s'agit donc ici des eaux de haute mer maritimes qui échappent à la souveraineté des États. Ce sont des eaux de mer qui échappent à la souveraineté des États. Cependant, quand il s'agit des eaux partagées, c'est ce que l'intervenant que je viens de succéder a dit tout à l'heure. Il s'agit des lagunes, des fleuves, des lacs qui traversent des frontières régionales, c'est-à-dire au niveau continental. Donc, si vous prenez les deux significations, vous appliquez seulement au cas qui nous intéresse en ce moment. Eau internationale, c'est dans le cas des hautes mers, et qui échappent à la souveraineté des États. Donc, je ne vois pas pourquoi on est en train de passer de coq à l'âne. Merci, je vous remercie.
Nigeria, sorry.
Chair, we live on precedents in the AU. In February, we adopted, our heads of states adopted the Africa Water Vision 2063, just in February, and it was our heads of states. Shared water was mentioned more than 10 times in that document. So that means that even at the level of our heads of state, it's a concept that is known. Let's take it and move ahead. We have more work to do in the preceding paragraph. Thank you.
Please, can I suggest that we conclude? Ethiopia, then Mauritius. Ethiopia first.
Thank you, Chair. I think you are even not capturing what we said. We just said insert international and maintain Ethiopia. Ethiopia will maintain that until it is adopted, until the ministers adopt, and that is what we are saying. So you at least you cannot deny us the right to place our objection to that in the document. So if we continue like this, I don't know how we can make progress. So even if, because Mauritius has raised this concern, and I raised, so two countries have raised, now Mauritius is asking. So I think it is important to indicate until if there is some objections, if there is some, even some objections, then you indicate the differences. Now we are in track changes. Of course, we understand that many countries supported the revert to original text that we understand. So just indicate our names that we have not reached consensus on that, and let us make progress. We hear from Mauritius as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mauritius. Mauritius, do you want international waters there?
Just a clarification, you know. You just mentioned that the continent share the shared waters due to rivers going through. That is, I do agreeable with you. That's why you use that shared waters, right? But your sentence is having island states. When you're mentioning island states, there's no shared waters. So either you use the correct word for island state, we don't share waters, rivers with continental states. So you're having island state over the aquatic resources exercised in the spirit of continental solidarity. So it's a bit tricky for us to understand the phrase. Either you do it in two different sections or one section. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you all understand what where Mauritius is coming from. Because in the same sentence, we have islands who do not share rivers. So that's where the complication is. Either maybe then we say shared stroke international waters. Is that going to be comfortable for everybody? I see Egypt. Or we separate the sentence.
I think my sister referred to the international law. So as she correctly mentioned, international law speaks about high seas. UNCLOS spoke about high seas. When we speak about shared waters, this is the law that governs the rivers. I understand the case of Mauritius, but this should not preclude other countries that share waters. So I think, whereas international water does not exist as a legal term in the agreements. So I think we need to make sure that the document that we will adopt is consistent with the legal language and with the languages also adopted by the African Union in previous meetings.
Thank you. How about if the sentence ends here?
Cooperation.
If we ended cooperation, Nigeria.
I think that's fine. If you read the sentence, you can see, yes, we agree on our sovereign rights and we are willing to cooperate, and we end there. We can end at cooperation and that's it. And then we delete the rest of the thing. But please, let's make some progress.
So can we end at cooperation and delete overshared waters? Thank you very much for your understanding. I think we need to compromise somehow. We move to the next sentence. The next sentence, which is in purple, it came from Ethiopia, isn't it? Yeah. Ethiopia.
On the first, this removal of sovereignty, all that issue, I will consult in the revert. So still, I have some problems there. Anyway, now Ethiopia has some issue on number one. I will consult and come back to you on that, so we can make progress.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, not reservation from Ethiopia for that sentence, for that para. Can we move to the next para? Egypt, followed by Nigeria. Over there, Egypt. Madam.
Okay, so if on the first paragraph Nigeria has a reservation, I think we should keep it as it was, because we need to have the object of cooperation present in the paragraph. We will be cooperating in what? So I think that we should keep...
Sorry, ma'am, restart. Which sentence are you referring to?
We're in point number one. Since it is Ethiopia's sovereign right to put a reservation on the paragraph, I think we should keep the paragraph as is, and Ethiopia maintains its reservation, because we need to put the object or the topic of cooperation. We're not cooperating in something like abstract. We're cooperating in shared water. So kindly retain the text as it was, mentioning the reservation of Ethiopia. With regard to the second paragraph, I find that this is a very problematic text, because there is no universal right exists for all states. So we cannot talk about rights of all states. The international law distinguishes between freedom of navigation, transit passage, innocent passage, access rights of landlocked states, etc. So we think this paragraph should be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So Egypt is saying that there where we put a reservation from Ethiopia, we need to retain overshared waters. That should be retained. And then we leave it like that until Ethiopia has resolved their position. And then the second para below that, it's proposed for deletion, Ethiopia.
You know, the first, sorry.
Please.
Ethiopia, go ahead.
The first one is the last paragraph after cooperation is actually it is repetition. It is a drafting problem, because there is already aquatic resources there, you know, because there is aquatic resources. So now...
sorry, Egypt, sorry. Sorry, Egypt. Continue, Ethiopia.
So basically, at first when we proposed, even we removed aquatic resources because there is also water resources there. Basically, it was repetition from the very beginning. So it is cooperation after cooperation, deletion after cooperation it's important. My concern is on the sovereignty.
Thank you, Ethiopia. But for that one, you have your position, Egypt has their position, so we'll maintain those two like that until it's decided. There's nothing we can do about it. But let's move to the next one.
Okay, I have comments.
On the next one, they are proposing a deletion.
We maintain.
Okay, Ethiopia
yes.
maintains.
Yes.
Anybody else who has a comment on the next?
Yes, because it is right, all states have the right to access in line with applicable rules and regulations, laws. So that does not preclude them. That is why we bring these principles. Unless if we don't need principles, all the principles, we can delete them. But if we need to make some principles, then this is important principle for all member states. It does not really, I don't know why we want to really classify countries like that, because there are laws. We are not antagonizing international laws, UNCLOS, all that. So even with respect to that, we also acknowledge that countries have the right to access to the sea. That is what we want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nigeria.
Thank you. I think I would have joined my colleague from Egypt to say delete, but I also feel that I understand the desire of Ethiopia. If I understand correctly, their interest is that countries that don't have direct access to the sea should also gain some access to the sea to enable them continue with their development. If that is the case, then we can redraft their proposal and see whether it enjoys consensus. We could say, just so that those who are writing it can type, help me type, as an alternative to what Ethiopia proposed, we could say they write. You could actually put it down, make it, no, not the right. Just let it go down, a different paragraph. Chair, I will not help you add trade to it. It continues all the way to trade first before you can go down all the way to trade and prosperity, national prosperity. Yeah, from there you can click. I would have said that there is need to have a heading, a small subhead like we are having on others, but that we can brainstorm on at the end of my proposal. But it will be the desire for all AU member states, to be allowed access, all AU member states to be allowed access, to use sea routes, comma, on mutually agreed terms, comma, four, and then you can copy their economic growth, trade, and overall national prosperity and put there. Hopefully, it speaks to the desire of Ethiopia, which is just that if condition is favorable, we don't mind having access to sea routes. I hope that solves the intention of Ethiopia, but if it does not, I'm not holding this strongly. We can delete what I've just proposed, but I'm just thinking that is an alternative to what Ethiopia proposed, and it speaks to their original intention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
But we should also have a subhead, whatever other colleagues think it should be the subhead for there. Thank you. That is if it will be retained.
Thank you very much. Is that a good compromise? Instead of deleting the text from Ethiopia, there's that proposal, Egypt.
Thank you so much for my colleague from Nigeria. I think we can work on the proposal, perhaps, and instead of on mutually agreed terms, perhaps we can say according to international law.
Thank you. Nigeria.
Thank you, my dear sister from Egypt. I would have agreed with her, but this has to be bilateral in some instances. It doesn't have to be international law. If it's, for instance, Nigeria and Benin Republic waterways, or cooperation between a country within the ECOWAS region that doesn't have water access and then desires to have water access. You have to definitely cooperate with countries within the routes that you want to pass. International law can actually not effectively regulate that route.
Thank you for that. So can we proceed with that sentence and delete the other one? I see no hand. Thank you. We delete and move on. Then the next one is sustainability and science. We continue until we find where there are track changes. Thank you. We have that text there, which is build blue accounting and data systems. There's a proposal there by Egypt to develop a national database for blue economy, GDP, in addition to a regional knowledge exchange, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Any comments on that? I see none. We proceed. The next is deleted, that 3. Number 4. Any comments on 4? I see none. Adopted. Let's move. Number 9 on CFTA. There was a proposal there to delete landlocked states, to substitute with that lake direct access to the sea, Egypt.
I'm afraid we're moving in circles. I wish we can be consistent throughout the text to use language that is used in the international, in the UNCLOS and the international law. The UNCLOS defines landlocked countries and defines the rights that are enjoyed by the landlocked countries in articles from 125 until 132. So please, let's not introduce new concepts that would need further studies and definitions, and let's stick to agreed upon language in the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angola.
Thank you, Director. We also want to subscribe what our dear colleague from Egypt just said. Landlock is a common agreed language that we use even in EU, in United Nations, so we want to keep this language. We cannot use our imagination and bring new language that is not agreed among us. So this is the agreed language, so we keep the landlock.
Thank you. Ethiopia?
Actually, you know, these countries that lack direct access to the sea is we can look up on VENA program of action, and also, of course, the Avanza program of action on this. So there are those languages. So we want to use actually the language, alternative language, because it is derogative language. Now we no more really, they are not locked. This terminology is not appropriate, even though it is used in the past, even though it is in some documents. We want to refine and define and actually renovate languages. That is why we are saying this. Actually, this is the only time this landlocked is used. That is why we said countries that lack direct access to the sea. That is what I want to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que je m'aligne derrière le représentant de l'Éthiopie pour dire que le mot pays enclavé ne rime pas avec le sujet que nous sommes en train de débattre, à savoir l'économie bleue. Dans le terme des Nations Unies, on parle de pays sans littoral. Est-ce que vous comprenez? Pays sans littoral, c'est-à-dire un pays qui n'a aucun accès avec un océan ou une mer. Ça, c'est le terme des Nations Unies. Le pays sans littoral. Je pense que c'est ce mot qui sied que de dire pays enclavé. Non.
Thank you. The gentleman over there, who has a mic. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Seychelles. I do not have a comment really on the text per se, but just to make a recommendation. Actually, I made this yesterday, and it seems it was not captured. I would like to recommend the establishment of a common platform for SIDS. A platform where SIDS are able to engage with a stronger and more coordinated voice when it comes to international negotiations and agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. But you are supposed to address what we are discussing now, because that's a separate issue that you want to add. So maybe hold on to that one for now. Can we deal with the terminology here? Ethiopia, you have had the floor, so I'll give you one more time, and then, but I have Cameroon there waiting.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I may say, actually, because now it is really, I don't know in this room, and I feel something different in this room, because we are focusing too much on what divides us. I don't know why. Because you could have said that leverage the African continental free trade area to expand inter-African trade in blue goods and the services across the continent. You can say, you don't need to say landlocked, you don't need to say riparian and all that. Because the objective of the African continental free trade area is to unite all the countries to trade. I don't know why we break down to pieces and then we continue to argue over some terminologies. So in that case, let us reformulate to say that leverage the African continental free trade area to expand inter-African trade in blue goods, in the services, in the sense let us cut the rest of the sentence. Because that would be much better. We shouldn't really divide ourselves along these situations. So this is really what we did from the very beginning. So let us end at services. Thank you. Yes, Uganda is second. Thank you.
Please let us have order, Cameroon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I speak in that double capacity as Cameroonian, but more specifically as the initiator of the 2050 M strategy. And in this capacity, I want to emphasize that the word landlocked was banned in our terminology. We as Africans should be able to take that initiative to create words if that is necessary. We should not be binded by words created by others, even though we use their language to communicate. Landlocked was banned from our language when talking about maritime initiatives in Africa. We even used land-linked as a word instead of landlocked, which has that negative, in French we say biais cognitif, and that mindset determines a lot of things, determines where we go, how we address issues. So my humble opinion would be that we remove that landlocked, call it land-linked, use a positive word for that, and other words are more complicated, but land-linked could be acceptable, but not landlocked. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe the question is, does that exist in a dictionary? Because maybe we need to have a glossary here of terminologies, some of these words.
Yes, Mr. Yambe, sorry.
Please. Nigeria.
To be honest with you, I don't mind. I think these cosmetics, whether it's landlocked, whether it's the countries that lack direct access, whether it's Any of this is cosmetics, but the reality is there is a term for landlocked developing countries. I actually negotiated a UN resolution on landlocked developing countries. I coordinated and facilitated. So it exists, and we are all members of the UN. So let's not go there. But like I said, whatever we call it, we already know what we want, and I think that any of these terms is okay. It's not a problem. We shouldn't dwell here.
Thank you. Ethiopia.
Yes,
Followed by Guinea.
as my colleague from Cameroon has just said, I also remember that we don't use this anymore because this terminology landlocked is the past one, and now we prefer alternative language. That is, even we don't call critical mineral now. We call it green minerals, you know? Therefore, we need to reform. So my proposal is not being captured, Mr. Ayambe. Just let us end at services, because after the words, it is only divisive and it is not helpful. So let us finish at services, so that we will get rid of what divides us, and we will have the main purpose of the African Continental Free Trade Area is to unite African countries under one market, under one big market and umbrella. Therefore, let us end at services, then it would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Guinea first. Guinea. The mic, madam.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'il faut quand même, toute discussion, ça se fait de bonne foi. Une fois on est d'accord que le mot a un sens. La Convention des Nations Unies sur le droit de la mer de 1982 parle des pays sans littoral. On est d'accord, c'est la même chose qu'on dise enclavé ou sans littoral. L'expression la plus usitée, c'est des pays sans littoral. Utilisons cela, les États, et puis c'est fini, on se comprend et on avance. Sinon, je vous assure, demain aussi, à cette heure-là, si on se continue de cette façon, on sera là. Merci beaucoup.
Voilà, merci, Président. Moi, je pense que je reviens toujours sur ce que je disais tout à l'heure. Ça dépend dans quel concept nous utilisons les terminologies. On peut être un pays avec une ouverture littorale et être enclavé. Sinon, on n'a pas de port pour recevoir les commerces internationaux. Si on n'a pas d'accès facile, mais on reste toujours enclavé, ça dépend de la vision que nous voulons et ce que nous utilisons comme terminologie. Moi, c'est ça. Si on ne reste pas à redéfinir ces définitions, ça risque de nous retarder pour rien du tout. Si on sait ce que nous voulons et dans quel contexte nous l'utilisons, je pense qu'on va très vite avancer. Voilà, merci.
Yes, thank you again, Chair. I would like to agree with our colleague from Nigeria.
But I did not give you the floor.
Hey, sorry, when the mic was next, I thought you had. I apologize.
Finish.
So yes, we can agree with Ethiopia had proposed goods and services across the continent to avoid.
Which country are you representing, sir?
Uganda.
Okay.
Yes, and Chair, you see this guiding principle number 9 is already leveraging to an existing arrangement, African Continental Free Trade Area, which my understanding we already subscribed to. I don't know whether there is a state which has not subscribed to it. So if we could probably just say goods and services across the continent as a win-win scenario. Thank you.
So is there anybody who has an objection to shorten that sentence and remove the part that says landlocked countries? I see none. So colleagues at the back, can you delete and ended services? Thank you very much. Next. There's that deepen South-South cooperation. Can you scroll up a bit? Yes. Is there anybody who has issues with that? I see none. Let's move on. There was a proposal there for us to delete multilateral and bilateral partners. We call upon partners. I think that doesn't change the context. So we can move on. And then there's a proposed deletion there for coordinate efforts to ensure maritime security involving all member states, blah, blah, blah. We have an objection to that. Eritrea says we should not delete that. It should be maintained. The one which says coordinate direct efforts to ensure maritime security involving all member states of the African Union in accordance with the African Charter on Maritime Security, Safety and Development in Africa, Lome Charter. Ethiopia.
Yes, this is important. I think it is Lome Charter, it is existing. So I think every country should fight terrorism, should secure our maritime for, now for trade, all that. Security is very important for our continent. So I think it is important for all the countries to do that, to cooperate, continental cooperation based on the Lome Charter. Thank you.
Angola followed by Nigeria. It's working.
Thank you, Director. We also support the deletion of this introduction made by Ethiopia. Yes, it's an important chapter, but it's not in force. It's not in force. So why we should mention something that most of the member states didn't sign and didn't ratify. So we think that the best, so we agree, we support the proposal made by Eritrea. Thank you.
So there are only 3 member states who have ratified so far. Nigeria.
What more can I say? You are there. 3 members ratified, 3 members deposited instruments. So why are we anchoring our security on what we don't believe in? Because if we believe in it, we would have by now operationalized it. I would have, refer us to the 2023 Ministerial Conference on Blue Economy and Climate Action in Africa. I think it was Comoros that it happened in 2023, where they said, among other things, that we should have a forum of African Coast Guards. But again, the PSC, just last 2 months, only said that this has also not been operationalized. I think we should delete what we have not operationalized for now, give ourselves time. Perhaps we can also work on asking, using this opportunity to call for this to be operationalized, but not to anchor around it. Thank you, Chair. And if you want me to propose a language that says that we should work towards operationalizing this, maybe we can attempt that. Other than that, we shouldn't anchor our maritime security on what doesn't work for us and what we don't believe in.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. There's a hand over there. He has been having his hand up.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur. J'ai suivi avec attention les interventions des États membres, notamment sur le paragraphe en question. Je les comprends parfaitement, mais il va falloir aussi que nous pensions aux acquis. Je pense que cette charte, bien que ce n'est pas encore atteint le nombre de ratifications, mais ça nécessite quand même qu'on garde le paragraphe en vue. Certainement que ça pourra être un stimulus pour les États à faire acte dans ce sens. Sinon, si nous allons toujours aller sans tenir compte des acquis, je pense qu'on va toujours à tout moment demeurer sur place. Je voudrais vraiment, si on pouvait maintenir ça, ça pouvait être un stimulus pour aller davantage vers la consolidation des ratifications. Merci bien.
So why don't we call for the ratification, to fast-track ratification of the Lome Charter? Is that acceptable? So I'll request colleagues to formulate something related to that. And then we replace the one that is deleted. There's a hand over there.
Bon, en fait, j'interviens dans le même sens que mon prédécesseur, puisqu'ici, nous sommes en train de construire l'avenir. Si quelque chose ne marche pas aujourd'hui, ça ne veut pas dire que ça ne va pas marcher demain. Nous cherchons à ce que les choses s'améliorent. Et il y a un exemple très frappant ici, c'est que pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest et l'Afrique du Centre, nous avons 2 centres régionaux de sécurité maritime qui coopèrent, le CRESMAO et le CRESMAC. Ça, c'est déjà une avancée de coordination pour la sécurité du Golfe de Guinée. Je crois que nous devons continuer dans le même sens pour aller en avant, pas pour rester stationnaires. Ce n'est pas puisque les pays n'ont pas encore ratifié ça ou ça que cela va nous empêcher aujourd'hui de voir plus loin. Et c'est ça que nous devons viser.
Thank you, Cameroon.
Yeah, actually, that's what we should do. We had this Yaoundé architecture where we agreed on the Yaoundé Code of Conduct, and we are now working to make that communicate with the Djibouti Code of Conduct related to maritime safety and security. I think the Coast Guard Forum, African Coast Guard Forum, is also on the way. I will receive an invitation from the African Union next month to work on it. So let's move forward, say a wording to encourage member states to ratify the Lome Charter, say a word on, acknowledge what has already been done, where we have the West Central Africa, we have the Southeastern Africa communicating and working in the framework of the Yaoundé Code of Conduct and the Djibouti Code of Conduct. See how those Code of Conduct can interoperate to make to have a better status of maritime safety and security. So,
thank you very much. So we agreed that we'll call for accelerated ratification. So can we move to number 3? There's a 3 there. Of course, the numbering is not okay. But there's a 3 there which was reading support the creation of open, interoperable ocean and freshwater data systems. And there it's proposed, there's an amendment that has been proposed. And now it reads, build blue economy accounting and data under para 3. I don't know which is para 3 now because things have changed. Can we check para 3 above?
Yes. It was said about blue economy, GDP, and so on the above paragraph.
Yeah, but that one I think we adopted already. So do we still need this?
We don't need.
Okay, delete. Let's move on. We go to the next one. Invest in climate resilient infrastructure. Is that acceptable? Adopted. Let's move on. So there was that issue of decisions. Let's move on. There's that one which is deleted, where it was proposed that we need to establish a ministerial platform. The point there is that, for example, if you look at ministers of water, they have their own forum. Ministers of meteorology, they have their own forum. Minister of environment, they have their own forum. And the rationale was that for blue economy to enjoy political attention, it's important for them also to have a forum at policy level. But of course, Ethiopia suggested that we delete it. Angola.
Thank you, Director. I want to ask my colleague from Ethiopia to have some flexibility on this, because of course we understand we have this moratorium that we cannot create new bodies from African Union because of the issues of budget. But this is a platform for ministers. So it's a platform that will push for the policies of the blue economy. So we will not have an impact in our budget. So I think it's important to keep this proposal in our declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand there behind first. Madam.
Yes, I just want to bring a short example from my country, Sierra Leone. When you talk about blue economy, it's not a one-man show. Both as we are here, the technical and the ministerial. In our country, we have the ministerial platform. They have their own technical working group. We, the technical staff, also have our own. NGOs have their own. So removing this one, I don't think it's right. We have to leave it there. African Union needs to engage them. There should be, thank God it's under the monitoring and evaluation or whatever accountability. So your duty is for you to engage them. So this blue economy can be successfully implemented and sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Yambe. And also I appreciate Angola, the host country, our gracious host, actually, and also my sister from Sierra Leone. Actually, this is a red line. Why? Because it calls to, the secretariat. The AU should be secretariat, which means it will add another mandate, another structure. So even when you constitute any organ, any new, now the African Union is conducting reform. It is in the reform process. It does not mean that this is not important. But this might be important, but this should come after reform is finalized. Now it is at its final stage. People, they go somewhere, they create some institution. They go somewhere, they create another one. For instance, last time, we refused the creation of ministerial heads of state committee on AMCO, for instance, because, and also there was proposal to upgrade AMCO to agency. So all these and the similar proposals, all of them are refused. Even if they are endorsed here, they will be rejected at ministerial executive council level. Why? Because every time the executive council adopts any decisions that comes from any committee, subcommittee, ministerial committee, it should not have any structural or financial implication on the commission. If it has any structural or financial implication on the commission, there is a disclaimer which says this is nil in the void. Therefore, we should not support this now. We will explore the possibility in the course of the time as the reform is finalized. That is why it is red line. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So in this case, we need to bring it back because other member states are saying they want it. And then we can bracket it if it comes to a push. But the issue that other member states are supportive. Angola. Can you undo the deletion, please?
Sim, eu vou falar em português. Em português. Não, eu só queria dizer o seguinte. O que o Etíope está a dizer é verdade, mas não se aplica na plataforma. Isso não é uma estrutura da União Africana, neste caso. Portanto, todas as questões que têm implicações jurídicas, financeiras, administrativas e estruturais é que não podem ser propostas agora, enquanto está a ocorrer o processo da reforma, mas neste caso não se aplica neste caso. Portanto, por isso, nós não vemos nenhum problema manter este parágrafo. Portanto, o que o Teopo estava a dizer é verdade, mas não se aplica numa plataforma. Estou a falar enquanto antigo presidente do COREP, sei o que estou a dizer. Portanto, este ponto pode ser mantido, porque isto não tem implicações para a Comissão da União Africana, não tem nenhuma implicação financeira, nem estrutural, nem administrativa, nem implicação, portanto, estrutural. É somente isso.
Thank you. Ethiopia.
You know, now it will have implication on the commission. Why? Because it says the secretariat will, you know, it will be the technical secretariat. It needs to have what is needed to coordinate this ministerial. Above all, the ministerial committee, it should have its own statute, it should working procedures, all that. It will have to convene and it creates mandates. It also creates a structure on the secretariat. The secretariat, for instance, there is G20. There is G20 unit now at the African Union.
Thank you. Angola, can you use the mic?
Yes, let me finalize my point.
Please finish.
When I say on the commission, which means it will bring burden to member states. That is why, because member states will have to finance additional finance. The African Union is under austerity procedure at this time, because even this year, the funding is austerity funding. We have already $200 million. Therefore, it will have additional cost on the commission as well as on member states. So we strongly reject this one. Please highlight and put bracket this. We don't agree on this because it is red line. It will create some additional mandate. We cannot come here and create an institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you put reservation by Ethiopia, please? Let's move on. The next one, number 3, convene. There we are simply saying that we'll convene every 2 years, not annually. And then it will rotate based on political regions of Africa. Straightforward. I don't think there's any debate there. Ethiopia?
Please bracket it because Ethiopia objected to this.
Which one?
Yes.
The rotation.
Number 2, yes. It should be under bracket.
Why?
Yes.
I'm saying, can you explain for everybody to understand why we should bracket
Yes,
it?
because we don't agree to this. We need to revisit it at ministerial level, probably, this issue, because there is no actually need for having this, because we are violating the African Union rule, statute, the decision of the ministerial, which says any institution which will create mandate, additional structure, financial implication, if necessary, let us write without causing, we can write without causing any financial and structural implication on the African Union. If you want, you can write that. Even in that case, the technical secretariat should be removed because we cannot impose on the secretariat. The RB.
Excuse me, I think we are talking 2 different things. Number 2, we had adopted it with reservation from Ethiopia. So, and then we moved to the next one for rotation in hosting. In convening. Hirko.
Yes.
We are talking about the convening.
What I mean is number 2 should be deleted or bracketed now until we agree to that. Number 2. Yes.
Yes, but the problem, other member states want to maintain it.
I know.
It's why we put reservation
It is
from
only
Ethiopia.
Angola. It's only
No,
Angola
no,
and
no,
Ethiopia
no.
now.
Even Liberia defended it.
2 countries against 1 now. Yes, 2 countries.
No, let's respect each one's right, please. So we maintain it with reservation from Ethiopia. Is that acceptable? And then if you were suggesting to delete secretariat, we can delete secretariat. That
Delete
doesn't
secretariat.
change anything.
Delete secretariat, okay? Then
So please, can you delete with secretarial, technical, whatever, up to the end, and then you put reservation by Ethiopia? Up to Abe. It's okay, AUC will be the secretariat. Uganda.
So you might, again, excuse me. You see, when you talk about with secretariat provided, that is an operational detail. It can remain there or it can be erased as guided by the ministers. But the concept of this thing is establish that platform to secure political support. What is the role of the minister? The role of the minister is to appropriate financing, to execute, to ensure that regional commitments and declarations are appropriately downstreamed at the lower country. He's also supposed to have peer reviews with his fellow ministers at that level. So I think number 2 is really okay. Ethiopia's concerns, because this is to the AU. I don't know whether he's talking on behalf of Ethiopia or the AUC. I'm not sure. But if it is to AUC, that is an operational detail of the AUC that we probably are not privy to. What we want is, at the national level, our ministers should be able to engage. At the continental level, peer-to-peer reviews. You never know. They will be able to implement a lot of these programs if they have these reviews between and amongst themselves. And they will be able to prioritize and mobilize resources to implement activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. Nigeria.
Thank you. I just want to understand as to process. I don't mind deleting, I don't mind retaining. But if we delete, is Ethiopia still going to reserve? Because if they are still going to reserve, there is no point deleting.
Thank you. Can you retain the part for Abe? Because more member states are supporting. So retain it with reservation from Ethiopia. Let the ministers decide tomorrow. Egypt.
Thank you so much. I think my brother from Uganda summed it up very well. I think the objective of the whole declaration is to enhance cooperation among the African countries. So let's move ahead with the proposal. And if the Commission, they found that it will create additional financial implications, then we would be discussing this point at that time. But let's not put ourselves in the shoes of the African Commission now, and let's go ahead with enhancing cooperation. So I think we should retain the text as it is.
Thank you very much. So can we move to the clause? Ethiopia, can we move to the final clause? Oh, sorry, Guinea, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yes?
Can we get a mic also to Guinea? Go ahead, Ethiopia. Ethiopia, proceed.
Yes. So I think the secretariat is, because the secretariat, the budget of the secretariat, of course, member states have obligation. They contribute, it is through their contribution, and of course from partners, from different sources. When we are talking on the commission, which means it is a burden on member states that they contribute. Actually, when they host, I think Ambassador is
Mike.
Ambassador is saying that, you know, when countries are hosting this ministerial platform meeting, they do so, you know, based on at their own cost. I know, even if they pay the cost, they do not cover all the costs. the Commission will ultimately pay. They will be the Secretariat. The Secretariat will have additional burden. So let us strike out the Secretariat to comply with the rules, because, or otherwise, we can bring back the rule, we can have the legal counsel, and we will bring that para on the moratorium on new institutions so that we will agree to that. We can proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 countries who are supporting this. And then we agreed already Ethiopia will register reservation. And then we proceed. Instead of repeating the same thing, we will not finish. But I recognize Guinea.
OK, merci beaucoup. Moi, j'ai rejoint un peu les autres parce que quelqu'un ici est venu qui dirigeait une organisation sous-régionale de pêche, nous dire que les plateformes n'ont peut-être pas assez ça ne coûte pas grand-chose. Pour le moment, on ne sait pas le coût. Je pense que dans la discussion aussi, par respect entre nous, il ne faudrait pas qu'un seul État mobilise, monopolise et cherche à imposer notamment son point de vue. On a dit réserve. On a mis sous réserve de l'Éthiopie et on avance. Bon, tous les autres vont dans un autre sens. Bon, on avance. Si demain, il s'avère qu'il parvient à convaincre son ministre et son ministre ne vient pas et parvient aussi à convaincre les autres ministres, bon, c'est à eux d'adopter la déclaration et les chefs de délégation. Pour le moment, franchement, il faut que nous acceptions à un moment donné d'avancer. Une seule personne peut avoir raison de tous les autres, mais ce n'est pas toujours le cas, quoi. Donc, on avance, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much. So we are proceeding. Can we go to the final part, final close? Scroll down, please. Is there an objection there, Angola?
Thank you, Directors. It's just to delete high-level Africa Sustainable Blue Economy Conference to conform with the first paragraph, please.
Thank you. We have taken note of that. So basically, this brings us to the end of the draft declaration.
One point. Hello. Thank you. What I will do is, based on our discussion about the 2 proposals that Ethiopia proposed and then also challenged it, then we will, because now it is being redrafted, so maybe Nigeria can involve, and I will involve in reformulating and bringing it back to member states. We will circulate and we will see. Because about Lome Convention, because we said Ethiopia, it will be reworked. The Secretariat will reformulate. So we will come up with optional language on that, and also para 2 about access to the sea. Based on the discussion of the House, we will bring alternative language, then it will be circulated to member states for confirmation.
No, Ethiopia, I think we agreed on the methodology.
If not,
so there's only one para which we are supposed to propose. That's to encourage member states to ratify the Lome Charter. That's what we agreed. Simple like that. That's what we are going to add, and then we'll circulate. So we are not reopening it for more input. Otherwise, it will never progress.
No,
Ethiopia.
because number 2, para number 2 about access to the sea, you said you rushed it, so we will come back to it.
No,
because the reason I said that is that Ethiopia has presented that proposal. We will weigh we will see if the new proposal will compensate for what we said, or we will see, because that is our proposal. So we will come back to that, and then we will share with member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Angola. Please, can you scroll to 2?
Non, merci beaucoup, monsieur le directeur. Diretor, deixe-me só dizer o seguinte. Eu penso que concluímos a declaração. dentro do possível. E comme on dit en français, on s'est déjà félicité por avoir concluído a declaração. Então, esta declaração não pode ser mais aberta, vai diretamente aos ministros. Etiópia apresentou as suas reservas, todos os membros respeitaram as reservas da Etiópia. Vamos manter as reservas da Etiópia, só se de forma unilateral decidir retirar as reservas. Mas não vamos mais abrir a declaração para reformular parágrafos, não. Acho que vamos manter a declaração tal como ele está, reformulando apenas aquele parágrafo que vamos fazer apelo para os Estados-membros puderem assinar e ratificar aquela carta. E, naturalmente, as reservas da Etiópia devem ir à nota de rodapé, não podem constar no texto da declaração, devem ir footnote, as reservas da Etiópia. Muito obrigado, mas eu concordo que devemos avançar, levamos a declaração, tal como se encontra, com as reservas aos ministros. Já não temos tempo para mais cerimônias nesta declaração. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. So what we are going to do is like what we did for the Africa Climate Summit. We'll put the footnote for the 2 areas where there are reservations. We'll clean up the text. We'll also subject it for translation tonight in time for ministers tomorrow. And on that note, I would want to thank all of you for your time, your cooperation, and for your fruitful contributions. And then we'll be able to meet tomorrow for minister. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.